Shri.
Hi, Nancy.
Let me get everyone else in. We have Asa Salagupta. Hi, Ace.
Hello. Hey.
And, and we'll add Liana. Liana, hello. Welcome.
Hello.
Okay. So you guys saw the film. Actually, we finished off with your film, Asa, which is excellent and epic, and everybody loves it. And Shri is in India. I'm going to call you Shri and not Dr. Shri. Is that okay?
Completely.
Okay. Um, let's talk about nicotine. One of the things that has come out and that has been discussed previously is how, the WHO, FCTC, and Bloomberg have done this pivot from being against tobacco per se now to nicotine. Now, in India, I want to start with Shri. In India, you guys have a ban. And I know that you have done studies on harm reduction and how it helps people. So can you give us a brief situation update on the work that you do and what is going on in India, Shri?
Yeah, thank you so much. At the outset, I would like to thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity and represent about the harm reduction efforts we are undertaking in India. As you highlighted, the government of India has banned electronic nicotine delivery system products in India. So effectively, the tobacco consumers cannot utilize those products. In the sense, personal consumption is not banned, right? Importing, sales, manufacturing, advertising, those components have been banned legally, but personal consumption has not been banned. So that is the status as of now. And coming to the components of harm reduction efforts, as a public health researcher, I have been focusing for the past 5 years in tobacco. I have been focusing especially on low income group populations. My work started in electronic nicotine delivery systems related research when WHO has conducted this union conference in 50th edition of the union conference in Hyderabad. That is when I was going through this conference themes, there was a theme on this alternative, reduced risk alternative products for tobacco, and electronic nicotine delivery systems was one of the listed theme for conference. And I chose to do research on this topic. That is when I thought like I will understand how Indian tobacco consumers are actually using this electronic nicotine delivery system product as an alternative to reduce the tobacco harms. That is when I designed a survey, a research survey to interact with these consumers to understand how and why, for what purpose they are using, and what change this particular product is making a difference in their life when it is related to this reduced risk alternative perspective. At that point, when I was scanning the landscape of this consumer organizations involved in this reduced risk alternative, I came across Association for Vapors, that is AVI, and I reached out to Mr. Samrat Chaudhary to help me conduct this, roll out this survey and reach out to this consumers using this electronic nicotine delivery system. This is way back in April of the 50th edition of Union Conference. That is when I started this tobacco harm reduction related research in India. Unfortunately, you will not believe this. As a researcher, I have undertaken varieties of research topics. No one stopped me saying, you cannot do this research. But for the first time in my entire 10 plus years as a public health researcher, this is the first topic my institutional ethics committee has not given me ethics approval to undertake this survey, and it is indefinitely held up in our ethics committee because the moment I submitted this proposal for ethics committee review, the government of India has banned all those components but not research. In spite of that, the ethics committee withheld the ethics approval and the study has been pending. So that is the research related to electronic nicotine delivery system, in spite of the fact that consumers have been using that product till the ban, and the ban did not allow the banning of research on that particular product. Why did the ban happen? Because for various reasons the ban happened, but till that point of time the consumers have been using that product. As a researcher, my only point of interest is to document why the product has been adopted, what changes happen or not happen. That is the purpose of research, right?
Yeah.
And for the first time that happened, and that actually kick started me to understand what is the background of entire harm reduction related to tobacco, because I come from HIV background. I am not just MBBS, MD community medicine. I have done 1 year CDC funded HIV fellowship. And the
Mhm.
entire HIV fellowship is based on harm reduction, whether it is condom promotion or when we work with high risk group communities like drug users, intravenous drug abusers, our LGBT community, we predominantly base our HIV prevention programs on harm reduction approaches. After my HIV fellowship, I went ahead, did my Asian Harm Reduction and Drug Policy Fellowship from Open Society Foundation. My entire career is predominantly driven by harm reduction approach, and this is the first time I'm facing such a mind numbing brain fog kind of unbelievable career block when it comes to tobacco harm reduction. That has driven me to understand what are all these dynamics in this tobacco harm reduction. And the past 5 years have unraveled very many dimensions, whether it is consumer perspectives, whether it is policy perspectives, whether it is a human rights approach. I have been listening to your yesterday's streaming of the events, whether it's human rights approach or your previous video, the very many 360-degree approach to this tobacco.
Well, we've lost Shri.
The low and
She's
middle
coming
income.
back. There is a cyclone warning in Chennai,
Yeah.
so we may lose her for good. But no, there
She's
she
back.
is. Welcome back.
Yeah, so sorry for that interruption. So
It's
coming
okay.
back to my research, so I predominantly, because there are a lot of groups working on tobacco harm reduction, highlighting all the perspectives you showcased in your video, but my work is predominantly based in the public health, in the sense like we are the community people, we are in the grassroots. So my work is only focusing, I'll speak only about my work, which is focused on the low and middle income group population, that is migrants in India. The interstate migration is phenomenally escalated in the last 10 years. And I am in the South India, which is like one of the metro cities, that is Chennai city, South Indian capital. And we have seen such a phenomenal growth in interstate migration from North India, North Central and East India. And these are predominantly low income group population, illiterate. Even my study reveals, I cannot believe the data, 65% people are still illiterates, in the
Mhm.
sense like they have never stepped into a school, okay, even now. And they are predominantly tobacco chewers. So when you talk about tobacco harm reduction and electronic nicotine delivery system, I see the disconnect, the jarring disconnect of this low income group people having no access to such tools. So when you literally talk about tobacco harm reduction from that low income group perspective, for me, the basic tobacco harm reduction tool is information. Where is that
Mhm.
information for these folks? These people are totally not having access to that basic harm reduction information as the major tool. Then my other group of focus is women, because when I'm talking to these people, I felt like the woman, the gender lens is totally missing in tobacco. And that
Mhm.
tobacco harm reduction is not focusing the gender lens. The predominant messages in tobacco control, whenever they show us smoking, the man comes, he will smoke a cigarette. You talk about cancer, the lung cancer. November month is lung cancer awareness month. Entire the gender angle is on men tobacco smoking. The women are totally missing out. In a conservative society like India, women smoking is a taboo, right?
Yeah.
So I followed up my migrant research with women and tobacco and taboo in a society, and especially in South Indian society with so much of taboo and conservatism. And that is my second research topic in tobacco harm reduction. The third year I followed up with my research again on one of the most discriminated vulnerable population, LGBTQ, especially focusing on transgender women.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
to summarize, I don't want to take other panelists' time. To summarize, my tobacco harm reduction research in India wanted to bring out the narratives of this missed out population, the hidden pockets of tobacco harm reduction, where the harm reduction tool is, we are talking about first tool is information. Okay, access to information about the tobacco harms, especially the chewable forms of tobacco, because these are discretionary practices. They are not even able to afford a smoking product like cigarette because it is beyond their means. The BDs, the smokeless tobacco products, widely available, though on paper, gutka, kaini, pan parak, the most affordable, cheapest options, banned, but widely available. Recent paper also, the tobacco control scientists have unearthed that these products, though banned on paper, are widely available. So coming back to your question, the harm reduction potential in India is huge. Next only to China, the burden is almost 300 million tobacco users, of which 200 plus millions are chewers. The harm reduction potential is so much. Going back to your earlier question, being a woman scientist, especially in India, talking about harm reduction, I find a lot of women scientists, women doctors are evangelists for tobacco harm reduction more than male colleagues and male scientists and male doctors, and we need to highlight this point.
Yeah, it's funny because Liana and I've also had this discussion with Lindsay Stroud about women advocates versus men advocates. Nothing against you, Asa. Sorry, you're stuck in a room full of women. But it's that, women seem to understand a certain level of care, I guess. They're more in tune to that, to other people and the harm. You said something that was interesting, and I want to formulate a question for you. Your research has been on migrants and women and people of the lower socioeconomic strata and their use of tobacco or nicotine. So we're talking about nicotine today. So my question for you is, do you believe that that all of the people that do use these products in India, is it a matter of self-medication? Because I know for me that, nicotine helps calm me and it helps me focus. So how does that work when translating over to the products that are available in India?
Exactly. When I talk to you, the migrants, they are, what do you say? They are away from the social protective net. That is, they are away from their families, they are away from their culture, they are away from their known friends and peers. So, a North Indian, suppose, say from Orissa, Bengal, these are like extreme cultural variations. They are uprooting themselves from their culture and they're bringing to extremely different culture like South Indian culture, the food habits, the living habits, the kind of entertainment factors totally different. So they're uprooting themselves and coming to a different locality, different culture in search of livelihood. Such extreme disruption, the only solace they find is in these kind of products like nicotine and alcohol. So the kind of poverty which propels them to uproot themselves, they ask me directly, Madam, I have only this nicotine to give me solace, and once in a week I go and buy alcohol. So why do you want to take away this nicotine away from me? Why do you want me even to consider quitting? Okay, you say harm reduction, instead of taking 10 biddies or 10 kani pouches or quits, you want me to reduce the harms by minimizing it to 5 or 6. I will do that. But completely quitting, it is out of my consideration. Never ask me to do that. So, to come back to the question, is it for solace? Is it for recreation? Is it for that kind of use? It is definitely that. Because everyone knows about the harms of smoking. Everyone knows that consuming tobacco is going to kill them with cancer. Tobacco use causes cancer. Everyone is aware. 99% awareness is there. The pictorial warning labels are educating them. The repeated messages in television, mass media is educating them. But in spite of that, why are they using that? Because this uprooting, especially when it comes to migrants, women, they are not at all given importance in the families. They are their secondary role. They are bored at home once husband and children go away. So all these dynamics are clearly revealed in our research. That is why the role, the function, the nicotine use or tobacco product use is being played in the life of migrants and women is clearly documented in our research.
Yeah, yeah. Asa, I'm not ignoring you, Liana. Asa, does that also translate into Thailand? Because I know a lot of the situation is similar between India and Thailand.
Very, very similar. very much. It's uh, I look at India and saw a lot of similarities between the two of us. The ban on importation, on possession, and also with the people getting arrested for doing something that is safer and actually it's not illegal. Possession and the act of vaping itself is not illegal here in Thailand, but people still got arrested just because some officials use that loophole and some like wording of the law itself, and saying that since it's banned to import and it's illegal to manufacture and distribute, then you cannot you cannot sorry you cannot
Anyways,
possess, you cannot own, and you cannot wear, which is a different story altogether. So
yeah,
it's a crazy situation going on here in Thailand. So
yeah.
it's very similar to what happened in India also, and also with Sri being a female researcher, I don't know if we have such here in Thailand. There are female uh, doctors who call themselves researchers, and about electronic cigarettes, one similar thing is that if you do something, you do researches on electronic cigarette or vaporizers or vaping itself, it's people will go and say like, hey, you cannot do that right away, and they will say like, hey, you can't do it because it's illegal. How are you gonna do it? They just don't list, they don't pay attention to seeing that the product itself is already in the market, although it's a black market, but it
Hmm.
is still in the market. We have millions of vapors, so yeah, the market is there, and the product itself is readily available anywhere. I mean, not as much as a regular cigarette. So,
Okay.
so doing researches on something like that and being banned, and so I don't think it's fair. And we had seen, I had last week, I was in the meeting at the parliament, and there was a research from questionable resources. They
Hmm.
said the researchers said that to begin to giving out the speeches on the research, they have to declare conflict of interest, and the people paying to do the research was Tobacco Control Thailand, and so their main aim is to ban electronic cigarettes. So that's their agenda, and that's their main point. So
Here,
and the rest is all just figures, assuming that electronic cigarette is more harmful than cigarettes itself. That's
now,
what the picture is based on.
yeah. Now there. I know there's a black market in Thailand for e-cigarettes, and I believe there's one in India as well. Do you have any information on that, Shri?
Yeah, in newspaper articles, we keep continuously reading how the ban is not really helping this non-availability of these products. Even in the recent times, an article has highlighted how on online these products are available, and even in the black market, because of this ban, there is no regulation, and it is more harmful because of this ban.
Yeah.
In the black market, what kind of products are available, who is buying it, and if it is an uneducated person, because it is in the black market, all these practices will be more harmful, right?
Yeah.
There are news articles highlighting this particular issue, especially even we are aware of certain economics background professors highlighting the importance of reconsidering or having a debate how the ban has actually advanced the cause. On whatever reasons the government has proposed it, it is the time for us to call for a debate. Even recently, one of our medical oral medicine specialists, she a female doctor again, highlighted the importance of reconsidering whether is it a crime in the larger vision of the public health goals, even whether it is, she questioned, I'm just paraphrasing her words from the article, whether it is a crime in the bigger vision of achieving the public health goals, this ban has to be reconsidered, call for a multi-stakeholder discussion. What are the merits of this ban, demerits of the ban in the wake of the newer emerging evidence, whether we have to regulate it rather go for a ban?
Yeah, I mean, I did receive notification for the COP9. There was a bulletin. I shared it with you guys in private chat. And just for the audience, in case you haven't read it and haven't seen it, there's not supposed to be any discussion at this particular COP meeting with regards to decisions being made about safer nicotine products. However, there have been the usual expected shenanigans with awards being awarded to countries that support the status quo, and the Dirty Ashtray Award to the Philippines for supporting the EU and the UK for harm reduction. So the point of what I'm trying to get to here is that it's very interesting, you know, that people are now beginning to, countries as well, are beginning to question the experts and the science that they're being told about what is going on. In the bulletin, and I don't know if anybody read it, but in the bulletin, you know, there's a lot of frustration there because people aren't playing the game. I'm going to ask Liana because she's going, and you haven't spoken yet. Tell us, Liana, what was your take on that?
Oh my gosh. From a consumer viewpoint, what I see is that they are not getting along with another. The parties cannot reach any kind of agreement on anything. They're really fighting to, what does it say specifically here? To addressing the contents of the agenda. It says the draft decision is reasonable and reflects a path for moving forward with the critical work of the COP. So they're not getting along. They definitely aren't. And how it's causing delays. And of course, their biggest concerns seem to be about money, bottom line.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what it seems to be about. And can I say something?
Of course you can.
Shri, thank you so much for your study. I just want to say, as a consumer, listening to what you were talking about and the particular pockets of study that you had, I came from one of those pockets. I just want you to know that. And I'm a female. And I had a very, very, very wrecked, tragic life 15 years ago. I did not have all this. And I smoked like it was just going out of style. Okay. All the time. It was a fix. And you don't care about your health. You're surviving at that point. And that's all that matters. And the nicotine would just it was just a something. It was just something to fixate on. It was more than just some casual addiction. And it was a part of it. And as you get healthier and you get more well off and you get through school, you start becoming concerned about your health. You start realizing, oh, your body's suffering because you're paying attention to it instead of other things. And then you care and you try to quit and you try, gum upsets my stomach and patches burn my skin and they don't work. And I miss the hand mouth fixation. And I realize that I have some mental things with my focus, and that nicotine is something I always reverted back to, always. And I just want you to know that I really appreciate what you're doing, because I have been studying since I came into developing. Just a couple years ago, I've been studying what's been going on in India, and it's just so huge. And when the ban hit and all that became illegal, it just broke my heart. And then watching it happen in other countries does. But I just wanted to tell you thank you for your study, and I do hope that you're able to get your survey out there, and you let me know, because I definitely want to take part in it, because because of vaping, chronic bronchitis is gone. Asthma is gone, no inhaler, clear lungs within 6 months by proof of an X-ray. So everybody's work here is important. Very, very important. I want everybody to know that. This COP thing, though, obviously they can't work together, and we're working together from all over the world. Okay. We have, Unity, we know the truth and it's like plain and simple for us. They're having a hard time because they're working on a bunch of BS. Pardon that, but it's all it is. A bunch of lies, and how can we fabricate it and put it under the guise that we're doing something for the good of the people? They're doing good for their own pockets and keeping people sick, keeping people limited while they control the nicotine. And if they can keep people sick, they put money in the pockets of pharma, and everybody can make money off of taxes in
Yeah.
their whatever they're at by taxing. That's a sin tax. You know, show me that done to caffeine, and let's watch the riot begin. Okay, because it's the same.
Here's another thing. I mean, and it's not nicotine related, but for example, we all know the harms of excessive alcohol use. But for the most part, culturally, okay, having a beer or having a glass of wine is not a problem. How come that doesn't translate over to nicotine? What is the big difference? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know that because they on the alcohol as well. I do have a question though for Shri. Or I have a statement and then I'm gonna ask Shri another question. India's statement at the COP9. The health secretary is talking only about India's COVID response and hasn't said anything about the ban of vape. Do you think this is a good sign? And do you think this is a progress perhaps? Because, yeah, that's the first question.
Thank you for the first question directed towards India, because definitely India is a big player when it comes to reducing the tobacco-related health issues or tobacco-related diseases. We also had conducted one or two webinars, especially when there was a change at the level of Ministry of Health and Welfare, and there was a lot of hope and interest whether there was going to be some significant changes coming towards tobacco policies. And we invited multidisciplinary guests from economics background who understand all these things, and we were tracking certain news articles from esteemed journalists who are keeping track of tobacco harm reduction, and they were attending global conferences from London, from Europe, and everywhere, and they were writing a series of articles in the national media. And we were thinking like maybe the time has come, maybe the needle is going to shift. And when we invited the guests and asked them, sir or madam, is this the time we can expect certain positive changes in the direction of national tobacco control policy? They were hopeful, but realistically, they put us in our place and said, like, in the middle of the pandemic, that is what exactly the question is asking. That is why I'm telling this background to prepare you, telling that in the middle of the pandemic, please be practical. This is India. You cannot expect any non-COVID related policy measures taking a priority on the minds of the ministers, whether it's prime minister or health minister. Mm-hmm. So be prepared that it will take time. Keep the work or momentum of your work going. Keep talking, keep writing, keep discussing with the experts about the importance of tobacco harm reduction. One fine day when all this work accumulates, this will drive them towards the change. But right now, in the middle of the pandemic, the priority will be pandemic in a country with nearing 1.4 billion people. Yeah, so that is what is reflected in the same statement of the health minister related to this particular question.
Okay, with regards to research, okay, what is the sense among Indian academics in general regarding interference into scientific research? Are academics okay with the ban or the limit on the tobacco and nicotine research, or is it seen as an attack on the integrity of the scientific method?
This is an extremely important question for me, at least because I'm in the academia and I undertake tobacco-related research regularly. But unfortunately, I see like the most of the research being generated from India is focused 99% still on tobacco control. If I undertake a project just to fulfill this question's answer, like if I engage in a real academic rigor and say like what is the kind of research coming out, everyone is doing the routine research in the sense they are understanding the problem burden, which is already established. There is no questions about what is the problem burden. So it is heavily identifying the burden and proposing solutions. no one is undertaking any kind of research to solve that solution in the direction of tobacco harm reduction. Okay, so I'm sorry to admit that the research coming out of India is not novel in the sense like it is addressing the question of tobacco harm reduction per se. And coming to that particular point, when this ban came in and when there is an interference of scientists being directed to do this kind of research or that kind of research only, there is not much opposition, unlike in humanities when there was a shift in certain funding. Suppose a government funding was given earlier to do research in humanities, but now they are telling with this funding you can do only this research, that research. There was a hue and cry, and people resigned. The senior most professors, esteemed professors, distinguished professors have resigned, telling that this is interfering with my freedom, this is interfering with my scholarly freedom. They resigned, but I did not hear such thing happening in medical field. It did not happen, especially to this question. So it did not happen. It will not happen because 99% the funding is going to tobacco control based research, and people are comfortable in doing that kind of research because tobacco harm reduction has no big takers in India, because they know nothing. Because my own research revealed that 90% of my qualitative study revealed medical professionals, except for psychiatry professionals, are not aware of this tobacco harm reduction science.
Okay.
And the second thing, when they are not aware of the tobacco harm reduction science, what kind of tobacco harm reduction research they will undertake, and why will they think that this is an interference?
Yeah, exactly. It absolutely makes no sense. I mean, what is a question from one of the audience, from Patrick? I guess whoever wants to answer this can answer this, but let's all three of you answer it at one at a time. What are your thoughts that the WHO FCTC announced that they are tabling any tobacco harm reduction discussion until the next COP? Let's start with Asa. Asa, what is your thought on that?
Really? What one of the things that happened here in Thailand is it doesn't matter what the WHO, FCTC, or whoever mentioned anything, but they would twist the wordings and select only what is suitable for themselves and post that as a must. It had happened in the past, saying, like WHO insisted that Thailand must, according to the pact and the signatories and things like that, we have to ban electronic cigarette. We have to do this. We have to do that. And they always say, like, according to Article 5.3. And another thing that I really want to mention here is that in the bulletin coming out, they were saying about big tobacco's tactics, and they are kind of in a roundabout way saying that we consumer groups are part of big tobacco, and I have been blamed that. And there's a letter going to the parliament saying that with me sitting on a seat with subcommittees to consider to lift the ban on electronic cigarette is not right. It's a violation of Article 5.3 of WHO FCTC COP, and saying that, like I will probably be going to a court real soon, because one of the professor, doctor something, I don't even care to remember her name, but said that since I am an employee of a certain tobacco company, one of the big tobaccos, then I shouldn't be sitting with the subcommittee. So they are calling me right from if you remember, like last year or something, Stanton Glantz and Ren Reddy had posted in a journal saying that I had ties with big tobacco, and now they are calling me. They are saying that I am an employee. I work for big tobaccos. So it doesn't matter what COP had decided. COP9 had decided to postpone. what is going to happen in Thailand is all these doctors are going to twist all the wordings and say something that is beneficial to them. So, like, of course, and with the bulletins pointing out the tactics of big tobaccos, that will, I don't think it will look good in Thailand.
Liana, I know that the United States hasn't ratified, but what's your take? Unmute, darling.
Okay, so all the states are in different stories. To that question that was asked, tabling tobacco harm reduction discussions until the next COP. I would love to think that they were taking the time to actually gather more truthful information, but I have to agree with Asa on this point that they are going to pick and choose what they need to win their point of view, to get to their decisions on everything. But like I said, I would love to think that it was because they were going to wait until more truth was come out. But that's really all I have to say about that. I just get so really
It's
mad.
okay. No, it's cool. We had a comment. I want to throw this one at Shri. I'm going to find it. Hold on. I just saw it. Using COVID to justify tobacco harm reduction or the denial of tobacco harm reduction. Do you feel that that's exactly what's going on in India?
India is a complex country, Nancy. All of you are aware, right? The priorities in a country like India with so many other problems parallelly happening alongside COVID, it is difficult for a non-Indian to understand if the question is coming from a non-Indian, if I believe like that. But for example, only yesterday, I read a report about malnutrition in children less than 5 years. 42% of children less than 5 years are found to be malnourished, of which 31 are severely malnourished. So those reports are also coming on a daily basis. So for a person, when we are debating on this topic alone, this looks like a highly important topic, tobacco harm reduction. And November is a lung cancer awareness week, and we are talking about 30% reduction of tobacco smoking by 2030. We are already in 2021, and 25% reduction to have been achieved of non-communicable disease mortality by 2025. We have so many targets already in national health policy. And every day we see so many disheartening reports, especially malnutrition, maternal child health, tuberculosis, and COVID has actually opened up a different scenario in India because not all other non-COVID related health services have been relegated to a back list. HIV services disrupted, cancer services disrupted, tuberculosis. People were telling HIV care has gone to pre-HAART, that is HIV highly active antiretroviral therapy kind of scenario. So when you see those kind of reports as a public health academician and a public health professor in academia, for me to give a straight answer, it is very tricky. I can definitely argue tobacco harm reduction being on this panel is equally important. But coming from that perspective, in a country with 1.4 billion aspirations, balancing all these perspectives sitting in the ministry might also be very difficult. So so I definitely want to advocate for tobacco harm reduction being on this panel, and I want to present the case of all this, especially vulnerable population groups, especially the demand for access, improving access for information and tobacco cessation services in the government setting, because that is where it will be a game changer for these people, because awareness creation for tobacco cessation is going to be the major hurdle we have to cross. Because in one of the reports shared by one of the esteemed colleagues, they said that in spite of implementing WHO FCTC in the past 10 years, for a decade, implementing all the 5 demand reduction measures such as taxation, smoke-free policies, pictorial warning labels, advertising bans, and cessation programs, in the FCTC implementing countries, there is only marginal improvement of 1%. So that is not at all going to help us any of this population level public health goals. So to
Yeah.
improve those things in low and middle income countries, of which 17 countries are there in that list of 116 countries, I represent LMIC. So for me, the priority is to demand the WHO Tobacco Cessation Consortium to establish, similar to Sustainable Development Goals 2030, similar to that framework. This Tobacco Cessation Consortium should have specific earmarked goals for low and middle income countries in establishing smoking cessation centers and improving the access for this smoking cessation tools, along with education and harm reduction. What is that harm reduction approach for tobacco chewing products and tobacco smoking products? In the name, if not the products, if they want to table this till next COP, are the people not going to die because of already using these
Yeah.
tobacco products?
Yeah.
Are they
Yeah.
going to wait till next COP? Are you going to halt these deaths till next COP? So what are the interim plans till next COP to improve these services or improve access to these services, improving affordability to these services? At least they can reveal those plans.
What do you think the lessons that we as advocates can learn from the way the WHO and governments are addressing the COVID pandemic and translating that over to the tobacco pandemic?
So I seriously understand the analogy is very similar. The pandemic is now all over the world, the tobacco pandemic. And the one thing the pandemic especially revealed in this context as the great reshuffle, the reshuffle of ideas. I'm extremely disappointed when the COP9 has shut down this space for inviting the multiple stakeholders, whereas the uh, corona pandemic opened the doors for everyone to come together to pool their resources of intellectual competencies, resources from Zuckerberg, Gates. Everyone pooled their money, and the vaccines happened in a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
COP9 is shutting doors to all these opportunities by involving, in one of the blog written by an esteemed professional colleague of ours, he invoked the principle of exclusivity. Whereas entire world is going to inclusion and diversity, COP9 is unique that it excluded everyone else except those few people they wanted to. So why is that? Is there no platform to raise issue about this?
Yeah.
So
No.
the only difference between the corona pandemic and tobacco pandemic COP9 is where in corona pandemic you invited everyone to pool their entire resources. Here you are excluding the real people who are affected to pool in their problems, to pool in their ideas, to find a solution. It's
Yeah.
not about one tool called ENDS. It's not about one tool or one
Mm.
product. It is about identifying multiple solutions for multiple people. This is about inclusivity and diversity.
Yeah. No, I mean, harm reduction has to be a holistic thing. It has to be inclusive. It has to include all of the different facets that cause harm. Okay, because conceivably, tobacco use can just be merely one symptom of something bigger that's going on. So they have to understand that it's a network. Think of it like, dots here and they all connect.
Within 1 year of pandemic, you have at least 171 plus candidate vaccines being in trials across the globe. What
Yeah.
about this harm reduction potential, and what is the spectrum of products that can fit into this?
Right. I mean, they're already there. So,
Yes.
but again, and I'm going to use Liana's favorite thing. It's this. It's money.
So
It boggles my mind, especially, an organization such as the WHO, which is under the UN, which, should be about people. And really, it's gotten so off track, as everyone has been saying. It's not about, the health of the public. It's about the special interests, and it's gotten that corrupted, and using COVID to justify those narrow, viewpoints. It's appalling. It's actually, Colin said last night, it's a social justice issue. And I think it truly is. Asa?
Yep, it is. It's the exclusivity that one of the thing I would like to point out is that if you have heard, I think it was yesterday, wasn't it, that the issues came out from COP9 saying
Mhm.
how parallel they want to. I think it was like an issue from Clive Bates or some. Was it from our email like yesterday? And
Yeah.
they want to compare themselves to COP26, which is about the environmental environmental issue, not health. And the COP9, the FCTC COP9 wants to run a parallels, like saying how alike they're trying to say that there are two big events going on at the same time. And if we want to compare it, we can see that COP26 about the environmental issues are being broadcasted all over the places. It's very transparent, and the parties involved and invited, or at least you can sit in and be observers. uh, most parties are welcome,
Mhm.
like
Yeah, it's
they have
inclusive.
all stakeholders. Yeah, they have all
Mhm.
stakeholders there present, but not the COP, the FCTC COP. You have to agree with them, and you have to sign shitload of papers and beeps.
You have to. Well, that's why I
And
find it really interesting that in that last bulletin. I know I'm interrupting you. I'm sorry. In that last bulletin, that they're kind of getting chastised for being naughty, for not going along with the plan, and I see that as a good thing, because that means maybe it is starting to change.
Mhm,
Because
mhm,
they're diametrically opposed. I mean, one is inclusive and let's all talk about this, and they let the gas companies in and the oil companies in,
mhm,
and then meanwhile, in order to exclude us as consumers, they just automatically tag us all as tobacco company. Sorry, for 5.3. Well, that doesn't even apply to us.
mhm.
And I don't understand. And there's no justification for them to actually use that to exclude us. But here we are.
I'm just a bot, remember? I'm not a big tobacco. I am a bot.
You're a
Remember
boss.
that. Yeah, I'm just a bot
Um,
on Twitter and social media.
we do have a question. What is the hardest thing for governments to understand about vaping and other THR methods? Shri?
I will speak from an Indian perspective because compared to the other policymakers across the world, it looks like we need to sensitize our policymakers about the tobacco harm reduction science. Because listening to some of the earlier panels where I have heard from consumer organization representatives mentioning that in the parliament when this debate was happening around this discussions and debates were happening, it looked like our policymakers were not updated about the tobacco harm reduction science and the potential or the components. So it looks like we need to have certain sensitization and more frequent discussions with them. But unfortunately, as the scenario or the environment is right now, we don't have opportunities to do that. That is one of the reason consumer organizations and activism is happening to conduct more and more sessions. But sometimes we need to seek out more opportunities to go and meet them, send out some kind of easy to read, easy to understand scientific nuggets. That is one thing I think we need to do, especially in India, because they are not very much aware of this tobacco harm reduction science, Nancy.
Okay, thank you for that, Shri. Asa? Did you
Sorry,
say
I
it's
was I was trying to answer the comment from the people. There's one comment saying why more tobacco companies are not advocating the entry into new market of vaping when they can sell their products at in a higher market. And Nancy, if you remember that, like 3 or 4 years back,
Mhm.
where we met in Japan, and we have representative of one of the very big tobacco
Yes.
company coming out, and Samrat, our dear friend, had asked that exact same question, and remember they
Mhm.
said like they have their reputations
Yep. I
to
remember that.
uphold.
And do you remember when I turned around to them and I said to them, yeah, but see, you got to understand that what you're calling vaping isn't vaping according to what we do, and we're worried that one's going to take over. And that happened too, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
hmm
exactly.
You
Yeah,
know,
exactly. And going back to the questions that had been asked, what was it like? The comparing to tobacco with the pandemic, right?
yeah.
Lessons to be learned and responses. We had, I don't want to name names here, but we had seen lots of failures from the WHO itself since the beginning of the COVID pandemic. And I don't know what people are still going like they are so high, holy, and mighty.
hmm
There are people working in groups together, and people tends to make mistake. To err is human. They are also human. So I don't get it why, like, if they had, okay, in the beginning of vaping, of our journey, 20 years ago, 15, 20 years
Yeah,
ago,
yeah.
and they don't understand, and it's been called electronic cigarettes. So okay, they will probably think, and they see the big fume coming out, the big vapor coming out, and they were afraid. I could understand. But now, with lots and lots of scientific researchers and all the papers coming out, I mean, it wouldn't it be easy to, just like for us human, for me, for example, personally, if I did something wrong or I made a mistake, I smoked for 38 years, and I just turn around and say, hey, I was wrong, and let's
hmm
do this instead. But with their high and mighty stances, they say, once they commit to something,
Yeah, they're
uh,
dogged about it.
yeah, and so it's their egos working on on high, on full level,
On a
right?
human level, I think it's fear. I think
Oh
they've
yeah,
been
that's
doing the same thing for so long in the same way that any kind of change just scares them.
oh
And
yeah, that's
it's an impact on their ego. It's also an impact on their relevance. And I think with some of them who are maybe mid-career, it's an impact on their financial future. So we've
oh
got
yeah.
people that are operating out of fear. And, humans that operate out of fear are the most dangerous humans there are,
Mm.
you know? All right, this is your chance. Right now, this is your number one chance to say what you would like to say to the COP9 delegates. I will start with you, Liana, and then we will go through everybody else. Liana, what would you like to say to them?
Let us in. You have to end the exclusivity. Everybody needs to be heard, not just the people that are trying to make laws and that have money, but the ones that the laws are actually affecting. That's pretty much it.
Okay, cool. Asa?
You represent people. You say, and you said, and you are saying that you are working for public health. The word public health means the health of the public in general, and you are representing for Thailand 70 something million people. We have over 10 million smokers, and so please represent us by listening to us. We are calling out, and we are giving you the scientific researchers, and for the delegates to COP9, especially for Thai delegate, when you say something, please be, what's the word? What's the exact wording? Just make sure people understand what you're trying to say, and be aha.
Clear?
I'm lost in the word. Literate, right?
Yeah,
Literate.
literate. Yeah.
Yeah, and something like yeah, and well, on a personal note, remove your mask.
Okay, thank you. Shri, your comment?
Yeah, I would definitely echo both the earlier panelists' sentiments, yes, let us in, all of us, inclusivity and diversity. And this, being a public health professional, I would reiterate the earlier WHO approach of health for all and harm reduction for all.
Okay, fair enough. I think everybody pretty much, I'm reading the comments and people are like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I think I agree with all of you. And if you can't do what everybody's saying, then you should do what Madhua said last night and just resign. Yeah. I'd like to thank everybody for joining us. Shri, I know you have things to do. Thank you for joining us, taking your time out. I know you're a busy lady. Thank you, Liana, and thank you, Asa.
All of you
Very
are
much
more busy
obliged.
than me.
ขอบคุณ
Nah.
ครับ
Thank
Thank
you
you,
for the
everybody.
opportunity. Thank you,
Thanks.
Nancy, for all the work you've done.
Thanks, Liana.
Definitely,
Thanks,
yes.
thanks,
Thank you
audience.
so much. Bye.
All right, we'll see you guys next time. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Take care. All.
Meanwhile, in Thailand, consumers and advocates run the risk of heavy fines and possible jail time for using safer nicotine products instead of the deadly alternative.
Smoking is bad, but shouldn't we have the right to choose less harmful products? But our rights are stripped away. We are harassed physically, financially, and brutally. Visitors, you are forced to smoke again. Why can't we choose? We have the right to know the truth. Isn't it the government's job to provide the facts to help us make the right decision? But look at what we have.
คือคำแนะนำของทางการแพทย์อะนะครับ เขาว่าไม่ได้แนะนำว่าให้ไปสูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้านะแล้วอเมริกาหรือในออสเตรเลียเขาก็บอกว่าไม่ต้องไปสูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าออสเตรเลียเขาก็ผิดกฎหมายเขาบอกว่าคุณเลิกไปเลยแล้วเราก็มีวิธีช่วยให้คุณเลิก
Hoax after hoax, lies over and over again.
แม้แต่ในอังกฤษก็ดีในอเมริกาเขาแนะนำให้เลิกเขาไม่ได้แนะนำบอกคุณไปติดบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าแทนนะเพราะบุหรี่ไฟฟ้ามันก็มีอันตรายอยู่มันมีสารนิโคตินนะครับซึ่งเสพติดนะฮะทีนี้เนื่องจากบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าเนี่ยมันใช้มาไม่ถึง10 ปีมันค่อยๆมีรายงานออกมาว่ามีสารก่อมะเร็งพบมากขึ้นผลกระทบเราก็ยังไม่รู้เนื่องจากการใช้ยังไม่นานที่อเมริกาเนี่ยสิ่งที่เขาพบและก็กังวลมากก็คือว่าเด็กนักเรียนที่ยังไม่ได้สูบบุหรี่นะครับเข้าไปสูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าเด็กที่สูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าเนี่ยนะครับที่ไม่ได้สูบบุหรี่ธรรมดาเนี่ยมีพฤติกรรมเสี่ยงอื่นๆนะฮะกินเหล้าแบบเมาจำเปเลยนะครับแล้วมีพฤติกรรมเสี่ยงเรื่องเพศมีพฤติกรรมไปสูบกัญชานะฮะแล้วก็ยาเสพติดอย่างอื่นตามต่อมาไม่กี่ปีเนี่ยกลายเป็นเด็กที่สูบบุหรี่นะฮะทำไมคุณไม่เปิดโอกาสให้ผมเอาผลิตภัณฑ์หนึ่งของอเมริกาเขาทำที่บอกนิโคติน1 หยดฆ่าหนูได้ที่ความเข้มข้นเท่าไหร่ครับไม่ต้องถาม
Why do we have to keep our mouths shut just because we think differently? Maybe this is why. Can I choose my way?
Hi, and welcome everyone to CASA's Hour. We are going to do a bit of a review on some of the policies and events happening in the United States. If you were watching some of the pre-recorded comment leading up to this, as Derek Yak noted, our Food and Drug Administration has a notable influence on policies around the world. And so we figured it would be a good contribution to the scope event here to provide some review as to things that have gone on in the United States and how that might be affecting folks around the world. So without further ado, if we could bring on Danielle Jones, my co-panelist for the next hour. Hi, Danielle.
Hello.
How's it going?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm hanging in there.
And hello to everyone watching.
Yeah. So we've got an hour to cram in a bunch of stuff here. So maybe we'll get started. Now, Danielle, I'm going to be asking Danielle about the Tobacco Master Settlement Agreement, and then we'll swap roles here, and she'll ask me some stuff about FDA. And so for those of you who don't know what the Master Settlement Agreement is, Danielle, maybe you could help people understand, first of all, why should consumers in the United States care about the Tobacco Master Settlement Agreement?
Sure. So we'll get into pretty intensely what exactly it is. But the reason that people should care that it exists is simply because context matters, right? So the Master Settlement Agreement, or we abbreviate and call it the MSA, plays a role in the history and motivations of the players involved in tobacco control and regulation in the United States. And money can talk very loudly, right? So these are important things to consider.
And so obviously, something specific to the United States, but why should the rest of the world care about this?
So in the same way that we care about countries with, let's say, state-owned tobacco, companies where the government actually has a vested interest, we also need to care about other financial ties between tobacco companies and the government in the United States. So because, again, context and motivations.
So when did the MSA begin?
Okay, so starting in the 1950s, people in America began trying to sue tobacco companies in the United States because smoking was causing people to become sick and die prematurely. But because tobacco companies are incredibly rich and powerful and resourceful, the majority of these lawsuits failed. In the 1990s, the attorneys general of several states came up with the idea to sue the tobacco companies in order to recover Medicaid and other health-related costs. This tactic actually proved successful. And as the big tobacco companies wound up settling with 4 individual states in 1997 and eventually agreed to the full MSA, which effectively was a settlement with all other remaining U.S. states, plus some of the districts and territories. And it was formally signed in 1998.
So I think you touched on it a little bit, but why exactly was the MSA necessary?
So at the time, it was the only legal tactic that effectively got tobacco companies to pay for the death and disease their products caused, and the only way to put marketing and advertising restrictions on them at that time. Today, the FDA regulates tobacco companies and has the power to limit marketing and advertising, but back then the FDA didn't have this power. And other attempts to limit tobacco companies butted up against America's First Amendment rights issues. So with the MSA, the tobacco companies actually voluntarily signed on to these restrictions, so there weren't any First Amendment issues.
So, yeah, we are an overly litigious country, as many may be aware of, but how is the MSA any different from all of the other lawsuits against tobacco companies?
So the primary difference was that it was actually effective, right? We talked about all of the other lawsuits failing. So that's probably the biggest difference, is that it actually was effective. But the prior suits were from individuals as opposed to governments, and they were against the companies for damages related to the effects of smoking. But the tobacco companies beat back most of these suits using defenses like contributory negligence and individual responsibility of the people who smoke. So the legal arguments used by the states, which ultimately led to the MSA, were about consumer protection, antitrust, and recouping healthcare costs. So the healthcare costs argument was the one that worked the best, and that forced the tobacco companies to settle with the first 4 states, which were Mississippi, Minnesota, Florida, and Texas.
So we've got some of the players involved here, but what are the details of the settlement agreement?
So these were lawsuits at their core. That's what we have to remember. And so the settlement agreement was essentially a settlement in a lawsuit, like any other lawsuit. And so, as with most lawsuit settlements, the primary thing that the MSA does is that it requires the participating tobacco companies to pay state governments a portion of their revenue in perpetuity, so forever. As a consequence of that, this also increased the price of cigarettes they sold in order to offset the cost. And as I said, it also implemented marketing and advertising restrictions.
So, how much money is the master settlement agreement extracting from ultimately consumers here?
Yeah. So the MSA is the single largest civil litigation settlement in U.S. history, right? So to date, tobacco companies have paid state governments over $160 billion. That's a billion with a B. And that number grows every year because the tobacco companies continue to make annual payments, and they will do so forever.
I know this is a bit of this is not a question that we rehearsed, but we recently had a lot of coverage about opioids in the United States and opioid manufacturers not being subject to a master settlement agreement, but certainly settlements.
Right.
By comparison, do you know how much pharmaceutical companies are being asked to pay in some of these lawsuits?
Off the top of my head, I don't remember the figures, but I remember seeing them in the news and thinking, oh, they got off easy compared to like the tobacco companies. I want to say it was in like I want to say some millions. Don't quote me on this, but I know it was substantially less than what tobacco companies. Partially because some millions is my understanding. It might have been a couple billion. I'm not, don't quote me on that, but compared to the problem is those are essentially fixed, if I'm to understand correctly, fixed payments. With the MSA, these payments go forever, for as long as the companies are solvent, essentially. And so that's just going to continue to rack up money. I don't see any other agreement, surpassing that just because it goes on forever.
Yeah. So ultimately, the point being, not only is it currently the largest settlement in American history, but likely to continue being the largest settlement. So now that we got all the money out of the way, which companies are actually included in this agreement?
So the original agreement back in the 90s was with 4 tobacco companies. So that was Philip Morris, R.J. Reynolds, Brown & Williamson, and Lorillard. However, since then, over 40 more tobacco companies have also been included.
So for these additional companies, how did they come to be included in the law? They weren't originally named, so how did they get added?
Correct. That's the interesting part about this is one would imagine, if these 4 companies were the ones that were sued, how did everybody else get involved? And the strange answer is they voluntarily signed on, which seems bizarre until you understand that they were essentially extorted into doing so. So the original 4 tobacco companies who were sued and settling knew that they'd have to raise the price of their cigarettes in order to compensate for the loss of money from paying the states. And they argued that this would give their competitors an unfair advantage in the market. So they negotiated a clause into the MSA that allowed them to pay the states less money if they lost market share to their competitors that weren't included in the settlement and therefore didn't have to pay the money. So this essentially created a very strong incentive for the states themselves to help make sure that that didn't happen. So they were encouraged to pass their own legislation requiring any tobacco company who wanted to sell in their state to either join the MSA voluntarily or also to make similar payments to the states, resulting also in higher cigarette prices, which effectively leveled the playing field. There were additional incentives if companies joined early. It was very much like a marketing, like join in the first 90 days and you won't have to pay, this sort of thing. But they essentially said, you either pay me this way or you pay me that way, but you're going to pay. And the majority of them, it was actually a better deal if they signed on voluntarily early. And so, like I said, over 40 of them did.
So I know my next question really, again, not something that we rehearsed, but something you are intimately familiar with. First of all, for the international audience, for more information on the MSA and to take a look at Danielle's handiwork, Google up the Truth About Vaping videos. And of course, the most recent installment looks at the potential of a master settlement agreement for vaping. And so if anybody is sort of curious about what effect that will have on, first of all, consumers, but the broader industry beyond just one company, and something that you touch on, we could be looking at a similar situation where there's some arm twisting at the state level, and vapor companies that have nothing to do with perhaps Juul's poor marketing decisions or other things that have really just been hyped up and made much bigger than they actually are, that they would also have to sign on to something like this, correct?
Right. So, the way that the master settlement agreement got started, right, is that states were suing tobacco companies. Well, right now, if you've been paying attention to the news in the United States, states and a lot of other people as well are suing Juul. And so that's how this gets started, right? And so if, and my video gets into this if you want an in-depth analysis, but if Juul perchance wanted to get rid of these lawsuits all in one foul swoop, for example, they might consider something like a master settlement agreement, because there are, I believe, over 2,000 or 3,000 different lawsuits against Juul right now. It's getting insane. And so this is sort of creating the type of environment, following the same playbook, if you will, that ultimately led to the master settlement agreement with tobacco companies and cigarettes. So there is a chance, and tobacco control activists have definitely made it known that they would love to see a master settlement type agreement with the vaping industry stemming from these Juul lawsuits. So it is a possibility that is out there. A lot of it depends on what happens with the lawsuit and what Juul ultimately decides to do.
And as far as tobacco control organizations' motivations or glee at taking money from a vapor company now, I guess it's I don't know that if you mentioned, I don't think you mentioned it, but one of the things that came out of the master settlement agreement was the American Legacy Foundation, which is now the Truth Initiative.
Right.
And so, and these are organizations that receive all kinds of, not just money from Bloomberg, but grants and funding from other places. I'm not entirely clear on how much of that comes from MSA settlement money. Mm-hmm. But if that is there, then certainly a motivation for them to go after vapor companies.
Right. So besides monetary penalties, the MSA also imposed some other things on tobacco companies. So it was the marketing advertising restrictions, like we talked about. It did fund the creation of what we know as the Truth Initiative, but it was originally American Legacy Foundation. And how that worked is, I believe, so MSA funds were only used to initially start it up. I want to say it may have been somewhere between 3 or 5 years worth of the initial, first funding. Since then, Truth no longer takes MSA money. They no longer receive MSA money, but they were, founded with, if you will, a grant or, a lot of funding from the MSA. At this point, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the majority of their funding comes from very apparently smart investments that they have made with a lot of the money that they've collected. But yeah, it funded them. And then it also required tobacco companies to release a ton of previously secret internal documents and memos that provided, evidence of their tactics and strategies. And so a lot of intel and what a lot of tobacco control organizations talk about, the big tobacco playbook, a lot of that comes from these secret documents. I believe there's one, if not several, libraries dedicated to all of these documents.
Yeah, certainly a gold mine that they keep. I'm going to mix my metaphors here, but they keep going back to that well. Of course, I think several years ago we saw them recycling a memo that is in the tobacco files, the replacement smokers memo, I believe written in 1983 by someone who no longer works at that company and may or may not still be alive.
Right.
But yeah, it's certainly a treasure trove for all of them. So. Finally here, does the master settlement agreement actually make cigarettes more expensive?
In effect, yes. It's not technically written into the agreement, but essentially, if costs for a company go up, they typically pass that cost on to their consumers, right? So that's essentially what happens here. And tobacco control activists love to like tout how they made cigarettes more expensive with the MSA, but the tobacco companies didn't have to do that, but they did in order to preserve their profits. So because they had to pay the states, or they have to pay the states so much money annually, they, compensated because they still want profit. So they raised the price of cigarettes to compensate for that.
All right. Well, I hope we at least got some people curious and interested in what the MSA is, and also hopefully answered some questions. Certainly, this is something that's replicatable in other places. So hopefully that was informative. And now, Danielle, I pass the conch shell to you, and fire away.
So now we're going to ask Alex about the FDA and sort of a brief overview of how the FDA regulates vaping, why that happened, the PMTA process, et cetera. So Alex, my first question for you is, how and when did the FDA come to regulate vapor products?
So a little bit of very brief background here. 2009 was a big year for the Food and Drug Administration. In that same year, we had Congress grant FDA the authority to regulate tobacco products, and FDA took enforcement action against vapor companies importing e-cigs to the United States. And FDA basically directed customs to seize these shipments at the port. And they were being seized because allegedly, according to FDA, these companies were marketing them as smoking cessation products. Which immediately puts you into FDA's drug and device and therapeutic, all that jurisdiction. And so in 2009, also the FDA was sued by those companies. This was Sotera, Smoking Everywhere, and I forget which one of those was actually Enjoy. And this all came to a conclusion in 2010. When the judge ruled that as long as e-cigarettes were not sold as smoking cessation therapies, then FDA didn't have any jurisdiction over them. But, and this is the judge's opinion, not the ruling, a lot of people get this confused, that the judge demanded that they be regulated as tobacco, or that the court ruled that they had to be. That was not the case. The judge's opinion was that if the FDA were to pursue regulations, it would probably be under their newly granted tobacco authority. And so that is what played out over the next several years. It would be 4 more years in 2014 before the FDA published its draft deeming rule. And deeming is a process by which, through rulemaking, the FDA could deem certain products to be tobacco products, as long as they are consistent with the statute, made or derived from tobacco. And so this includes all kinds of other tobacco products that weren't in the original Tobacco Control Act, that's what we've been talking about. The Family Smoking Prevention and Tobacco Control Act is what gives FDA their regulatory authority over tobacco. And so this, right down to the nicotine that we use in e-liquids, all of that is made or derived from tobacco, except for the synthetic stuff. And that falls under FDA's tobacco regulatory authority. So in 2014, the draft rule was published. There was a comment period. I encourage everyone to check out CASA's e-cigarette timeline. In fact, if you just type that into Google, it'll take you right there, e-cigarette timeline. It should be in the top result, or the top 3 results. And there's a bit more detail. You can see all of the comments that were submitted, and I of course, direct your attention to CASA's comment. Dr. Carl Phillips pretty much wrote that, and my privilege to even tag along and edit some things in 2014 when I first joined the board of directors. But it is a fantastic comment. Unfortunately, FDA did not heed the warning. And in 2016, the deeming regulations were finalized and published in the Federal Register on May 10th, 5/10 for those of you keeping score at home. And they were pretty much identical to what we saw in 2014. And so that brings us close to where we are today, where FDA is requiring pre-market tobacco applications in order for companies to keep their products on the market.
Thank you for that brief history. And so, as you mentioned, this has been going on for quite a while, right? Since 2010, planning even before then. But let me ask you, what has happened in the last 2 years that is related to this regulatory process, right? It seems like things have been heating up a lot. So I just wanted us to cover, what recently has been happening.
Yeah, so I'll go once again back a little bit further than 2 years. In 2017, this is a year before this 2018 deadline that was established in the deeming rule. The FDA came out and made an announcement and said that they were pushing the deadline for smoke-free new nicotine products back to 2022. And this effectively gave the industry, most importantly, the independent side of the industry, 4 more years to work on their applications. However, as is the case in the United States, somebody's got to sue. And so the American Academy of Pediatrics sued the FDA to, at the time, retroactively enforce the August 8th, 2018 deadline. I believe the lawsuit was filed in 2019. I sometimes get that confused. It could have been late 2018 when it was filed. Forgive me on not having the specific date. But the point is that they wanted retroactive enforcement of this, meaning they wanted all of these products wiped off the market. And so as a result of that lawsuit in 2019, the court came to a conclusion that the deadline would be moved up to May of 2020. In fact, FDA asked for a 10-month delay in setting this deadline, ostensibly to allow a few companies more time to complete a more robust application. FDA did not want to have this deadline come and go without authorizing something or denying a bunch of things. But of course, the pandemic happened, and as a result, there were certainly a lot of bottlenecks throughout the world in a lot of these companies trying to get to labs, to get testing done, to get all the studies and research they needed to do to have a robust application. And with the pandemic on top of that, everything was getting bogged down, especially at FDA. And so the deadline was pushed back to September of 2020. And then the FDA had a year to review all the applications that were received. There were several hundred applications for 6.5 million products, is sort of the final count there. And so as of this past September, what we have seen was, of course, FDA was expected to authorize and or deny applications on September 9th of 2021. Leading up to that deadline, we saw waves of marketing denial orders go out. And the interesting thing about this is that it was for pretty much all of the denial orders were for flavors other than tobacco. And so we'll get into that a little bit. But so far, the FDA has authorized one product, and that is the Vuse Solo, which is an early generation device. And I know that you've brought this up a couple times. How easy is it to get a hold of the Vuse Solo?
I had a friend who was searching all over Southern California for one, and I think it took about a week or two, and finally convinced a shop owner to special order it for him so that he could try it. So my understanding is, I believe they have, according to Nielsen data, I think they have like less than 1% of the market share. It is not a very, that was their initial, I believe it was their initial product that was put out in like 2012, 2014, somewhere in there. And the Vuse Alto is their more popular product, which I believe is still pending PMTA, review. But the Solo, not a very popular product.
Yeah. That was a Reynolds product. And again, one of those sort of things that we point to quite a bit here when people say that this is just a big tobacco driven product category. Here you go. The Vuse Solo introduced maybe 2012, at least 4 years after people started DIYing their own e-liquids in their kitchens and building mods out of guitar pedals and whatever else you could find at the hardware store. So yeah.
So, what is the perceived likelihood of success been for small businesses applying, putting their PMTA applications in?
So again, I will direct you to the comments on our e-cigarette timeline for some more detailed commentary about this. But from the time that the deeming rule was published to present, and even as far back as the draft rule in 2014, the perceived likelihood of success of small businesses applying for PMTA is slim to none. The FDA sort of threw a number out there that applications could cost $150,000 to like $325,000 or something like that. I don't know where they came up with that number, but just for reference, I think Turning Point Brands put more than $20 million into their application, and this was an application that was originally denied. But we'll get back into that a little bit later.
So, slim to none chance of making it because, as you mentioned, it's incredibly expensive and difficult. Can you get into some of the details about why it's so ridiculous?
Sure. So the initial estimates from FDA, first of all, I don't think they accounted for what has ended up being this sort of the switcheroo that was pulled on manufacturers with, halfway through reviewing, not even halfway through reviewing, just in the middle of reviewing applications, the FDA basically started denying these applications because they didn't contain product-specific randomized control trials or longitudinal studies, which I've never priced that out because I've never been required to get one for anything, but I imagine they're quite expensive, not to mention all of the lab testing involved. And people who are familiar with the products know that these are, when you're talking about one flavor in one nicotine strength, that's one application. And so just run the range of nicotine strengths that you see in one flavor, and you need data for each one of those. And then think about what each manufacturer actually makes in terms of the number of different flavors. Perhaps they are, co-packers out there who are manufacturing for different brands. Each one of those nicotine strengths and flavors is its own application with its own specific data, and all of that, each one of those costs an exorbitant amount of money all put together. And in addition to putting the application together, companies have to make investments in terms of good manufacturing practices. They need to do post-market surveillance. Something that people may not understand is that market authorizations are not carved in stone. These can be revoked at any time by FDA if a company steps out of line. And so it is in the best interest of all of these applicants to have a very clear and robust marketing plan. That takes money to develop, it takes money to implement, and it takes money to stick by that. And so all of these costs it's bigger than the application itself. The expenses continue on well past getting market authorization, if you can even get to that point.
Yeah, it's enough to, make you dizzy, essentially. So with all of this, considering the cost and the difficulty and everything involved in this pathway that's been created, how many tobacco products have actually been authorized by the FDA as of now?
So, sorry, I needed a sip of water there. So we have, I believe, almost half a dozen products. Actually, it's more than that because Swedish Match was the first company to get across the finish line here with 8 snus products, which include mint and wintergreen. This, of course, happening because their application showed that marketing these products is appropriate for the protection of public health. That didn't seem to impress the Board of Commissioners in the city of San Francisco, but nonetheless, the FDA has already approved flavors other than tobacco as appropriate for the protection of public health. Altria gained a marketing authorization for IQOS, the heat not burn product, and once again, in flavors other than tobacco, just mint, but nonetheless, a flavor. 22nd Century, makers of very low nicotine content cigarettes, also received a PMTA. However, the company has vowed to not market it until they get a modified risk order. Reynolds, as we mentioned, recently gained the first market authorization for a vapor product for the Vuse Solo that nobody uses. And then there is another one that I've never tried. I've seen pictures of it. It sounds interesting, but also weird. And that is Verve from U.S. Smokeless Tobacco Company. It is described as a chewy, non-gum nicotine disc. Appetizing.
Very. So of all of these products, what is actually available to consumers, right? We have this insane pathway. It's taken us years to get here. We only have a handful of things that have been actually authorized by FDA. Let's narrow it down even more and let us know which ones are actually even purchasable.
So probably the thing that Americans are most likely to find is going to be the General Snus products. It's not sold everywhere. It's not sold in the gas station down the street from me, although Zyn is, but that hasn't received a marketing order just yet. And I think there was an article about the nicotine pouches using synthetic nicotine. So that may buy them a little bit of time. So yeah, General Snus is probably the most likely to find. IQOS, we're expecting that at the result of a patent infringement lawsuit, IQOS will no longer be sold in the United States as of this month, November. But previously, it is currently being sold or was being sold in just 4 states, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. We're not exactly sure how that whole patent infringement thing is going to play out. Apparently, if they can manufacture it domestically, then they'll be able to sell it here. It's all about an import ban. And as I mentioned, 22nd Century isn't marketing their product until they get a modified risk order. And as we discussed, Vuse Solo is very hard to find. So yeah, if you're out there looking for a modified risk tobacco product that the FDA has given its blessing to, General Snus is probably the one thing that you're going to be able to find.
Right. And I think we discovered that the strange Verve chewy non-gum nicotine discs were discontinued, I believe, in 2019. So good luck finding that one.
Yeah, which is unfortunate because I am known and do enjoy sometimes putting weird things in my mouth. So
chewy discs for the win.
It's right up my alley.
So we've seen some discussion about this, and I just want to briefly touch on what is the difference between FDA authorizing something and approving. We've seen a little bit of a disconnect, especially in the media on this topic. So I wondered if you could just cover this quickly.
Yeah, so I'm sure at like a codified level within FDA, there's a way to explain this in a very dry and legal sounding way. But just as a sort of a practical way to make a distinction, when people hear the phrase FDA approved, that is typically referencing drugs or devices, therapeutic drugs or devices. And FDA approval carries that message of this is safe for you to use. And so we have to make that distinction between what FDA approves and what FDA authorizes for sale. FDA is never going to come out and say that any tobacco product is safe for use. Rather, that the marketing is appropriate for the protection of the public health and that these products are indeed authorized for sale.
Got it. So there are currently 28 plus, probably and counting, companies suing FDA because lawsuits over their PMTA applications, namely their marketing denial orders. Can you talk briefly about what is going on there and why that's happening?
Sure. So as we mentioned not that long ago, just a few minutes ago, it seems that FDA has established a new standard part of the way through reviewing these applications. So what these companies are suing for is that they're challenging the marketing denial orders and asking for a stay through the court or for FDA to rescind the marketing order. So the stay basically stops FDA from taking enforcement action. Rescinding the marketing denial order should put their application back into review. And so what's happened and why companies are actually being granted these stay orders or having their MDOs rescinded is that FDA appears to have summarily or in a wholesale way rejected applications for vapor products in flavors other than tobacco. And they did this by way of conducting what's known as a fatal flaw review. And so the fatal flaw, according to FDA, was a lack of product-specific RCTs, randomized control trials, or longitudinal data. In my opinion, and I'm sure other people share this, and I can't actually claim ownership of this opinion, but this appears that this action violates FDA's mandate to conduct thorough scientific review. And another way to look at this is contempt prior to investigation, which will not fail to keep man in everlasting darkness. A little AA quote there for you. This attitude might be embedded, arguably, in the Tobacco Control Act, but it is not plainly written. It is not codified, and so clearly FDA has violated something here. So yeah, I've mentioned this several times in that they have implemented this standard after the application deadline came and went, and our Fifth Circuit, it was at the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, in rendering their ruling on the Wages and White Lion case, referred to this as FDA pulling a switcheroo on the industry, yeah, that shouldn't have happened. It's a pretty good legal document for anybody out there interested in reading it. Just look up Wages and White Lion versus FDA, and it should come right up. What we've been learning through this process of companies suing the FDA is that several of these companies, actually a lot of companies, actually did submit robust applications. Turning Point Brands, as I mentioned earlier, was sort of the first indication of some malfeasance on the part of FDA here. Turning Point Brands actually did include studies that would qualify as a longitudinal study and some clinical trials specific to the products they were seeking an application or seeking approval authorization for. And another one, again, Wages and White Lion, included as part of their application a very clear marketing plan. Again, this is something that's required. You have to develop a marketing plan. You have to stick to it. And Wages and White Lion, their commitment is to only do business with retailers who are adult-only access. So in the United States, that's 21 and up. And these are not products that you would ordinarily find in a convenience store to begin with. But here we have a company as part of their application committing to sell it in adult-only establishments. And so, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty galling to think about. You know, they put out the deeming rule in 2014, right? That was the first draft of them saying there's going to be a pathway that we're making for this. And they make what is essentially a new rule, and they wait to come up with it or decide that it's what they're going to base their findings on until after the deadline for submission has passed in 2020. And in the middle of, I mean, when I explain this to people, I think of it like, okay, you have a study guide for a test, right? And you follow the study guide and you study and you prep for the test. And then you take your quiz. And then in the middle of your teacher grading it, they decide that they're going to add questions that weren't on the study guide after you already took the test. And then, you know, mark off points on your test because you didn't answer the question they're adding while they're grading. That's my bad analogy for the day.
No, I think that works perfectly. And then I throw in a dash of politics. We've seen, again, I don't know that we can beat this into the ground, but this is supposed to be a scientific review. There's nobody should be campaigning or lobbying the FDA to make a decision one way or another. The FDA is a data-driven agency, and they need the room in order to make those decisions based on the science. And it's not just the science presented in the application. You don't just submit a tobacco application and you're done. We've seen a lot of back and forth between the Center for Tobacco Products and other manufacturers. Reynolds is still amending their modified risk application for Camel snus. We saw a back and forth on IQOS. Manufacturers have these opportunities to add things in order to address new questions from FDA as they're reviewing their applications. And so as a science-based organization, they need the room in order to do that. But what we've seen in throughout this process, first of all, the lawsuit from American Academy of Pediatrics has really thrown a spanner in the works here. And I've said this a couple times on CASA's podcast, and I hope I'm not the only person who believes this, but I think had the FDA been allowed to stick to that timeline of a 2022 deadline, I think we would have seen a lot more of the agency implementing deadlines that are bringing the industry along and getting everybody closer to submitting robust applications that the agency felt confident in reviewing. But instead, everything got cut short. And so we're sort of left with just this big mess. You have an agency that was on a trajectory to get things done at a certain time. And now all of that's been moved up. And so everybody's got to call an audible and try to get things done. That's one potential explanation for it. The other explanation is acting FDA commissioner Janet Woodcock got hauled in front of Congress and berated for I don't know how long by activist anti-tobacco lawmakers, at one point asking her whether or not she was familiar with the Tobacco Product Scientific Advisory Committee, which is something that was established by the Tobacco Control Act. It does include members from the industry. They are non-voting members. If you've ever watched TPSAC in action, frequently the other experts around the table are asking the tobacco representatives questions, trying to learn more about the manufacturing process, toxins, and all these other things. And so they're a vital part to that committee. The questions seem pointed in a way to question the credibility of TPSAC, as if it had been co-opted by the tobacco industry somehow. Almost comparing it to the fake science organization that tobacco companies had back in the 70s and 80s. I can't even remember the name of the organization. So anyway, all of that to say, this rule, if we're calling it that, this new standard may or may not have been implemented following that hearing. So this was FDA's response to a tremendous amount of political pressure, not just from Congress, but from all of the other anti-tobacco campaigns. And I don't know how else to say it, but that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. This is supposed to be a science-driven conversation.
Exactly. And anecdotally, we've heard from, industry representatives saying that, up until a certain point, perhaps around the time of this hearing, there was a fairly, legitimate back and forth between companies with applications and FDA, in terms of deficiencies or supplying more materials. It was a fairly friendly situation. And then suddenly until it wasn't. And if I'm not mistaken, there is some, timing that may coincide there, but it does seem like there was a very severe shift in attitude. And then we saw this sort of cascade of MDOs that came out. So it is quite curious. I will be interested in following these lawsuits to see what comes out, essentially.
Yeah, I would say for those who are interested in reading some more details about it, Alex Norcia, Norcia, at Filter Magazine has covered this recently, with specifically to the FDA's switcheroo. So some excellent reporting coming out of Filter from Alex Norcia and Helen Redman as well. We don't see a lot of this, under any other circumstances. This would be a huge controversy. This is a scandal.
Yes.
And our mainstream media are not picking this up. It should be well known that NBC in particular, I believe, as a matter of policy, has a bias against tobacco. You can see that in some of their comedy writing, and certainly in the way that they covered the lung injury cases in 2019, failing to mention FDA's updated warning to consumers about illicit THC cartridges. And so, But a lot of good coverage out of this, and we expect to see more details as more lawsuits are filed, as more companies are winning stays or getting their MDOs rescinded.
Absolutely. And so how have the tobacco control organizations in the United States been reacting to FDA authorizations?
With the typical amount of weird propaganda and misinformation, and of course, they seem to be ramping up the pressure. And we just saw today Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy from Illinois, I guess, coming out swinging and launching an investigation into synthetic nicotine. Representative Krishnamurthy and his committee have sort of they have a track record of dragging in the PAVE moms and the PAVE children, and really not giving the consumer side of this, the people who depend on these products to improve their lives, equal representation or fair representation. That's how things go in Congress. If you're the chair of the committee, you pretty much get to set the narrative, and that's exactly what they've done. It is entertaining if you can stomach it. It is horrible if you're on the receiving end of their misinformation, like we are. So yeah, we can expect to see more of that. I suspect the longer the FDA takes to deny, this is what they want. They want Juul's PMTA to be denied. So the longer that takes, the longer that Juul is allowed to remain on the market, the more and more these groups will be campaigning. We recently saw this horrible, misleading, triggering, judgmental, all of the horrible words you want to put on it, campaign from the Truth Initiative with their depression stick. Total nonsense, total garbage. Unfortunately, this is sort of the way that the Truth Initiative does their campaigns. I think they got a little bit of money to do some opioid ads at one point. They were horribly stigmatizing and largely misinformation. I can't imagine that actually helped anyone, and certainly their tobacco marketing is no better. So yeah, that's just a sampling of some of the reactions and activities we've seen in response to this.
Yeah, I think the main event is definitely going to be whatever FDA ultimately does with Juul's applications. That's, I think, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Matt Myers from the Campaign for the Tobacco-Free Kids even said that essentially he put a clock on FDA, and he's like, we're not waiting months for, their decision on Juul's PMTA. So I would imagine that they will probably sue again and take them back to court if they don't get an answer soon.
Yeah.
So in terms of soon and what's coming next, what exactly are we waiting for and or hoping for in this process coming next?
Well, I'd say, the waiting for is probably the easiest to wrap our heads around, maybe. Waiting for things in the dark is often hard, but, we're waiting to see, I think, more evidence of FDA's malfeasance here. FDA betraying a scientific process in favor of appeasing politicians and prohibitionist campaigns. And I think, that falls into the waiting side of things, because it really is only a matter of time before all of this is exposed. And the hopeful side is that we do actually get a fair shake. The PMTA process from the outset is not fair. It was designed to create a bottleneck and prevent tobacco companies from introducing new products to the market. I might be off base on this, but some of the early days when the conventions were in full swing, and everybody had their own YouTube show and reviewers and all kinds of stuff going on here. The hype really drove the market. The ability to introduce new products, seasonal products, all of these things from a marketing perspective, keep them in front of the eyeballs of people who want to buy these products, and more importantly, put them in front of people who are smoking, and might be looking for a safer alternative, or maybe they're not looking, but they're certainly curious about a banana cream pie e-liquid that's going to taste worlds better than that cigarette they've been tied to for 20 years.
Right.
And so that excitement really drove the market. But the PMTA process, I mean, the Tobacco Control Act was written to really clamp down on that and make it near impossible for a new product to come on the market. If you talk to Matt Myers about it, you hear him talk about the Tobacco Control Act and all of the pathways that they've designed. Preventing new products to come on the market was not their intent. They just want everything to go through a scientific review. That's the kind of that's the gaslighting and talking out of one side of your face kind of stuff that we can expect from the campaigns. But what the community's been asking for, the industry has been asking for more than a decade now is really just a fair shake. I think it's unfortunate that it's going to require this issue rising to an undeniable level that activist groups lose credibility, and that it's sort of like you can't deny that water's wet.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there are people out there who have tried. There are, I'm sure, professional organizations out there that have stood behind certain positions, and when it rises to a level where it is absolutely undeniable that they are wrong, and they've doubled down and keep redoubling down,
Mm-hmm.
they have to lose credibility. Right now, Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, Truth Initiative, and all of the body parts groups, cancer, heart, and lung, they have amassed an enormous amount of credibility among politicians, among state and local health departments, and among the American public, that, even when you talk to critical thinking doctors out there, and specific to this, I remember telling a cardiologist about vaping, and after the evening was over, he went back and the first source that he went to was the World Health Organization. And I said, well, yeah, they have an opinion. It's not really correct, but sure. And what he picked up on was, I think somewhere in there, they do actually acknowledge that e-cigarettes are less harmful than smoking. So that's a good thing for them. But for doctors and politicians and lawyers and moms and dads, these organizations are the gold standard for them in terms of how they're going to develop their opinion. And so I think I don't mean to set the bar unreasonably high, but being a member of the crisis-oriented human race, the house is going to have to be on fire before somebody realizes that we've got to put it out. And I don't know that we can count on these organizations to do their part and correct the record. But certainly that, I think, is a level that we're going to have to get to before this starts to turn around.
Absolutely. I completely agree. I think a lot of people have likened it to, reefer madness and other things, tactics that we've seen with the war on drugs and marijuana and all of these things. And it's just, I remember hearing somebody talk, I think it was earlier today on a Twitter Spaces about, prohibitionists have always gone, for the children, right? That's the kind of excuse that they use to try to prohibit things, but it never ends up, what the evidence that they use for that never ends up coming to fruition. It never, bears out in real life. And yet it's still the go-to tactic. It's interesting. I'm sort of waiting for that day where we're vindicated and, everybody gets a scarlet letter for being wrong on these things.
Yeah, scarlet letter was running through my head the other day, but the other way around. Like I feel like I have a scarlet letter when I go out in public that, I'm going to be shunned for being a nicotine consumer.
Yeah.
But you noted the Twitter Spaces. For folks, I promise I'm not just killing time here. We've got 5 minutes left, and happy to take any questions. I can't see any chat on YouTube, so if anybody's got any questions out there, if they can be relayed, we're happy to answer them in the last 5 minutes here. But you brought up the Twitter Spaces thing. I know Amanda Wheeler was on yesterday on this live stream, a true champion for vapor products in the United States, and very appreciative of all of her work. But definitely check out the, is it Vapor American? I think is the Twitter handle.
AVM, yeah.
It's the American Vapor Manufacturers. Or is it, yeah, American AVM. Check them out on Twitter, and definitely check out those Twitter Spaces. And most recently, she posted up a tweet in response to Representative Yarmouth from Kentucky, who is responsible for putting the vaping tax back into our Build Back Better Act. And we're here, working hard to make sure that stays out of the final funding bill. But noting, somewhat, to your point about the children, Yarmouth has been a steadfast defender of the alcohol industry, and of course, Kentucky, known for its bourbon and other libations, and of course, its tobacco. And so it should not be a surprise that the representative from Kentucky put the e-cigarette tax language back in, but all of the other leaf tobacco taxes were left out. Also worth noting that alcohol actually does kill somewhere between 3,000 to 5,000 teenagers every year, and compare that to the alleged harm caused by smoke-free nicotine products, and you will see an obvious imbalance there in priorities. So anyway, just more points to illustrate, I think, a lot of the hypocrisy that we experience here. And unfortunately, it's not just from politicians. That's predictable and boring. But when it comes from science-based regulators, it stings a lot more.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think we could do an hours long panel on hypocrisy and still not be done.
So I did see that we can see comments from YouTube. So
Yes.
We've got 3 minutes here. Did you see any questions pop up, Danielle?
I have not seen anything specific, I don't think. A lot of comedians in the chat. I appreciate their humor.
We do appreciate the colorful audience that we have, not just here in the United States, but all across the world. I think one of the themes here, of course, is that the harms of smoking affect everyone, no matter where you come from. Obviously, certain groups of people are affected disproportionately more than the rest of the population, but maybe ending on a lighter note, we do appreciate your candor and good humor. You got to laugh, or else you're just going to spend all your days crying.
Very true.
Patrick, I will absolutely blame you for colorful language.
Well, should we wrap it up?
I think that's it. Do you want to do the thank yous?
I would like to thank you, Alex, for being here with us. I would like to thank those who organized the Scope event for inviting us, and especially thanks to all of the viewers who tuned in and spent I'm not going to put a day or time on this because this is international, so who spent the last hour with us listening and looking deeper into tobacco harm reduction issues. So thank you guys very much.
Yeah, thank you. And a special thanks to Nancy Lucas for being a very diligent organizer in all of this and getting an international group of people together, especially, not just the obvious language barriers and all of that, but helping us sort out the time zones to make this thing a success. Much appreciation to the folks working backstage here and putting all of this on. And I don't know, maybe a hopeful thanks to any media people who have been watching this and have your own questions. Certainly you can send an email to us, board@CASAA.org. Danielle and I both get those if you have any need for comment in covering COP9. And again, thanks for everybody for watching and letting us into your home or workplace or wherever you have your phone for the past hour. Thank you very much.
Everybody, welcome to the panel discussion on tobacco harm reduction. We are going to discuss this from different perspectives. This is Amanda Wheeler. Thank you for that, Amanda. This is Ace Salagupta from End Cigarette Smoking in Thailand. And last but never least, Dr. Colin Mendelsohn.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I guess the best way to start off is let's talk about the stories of how we got involved in tobacco harm reduction. I would like to start with you, Amanda, because I haven't spoken to you before, so welcome. And please tell us how you got involved in tobacco harm reduction.
Thanks for having me. I will try to make a long story very concise. Many years ago, my husband and I were both very heavily addicted cigarette smokers. He was a 2 to 3 pack a day smoker. I was a pack a day smoker. The stakes were very high for me. I had cancer when I was 19 years old. I went through a year of chemotherapy, radiation, was very, very ill. Unrelated to smoking, but suffice it to say, when you go through cancer and cancer treatment, it's strongly recommended that you stop smoking. And, despite going through all of those health issues, I continued to smoke for another 10 years after that. I tried consistently for 10 years to stop and never found anything that worked for me. And then, one weekend, my husband was going into the smoke shop to buy his usual couple of cartons of cigarettes for the week. And, he ran into his first encounter with a vaping device. This was back in 2009. He purchased it, he tried it, and was able to quit smoking in a weekend. Obviously this was something when you're in a marriage, you don't want one person smoking and one person not. And so, I started vaping. I had a very similar experience. It took about a month for me to stop smoking entirely, but for the first time in my life, it really wasn't a struggle. What I noticed is I felt so much better. I smelled so much better. Food tasted better. I wasn't, waking up, coughing up things every morning. And so it was probably the easiest way I had ever encountered to quit, and the only way that was truly successful for me. It was driven by that personal experience, that we wanted to share it with other people in our community. Like back at this time, vaping was not prevalent in the United States at all. There weren't a lot of products in the marketplace. And so, we opened up a business in our local community, and 10 years later, here we are. We have 6 vape shops now. We both continue to be smoke-free all these many years later, and just wildly successful. And we've been able to help tens of thousands of other adults in the United States quit smoking. It's something we're very proud of. We really got involved in the fight for advocacy probably in about 2014, just as a result of wanting to defend our business and to defend our customers from things that we started to see happen in the United States, and been very heavily involved in advocacy ever since.
Excellent. Thank you for doing that. I know plenty of people in the States that, have actually converted and switched over. And it's people like you that have helped them. Because I remember when I was still in the States, all we could get at the very beginning were those little Ciga-like things, and they were useless. So thank you. Ace, next. Give us your story, please.
Thanks for inviting me here, and greetings to, I don't know what to say. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. But my story is that I was a smoker for probably almost 38 years. And I have tried every way to quit, including the quit line and the quitting clinic in the States back when I was there. I tried to quit. I really tried. And I did quit cold turkey probably about 20 times. It worked every time. But the next morning, I just went out to 7-Eleven and bought another pack of cigarettes.
Yeah.
Finally, I found electronic cigarettes about 10 years ago. Actually, before that, but it didn't work. And after the Ciga-like, then I got an advice from a friend saying, every time you feel like you want to smoke, pick up an electronic cigarette instead. And I did that. And since then, I never looked back. I never touched a single cigarette. And it's become really stinky, even, the smell.
Mm-hmm.
So I did really quit because of vaporizers by using electronic cigarettes, and it had became my passion because like Amanda, I have a lot of close ones who smoked, and I did really help them quit by introducing to electronic cigarettes and the proper way to use it. And I mean, hundreds of people around me got a better health because of electronic cigarettes.
So yeah. And also I want to add, and if you would kind of articulate on this, Asa, the screen keeps moving, so that's why my eyes are jiggling around. I'm not losing my mind yet. A group of you from ECST actually went and did chest x-rays and health checks as well to prove. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, of course. A few years back, I think it was we did what we call the World Vape Day before the actual World Vape Day. So to coincide with the World No Smoking Day, I started by, like about 10 years while I was still smoking. I did the chest x-ray and there were spots in the x-ray. And the doctors, the directors of the hospital, he was very concerned, but told me to quit smoking, and I still couldn't. And a few years back, I just realized, I say, hey, why not do some chest x-ray? And the doctor also advised me to do like the blowing the lung capacity test. You have to blow into the tube,
spirometer,
yeah, lung capacity. And he was surprised that all the spots are gone and my lung was really in good health. And so I invited the members of ECST, which our Facebook group, we have like about 100,000 people, and we just gathered like about 20 something, about 24 people to do the same. Especially we want the people who did some chest x-ray in the past that have some spots, and all of them results are the same. The results of our x-rays are really healthy, and we have some comment from the doctor said, the age of our lungs looks younger than our actual age. So yeah, pretty much that's what we did. About 24 of us, we went and have the chest x-ray and lung capacity test.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing, actually. Now, Doc, you're here, you're listening to this. You are one of the few GPs and medical people that actually understands and believes in THR. What is your motivation for helping people get off of combustibles?
Nancy, thank you so much for asking me, and congratulations on this outstanding exercise. The video said it all, didn't it? I don't know if we can really add much to that. It was fantastic. Look, I guess I'm the odd one out. I've never smoked, I've never vaped, but I grew up in a cloud of smoke. My father was a smoker. He was a doctor, knew how bad it was, couldn't quit, and he and my father-in-law both died from smoking. And I became a GP, developed a special interest in smoking, became involved in teaching and research, became known as the smoking doctor because there weren't many doctors involved in smoking. But even as the smoking doctor, I was having very low success rates. Most of my patients were not being successful, and it was very frustrating for them and for me. So as we became aware of vaping in the mid-2010s, I actually went to London. I spoke to Peter Hayek, Martin Dockrell, Clive Bates, who really piqued my growing interest in this field. I came back to Australia thinking, great, we have all this evidence, everyone will listen now. I wrote an article for the Medical Journal of Australia, and there was pretty much dead silence. And this was incredibly frustrating. I found vaping in my practice was working extremely well, although there was a lot of hostility to it. So I became more and more involved in advocacy and in trying to educate doctors and the public about vaping, because as we all know, there is so much misinformation. And my career since then has been about advocacy. I've been involved in teaching, doing lectures on vaping and research, and trying to challenge the establishment, which doesn't want to change its traditional direction and just isn't really interested in tobacco harm reduction in Australia.
Why do you think that is? In general, that the medical profession, a lot of people seem so, they just don't even want to acknowledge it. They don't want to look at it. What is it that causes them to be like that?
You know, it's not about the evidence. I naively thought, well, we'll show them the evidence. Here is the most popular quitting aid in the Western world. Here is the most effective quitting aid. And it's an aid that people are willing to use, and it's working. And you would have thought that would do the job, but it's clearly a lot more than that. And I think what's happening is, as Clive was saying, is that people are opposing vaping for all the wrong reasons. It's all about the abstinence ideology, moral issues, big tobacco, vested interests, financial interests, political agendas. And I think they justify their opposition by things like, which are going to sound much better, like, oh, but we're just thinking of the kids, or we can't let the tobacco company take over. And then they maintain that bias with, confirmation bias and conformity bias and groupthink and all that stuff. So it's very hard to argue the evidence with people who are actually not about the evidence. Even though they're medical practitioners, they're not looking at the evidence, and they're not accepting the evidence, as Clive said, or was it Eden? Even when the evidence is there that they're asking for, they won't accept it. So that's what we're up against.
Yeah, interesting that you brought that up about, there is this ideological idea that vaping is a big tobacco construct. And this is going to come back at you, Amanda, because what's going on in the United States, besides being shocking and appalling, is do they realize that they're trying to hand the entire industry to the enemy and killing an entire billion-dollar industry? Can you explain that? Because that is just defies logic.
I think they are aware of it. I think they want to treat it like the elephant in the room. Maybe if we don't acknowledge it, maybe we don't have to have an honest conversation about that. In the U.S., who these actions are going to benefit. The United States-based advocates spent years warning the FDA, warning the United States Congress, warning anyone who would listen, that the way regulations in the states are being handled are going to hand a monopoly over this technology to big tobacco, who they claim to be the people that they hate and who they're operating against, when in reality, it seems that they're doing everything they can to ensure that big tobacco has a monopoly over this space. Things like the Food and Drug Administration's application approval process, what's going on the last few months here. 93% of the applications from small and independent businesses have been summarily denied. Those companies have no option now but to fight in court. There's an outrageous tax being proposed in the United States Congress right now that every stock market analyst that I've seen cover this has said, their big tobacco stocks they recommend people immediately purchase, because this tax will give such a boost to big tobacco companies over small and independent businesses. And so I think it's when people pretend that they're not aware that these actions will directly lead to a monopoly, I think it's feigned ignorance. I don't think it's very authentic at all. There's certainly been more than enough of us attempting to highlight this issue.
Do you think that they're going to try to create a separate MSA for vape like they did with tobacco? Do you think that might be what's behind all of this?
I do. I think, 5 companies are easier to regulate than 500 companies, right? This whole process with what we've seen with market authorizations, with recent PACT Act requirements for reporting sales taxes, and that also included shipping restrictions. And now what we're seeing with this proposed federal vape tax, for the first time in United States history, a federal tax on vapor products. I think that is all pieces that they're putting into place to pave the way to a vape MSA, certainly.
Yeah, because that's another thing we've been dealing with in Asia, is that, for example, I'll give you Malaysia, right? Malaysia is going to legalize, but they're going to tax. A lot of governments, because of COVID, are losing revenue. And they're going to try to claw back as much of that as they possibly can through taxing whatever they can possibly tax. Which brings me to Asa, because Asa is interesting. He lives in a country where the government has a very high vested interest in tobacco. How does this all play out for you, Asa, when you're sitting here listening to all of this?
Yeah, it's really funny because like you just said, you know, like Thailand has its own tobacco, cigarette production, manufacturing plants, whatever you want to call it, but still it controlled the majority of cigarette and the people who smoke, and we produce our own cigarette, which are like kind of well known all over, and the brands and everything, and it's difficult to say because like they are fighting harm reduction, and we are trying to say I had been lately I was with I had to be at the parliament every week. I was part of the subcommittees to kind of like to lift the ban. It was the discussion on how to tax cigarettes, tobacco, and electronic cigarettes. So we are trying to give out the evidence, the scientific evidence, saying how safer electronic cigarettes compared to regular combustible cigarettes. And I have been blamed by some doctors here, saying that, you know, I belong to tobacco industry and I shouldn't be within that subcommittees. Why other people, you know, who receive direct funds from big tobacco here in Thailand, the tobacco manufacturing company, are allowed to come out and speak in public and sit in many committees. So there's a big conflict of interest going on here. And yeah, like you said, you know, it's weird. And for those of you who still don't know, Thailand had we still have a law on it is illegal to import, to manufacture, and to distribute electronic cigarette, including you cannot vape at a place where it's a no smoking zone. So electronic cigarette had already been categorized as tobacco products, but still, you know, like you cannot import, you cannot distribute, you cannot manufacture electronic cigarettes. And that leads also to bribery, because like police, there will be some very few policemen saying that since it is illegal to import, manufacture, and distribute, then possession and the act of vaping itself is illegal, which actually, you know, by the law it is not. But you know, that's how bribery is going on. So it's really confusing time right now, and it had been for several years, and that's one of the things that we are fighting for. And so it's a big conflict of interest going on here.
I think there's a big conflict of interest in the entire situation and what's going on with that big meeting, that's virtual meeting that's happening right now, that Ethan mentioned at the end of his presentation, that person who I choose to call Voldemort. I want to ask Amanda something about Voldemort. I haven't forgotten you, Colin. We know that individual has tried to flex his muscles quite strongly in low and middle income countries. What is his influence in his own home country?
It can't be overstated. You know, I don't know how familiar people around the globe are with the American two-party system, but Voldemort, as you say, is quite entrenched into one of those political parties, even attempting to run for president as that party's nominee, and has been a very heavy donor to everyone in that party that is in a major position. of power, and a major funder of candidates at all levels of government, a shadow funder of all of these NGOs that push for taxes and bans and push for FDA to remove products from the market and deny applications. So that influence is felt very strongly in the United States. The level of funding that has gone to anti-vaping media and advertisements in the United States has made public opinion here on vaping quite toxic, to the degree that the majority of adults feel that vaping is just as bad or worse than smoking, specifically because of the hundreds of millions of dollars that were spent on advertisements to malign a really life-saving technology. And so it's very insidious at all level of government. I mean, you can take it down to individual city government decisions all the way up to the United States Food and Drug Administration. It's pervasive everywhere.
Okay, so it's not, he's flexing his muscles, quote unquote, everywhere. Leads me to Colin. One of the things that I always, I mean, even though I sound like I'm from New York, and yes, I'm originally from New York, I do live in New Zealand. One of the things that always amazes me is the difference between New Zealand and Australia. Now, I still to this day don't quite understand why they're so diametrically opposed when it comes to tobacco harm reduction. Do you have any insight on that?
Well, Nancy, one of the issues is that we think in Australia that we're pretty good with tobacco control. So we have certain organisations and individuals who think they've done a fantastic job and therefore they're untouchable, and the way that they've approached tobacco control should continue. And to some extent, I think they're protecting their legacy, but they're trying to say, look, we've done such a great job, we don't need things like this which are potentially risky. And I think they've been driving a lot of the debate in Australia against vaping. It is very distressing looking across the Tasman and seeing, our Kiwi cousins taking a very different and so much more sensible view, as they have in so many other things. New Zealand's been quite progressive in a whole range of other social issues. But in Australia, we are very conservative, and I do think the $17 billion in cigarette tax is playing a role in Australia. It's our fourth biggest tax. We have the highest cigarette prices in the world. New Zealand's not far behind. But I think New Zealand has definitely been more progressive. Mind you, there was that court case in New Zealand which where PMI took the Ministry of Health to court, and that kind of turned things around the corner. But still, I think New Zealand was more in favour long before earlier in the piece.
Yeah. I have a question from the audience. You ready for this, people? Here we go. In the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia, vapes are now included, or shortly will be, in the tax code, which is a nod to the financial disruption that they have caused. A loss of tobacco tax revenue, etc. Regulation of the actual product, proportionate or not, is yet to be tabled in these three countries. In our view, the view of the panel, is this a viable and sustainable step towards a more reasonable regulatory approach from more enlightened governments? Especially considering that the governments of Malaysia and the Philippines are both signatories to FCTC. So that the decision to regulate and not ban, does this automatically mean that other COP9 countries or delegates will echo the position or not? What are your thoughts on all of that? Kind of complicated, yeah. The summary explanation is that there's going to be countries that are going to be going to COP9 and they have progressive regulation. Do you believe that those people speaking out and speaking up for that is going to influence other delegates and possibly help turn the tide towards risk proportionate regulation of reduced harm products?
I think anytime anybody can credibly speak out and speak up on behalf of reduced risk products, that at a certain point you have to hit a critical mass of voices bringing that perspective, but someone's got to break the ice, right? And so anybody attending that can be that voice to deliver that message, I think is a ray of hope that others may follow in their footsteps and start building up some sort of critical mass to change. As far as the specific question on Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia, I will leave that to someone who has more expertise in that part of the globe than I do. But I think pro-tobacco harm reduction voices speaking up are always going to be helpful.
Colin?
Yeah, like I agree. I mean, the more people we have, the more countries we have supporting tobacco harm reduction, I think there is a critical point, tipping point, where we are going to break through. As Ethan suggested, though, it's not going to be a quick process, and it was shocking hearing the decades of struggle they've had in the same game plan of the war against drugs as we're seeing now, and the long time it took. People just don't seem to have learned. So it's going to be a slow process, but this is definitely part of it, getting people on side, countries on side, and gradually building a consensus in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, the question remains. I mean, how do we know how do governments know what their delegates are actually saying when they're there? And then how do we find out? Because it's so secretive. We really don't know what they're saying or what they're doing. And that, that brings us to the next issue of, we're sitting here and we're trying to advocate for something. And it's very possible that if we go to somebody who's, a representative and they say, yeah, we support you, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to go and actually represent that point of view. They may just follow the party line. So, I mean, really, it boils down to we have a lot of work ahead of us, and it's on many different levels, And usually the first port of call for most people is they go to their GP when they want to quit smoking. And that first port of call, unless they get somebody like Colin, are basically they're told patches, gum, whatever is available now. I don't even know. Here in New Zealand, if you're a vapor, you're not supposed to be listed as a smoker. And some GPs still continue to put you down as a smoker, which is illegal. But, people don't want to fight it. Okay. So Colin, as a doctor, say I want to go, I've tried everything I possibly can, okay, and I'm going to go to this GP, and this GP is going to turn around and try to put me on the same crap that didn't work the first time. How do we break through that?
Well, the problem is that the patients do need to see the GP in Australia. I mean, otherwise there are huge fines for possessing and importing nicotine. So the patients need a prescription, so they have to go to the GP. And the GPs have been getting negative messaging about vaping for decades now, or for many years, from the AMA and from the various health authorities, and now from the College of GPs, which is our professional organisation. They've said, yes, look, you can do this, but the subtext is we really don't think it's right, and you need to be very, very careful, and you can only do it under these conditions. And the message to the GPs is clearly, we don't really support this, and the GPs don't know anything about it. Like, they've read the alarming media headlines, and the studies show that GPs get their information from the media. They haven't had training, they haven't got time to do their own research, so the GPs are mostly opposed to vaping. There's about 80 GPs in Australia publicly who have said that they will write nicotine scripts out of 41,000 GPs. So we've got a big problem. We've created this model which isn't going to work. And the GPs are very worried because the government has classified nicotine as a medicine, but it doesn't meet the criteria of medicines. Normally with a medicine, you expect a certain level of quality, follow-up, analysis, government support, TGA approval, that's our medicines regulator, but they don't have that. And then being asked to prescribe it, and therefore they're responsible if there are any problems. If the patient buys a dodgy batch, the GP is responsible, but the GP has no control and no assurance that the products are okay. So GPs are anxious about that. But I think most importantly, if they did some research, they'd find out that it does have an important role, but they just don't know. They don't know how to write a prescription. They don't understand the benefits. And basically they're being told not to do it. So in Australia, it's this model that's being set up is it's bound to fail, in my opinion.
Do you think it was developed? I mean, there's some people that I've spoken to, and they've said, well, the reason they've done this and the reason they're doing all these bans is because they need the money from the tobacco excise, and that they're putting the money ahead of the health of people. But yet they can prescribe nicotine like replacement therapies, and I believe that they're starting to use nicotine for some neurodegenerative, I said it right, diseases. So how does that, I don't understand, how does that, it doesn't compute.
No, the tobacco tax is our fourth biggest tax in Australia, and you'd have to be naive to think that that wasn't a consideration. And if we allowed vaping, we could have a vaping industry, and we could get tax from that. We could have an industry which employs people and collect GST and all the other benefits of having an industry. But you know, the experts have decided that that's we just can't allow that, because you know, people really should just quit smoking, and they should just quit nicotine, and that's the direction they're taking.
Okay, Amanda, are doctors like that in the States too?
Yeah, I don't, it's not been my personal experience that there are very many doctors at all in the United States that are progressive on this issue, that promote tobacco harm reduction. I think most doctors in the United States you know, have very bad information about it, or not quick to promote it at all. I've heard from a lot of vapors in the United States that have actually, you know, made it a point to have an ongoing dialogue about this with their personal physician, to kind of share their personal experience with their doctors, to help educate doctors on what's going on with people's real lived experience, to hope that might change some minds. But, you know, for now, I would say the medical community is very anti-vape here, especially with what went on with the EVALI cases last year being conflated with nicotine vaping. I think certainly made the opinion among the medical community worse as far as vaping is concerned.
Yeah, because one of the things that's very interesting that I've noticed, thanks for that, Amanda, is that Australia can be influenced by America, and then Asia is influenced by Australia. So it's kind of got this whole trickle-down effect thing going on. We have a question from Pippa for you, Colin. The science in Australia seems to get drowned out at government decision level, although great science is being done at the University of Queensland, for example. How can real science get heard at the government level?
Look, I don't think the government wants to hear the science, Pippa. The evidence is very clear now. I mean, the national, what's it called, the NIHR in the UK just did a report recently which clearly said that vaping was the most effective quitting aid, more than Champix or Chantix, more than NRT, more than bupropion or Zyban, Wellbutrin. So we know it works, and we know, you know, the College of GPs says, of physicians in the UK says it's no more than 5% as harmful, and it's the most popular product. I mean, it has the most potential to improve public health of just about anything that we have, and the evidence is there, and yet they're not listening. And that's what I said before. It's not about, you can't engage them on the evidence, because even when they have the evidence, they say, well, we haven't got it. But even when we have it, they're not interested, because they have their agenda, they have their reasons for doing what they're doing. They may not even realise what they are, and they justify it with all sorts of silly arguments. But the evidence isn't going to cut through. I think what's going to work is political pressure, because this is a political decision. And I think the solution is going to be a mass movement. The number of vapors is growing rapidly in Australia, and I think vapors need to get active. Ring their members of parliament and let them know that vaping is an important issue that they're committed to. Go and see their MPs and let them know that this is a voting issue, and there's enough voters in every electorate to make that message very loud and clear, because that's all they care about. They don't care about the evidence, they care about getting elected at the next election.
It's insane. That's so insane. Amanda, in the States, I haven't forgotten you, Asa, don't worry. In the States, I know that CASA is very active and they do a lot of call to actions and things like that. Is there a reticence on a lot of vapors' parts for not wanting to get involved and not wanting to stick their neck out?
We are living in interesting times in the States right now, as everyone around the world is. The political discourse in our country right now is just absolutely out of control on many, many topics. And, I think there's a sort of fatigue that sets in with people. Certainly this has been a long battle that consumers have been waging in the United States. And, there was quite a bit of fatigue that had set in over 2019 and 2020. And of course, people are dealing with their own personal struggles during the pandemic. It was a tough year. What I've seen this year, particularly in the last 3 to 4 months in the States, is a renewed consumer interest in getting engaged, a renewed interest even from many small business owners who are also vaping consumers. And so I do think that is starting to pick back up. Back in, the 2015, 2016 era, we had a very loud, very vocal community of vaping consumers here. And I think that, they were sort of worn down over time of so many battles lost. We went through very tough times in 2019 and 2020 with vaping laws and vaping regulations around the country. And I think a lot of people got very discouraged. But I think right now what we're seeing is that people are starting to pay attention again. Some of that outrage that people feel is starting to come back in the form of actions. In the U.S., it's estimated that about 6% of adults use vaping products. So that translates to about 15 million people. And, if we could just get a fraction of those people really mobilized to take action on this, like Colin said, we would see a huge and quick change in the tides here. And it's just a matter of getting all of the vapors informed and providing entryways for them to get active on this. And CASA certainly is doing a wonderful job of that here in America.
Yeah. We have a question. I'm going to ask Asa to answer it first, and then I'll ask your other two to please explain or answer anyway. In the panel's opinion, to what extent do you think a government has the right to determine what an adult can put into their own body, in this case, lower harm products, particularly given the easy access to cigarettes? Asa, you're up first.
Yeah, that is a trick question. The right that the government have actually, no, they don't. Especially, the basic human right. And if you want to compare like combustible cigarettes to something that they had categorized, and I'm using example in Thailand here, that they had categorized electronic cigarette as a part of a tobacco product, while according to the question, like cigarettes are being sold everywhere. I mean, every nook, every street, every sublet. I mean, you just walk around, you can buy cigarettes any and everywhere. Why something that is safer is definitely a safer alternative. Like I've mentioned earlier that, I did some chest x-ray and whatnot. And you don't need a chest x-ray to tell that your health it's much improved after you quit smoking. And so it's really weird that the government, while letting something that is more harmful to your health be sold anywhere, everywhere, but they still denied the right to access something that is definitely safer. I mean, I'm not even saying safer or more harmful, but since, if they had already categorized it as the same kind of product, and so why ban and why so much fuss and ado and lots of misinformation coming out trying to get people. One point that I've heard some doctors, some anti-said, they said they don't want to introduce new products into the market. But, you have to consider that like in the States, we don't have that much vapors, but we have I imagine we have 1 to 2 million vapors in the country, while the government still look at there's a national statistic organizations that they did all the stats and whatnot, and they said, well, they had estimated from their questionnaires, they said that there's about 70,000 vapors here in Thailand. And I'm going like, excuse me, like I have over 100,000 followers. There was once one of our web pages that we had almost 500,000 subscribers. And so, it's kind of like, where did you get the money? 70,000 vapors. I said, like, and we had asked several weeks, say, who did get to do the question, who did they ask? And nobody said, like, not me, and of course not me, and not any of our vaping communities. So, but the answer is no. But that's weird, because like they shouldn't decide on what we put in our body at the first place, the basic human right. But then again, the doctor in the big meeting about 3 years ago that I went to, that I attended, I was invited, and said that the minute you pick up a cigarette, you lose the basic human right. So I mean, that's kind of a mindset that I couldn't accept it. The minute you pick up a cigarette, you lose the basic human right.
Yeah. No, I remember you telling me that. Amanda, what's your take on that?
Well, the question asked the panel's opinion, right? And my opinion is absolutely not. They don't have the right to tell us what we can put in our bodies. But the government that I live under exercises that right on a fairly frequent basis. But they're very picky and choosy on how they do that, right? If I wanted to smoke, 2 packs of cigarettes a day in this country, I have the freedom to do that. If I wanted to drink a fifth of whiskey every day, I would have the freedom to do that. If I wanted to smoke cannabis from the time I woke up until the time I went to sleep, I could do that in certain parts of the country. If I wanted to take psychedelic drugs, I could do that. And in other areas of the country, I can even take much harder drugs and be supported in doing that in a more safe fashion, right? But when it comes to this one particular area, vaping, the official position of the United States at this moment in time is that there is exactly one product authorized, legal for sale in this country for consumers to put into their body, and it's a product that nobody has used in many, many years, because it's about a decade-old technology that's sold to no one at this point, and that is the only product that our government says we have the right to put in our bodies at this point. So in my opinion, no. Do they exercise that hypocritical right as often as they can? Yes, they do.
Okay, thank you for that. I agree. Colin, Australia.
Yeah, look, I just think it's such a case of government overreach. I mean, in a liberal democracy, the government has no right to say to people what they can put in their bodies as long as they're not harming anyone else. And it comes back to the harm principle by John Mill, which is that, adults should be able to make those decisions as long as they're not hurting anyone else. And there's other issues here. I mean, there's the whole autonomy issue. People should have the right to do what's best for their health. We know that vaping will improve health, and government should be supporting that, and yet they're taking away that right from people. And particularly they're taking away that right from the most disadvantaged groups in society. There's a social justice issue here as well. They're saying to people who smoke much more heavily and have much higher rates of smoking-related disease, people who are most vulnerable, no, you can't use that either. We're going to tax the hell out of you, but we're not going to let you take this way out. And it reminds me of a quote which I'll give you from Grover Norquist, who said, people should decide what they do and don't put in their body. It's none of their government's goddamn business. Yeah. He's the president of the ATA in the US, and I think he says it very well.
Yeah, we have a statement here. You would think the government would realize how much money they would save from future medical expenses due to smoking by allowing the safer alternative. You would think. I remember a discussion, though, in saying that. I remember a discussion I had at GFM with people from the UK. And I remember one of them said, well, you know what, maybe the government doesn't want this because, you know, if the people cark it, that's less money they have to pay in their old age. And I thought that was the most horrible thing, you know, to say. And now here I am like 5 years down the road and I'm thinking, what's that about? We're in a strange time, especially now with, you know, some countries trying to say that vaping, you know, doesn't help with COVID and the smoking COVID thing. You would think with the smoking COVID thing, they'd be like, all right, you know what? If we think smoking is hurting people or causing them to have more negative reactions to COVID, maybe we should allow this. Nope. It's nicotine. The problem is nicotine. And that's the thing I think we need to get to drill down to the root cause. Why are they so against nicotine? What do you think, Asa?
What do I think? Why? I really don't know. But what is funny is that what they are supporting, put it loosely, is they are supporting something that has stronger nicotine strength, like if you know the nicotine patches and the gums and the spray. It contains much more nicotine than even cigarettes itself. I mean, let alone electronic cigarette or vaporizers that has like much less nicotine. I mean, the strength of what they support and what they say that should be the correct smoking cessation, they contain lots and lots more nicotine because they think that people are dependent on nicotine while they, I don't know, I don't think they realize that it's not the, yes, of course, it's nicotine that got you addicted, but it's the same as sugar and caffeine and monosodium glutamate and other substances that are all over the places and are allowed, while nicotine itself it's got you addicted, but it's not what got you killed or what make you ill. It's the tar and it's the combustion.
Yeah,
that is the main culprit.
Yeah, that's why I don't understand these whole very low nicotine cigarette thing that they're trying to push that here in New Zealand, and I'm just kind of like, if combustion's a problem and people are gonna smoke those, they think that people will just stop smoking because they're not getting their nicotine hit. Yeah, Colin. I know, it's just like, what? One question I have for Amanda on this, because she's got you have the vendor perspective, and I want the vendor perspective on this. When you look at this as a vendor and you look at what the FDA is doing and you look at how the government seems not only not accept tobacco harm reduction, but don't really give a damn about an independent, business, SMEs. I mean, what is your recourse? Because I'm sure that it's going to happen in other countries. If it's happening at your country, it's going to happen everywhere else. What would you say to them if they encounter the same thing?
Well, I will say I'm very proud of the business community in the United States right now. Sorry, it's late at night here. I've got my little daughter in the background here who's supposed to be in bed. But, one of the things that the business community in the United States is doing a very good job at is fighting the FDA in the federal appeals courts here. And so far, every case that's been brought in the United States Federal Court of Appeals, the judges have ruled in favor of the businesses so far, not in favor of the FDA in any of those up to this point. And those cases are still in the very early stages. But I would say, use every legal recourse you have available to you until you've exhausted every single one of them. I mean, the court system is really that final frontier in the United States in our checks and balances system of government. And so it's been heartening to see some of the rulings that have come down in the last couple of weeks, because that really was our last avenue of recourse to what the FDA has done here. And so far, some of the early indications have been quite positive.
Okay, but yeah, good. That's good. That's heartening. I have one last question for the panel. If Voldemort, and we all know who Voldemort is, had endorsed vaping instead of demanding a prohibitionist mindset from the recipients of his largesse, would we be less concerned or even support the pernicious corruption of so many countries on THR? So let's just say Voldemort, instead of pushing for bans, was pushing for countries to adopt THR. How would we feel about that? Would it still be just as bad as him pushing bans? What do you think, Colin? I'll give it to you.
I wouldn't have a problem with that. If he was pushing a measure which would improve public health, I'm all behind it. If he was pushing a strategy that was strongly evidence-based and which was going to save lives and cut out the black market and solve all the other problems, I haven't got a problem with that. That's what any decent person would do.
Even though it's corruption? Even if he did it by corruption?
Oh, if he did it by corruption, I didn't see that part of the question. Well, I don't know if I could support that, but certainly if he used his money to fund groups and influence the World Health Organization and political parties in a legal sense, and he was doing it for all the right reasons, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Okay. Asa? Thanks, Colin.
I totally agree with Colin. Anyone, actually, not the Voldemort himself, but anyone who wants to turn around and support harm reduction in any type of form, I'm all for it. But that would, going back to say, we'll have to say the corruption is another thing that we have to think about. But as long as let's face it, there no such. I don't think there's you cannot get rid of corruption, but it's on the degrees, more or less. And if some type of form of corruption occurred, why benefits the people in general? I'm all for it, really, because it's one way or another. Corruption will happen, but if it happened to benefit the people, the health of the people, and going towards our cause, I'm all for it too.
Yeah, exactly. Amanda?
I spend a lot of my time dealing with corrupt government actions and corrupt actors influencing the government, and I certainly don't want to be the one dishing that out to accomplish a goal. It's that classic question of, do the ends justify the means? And I think that we can win with truth and hard work and loud voices on our side. And there is funding that has to happen, but I don't think any of that needs to be corrupt in any type of way. There are plenty of non-corrupt ways to fund advocacy and to fund getting a message across. So I'm not really one that's going to say, we should use their same terrible means to justify the ends, because I think we are in the middle of a very noble fight. And I'm maybe naive, but I'd like to win it with truth and justice and just a lot of hard work on our side.
Yeah, Asa, you want to say something?
Yeah, definitely. I'd also agree with Amanda. What I just said, I didn't want to sound like we will stoop down to the level of corruption. Of course, what we had done, what we had been doing for so many years is we give out the correct information. We are honest. We are really honest about our passion. It's our passion, and we are honest about it. And of course, we don't want corruption to be part of us. But what I was saying is that if the opposition, the antis and the people who are opposing to us want to turn around and some kind of corruption occurs, that will benefit people. That's why I said, I'm okay with that, but not, of course, not us. We are fighting for the right to benefit our health, and we are doing it cleanly. We had been doing that for many years, so That's what I was trying to say, but I'm not saying that we should go out and give bribe people, give bribe money to officials and things like that.
Yeah, no, because two wrongs don't make a right. I mean, to summarize it, I mean, if the funding followed the truth instead of promulgating lies, it would be justifiable. You know, the high road. Yeah. Let's just say if it took the high road. I mean, it's one of these things that, you know, Colin will know this, Asa will know this, Amanda, you're going to find out. Most people who know me know this. I'm always saying, let's take the high road. Don't sink to their level because two wrongs don't make a right, you know, kind of thing. That doesn't work. That's pretty much what we've got. I want to know, anybody have any final thoughts they'd like to give to the audience and the people that are watching us? Colin?
Yeah, I just keep coming back to the fact that we need to keep our eye on the goal here, which is, I'm sorry about that light on my face, which is what's best for health. We get distracted by, you know, the war against nicotine. We get distracted by we've got to bring down the tobacco industry. We've got to stop smoking. Well, or we've got to stop tobacco. But really, what we need to do is stop smoking, because that's what's causing the harm to public health. And that's where our focus should be. Is this measure, whatever we're doing, is it going to help the health of people? And we get distracted by so many other priorities.
Yeah, it's true. Amanda?
You know, my final thought here is it's always darkest before the dawn. And I think certainly we're at a very dark time in vaping policy in the United States, and I don't think we're alone in that. I think around the globe, many of us are at a very critical juncture in the way this is going to go as far as how tobacco harm reduction is handled, or if it has an opportunity to continue to exist in various countries around the globe. And so my message to anybody watching, I know we're all in very different struggles depending on where we are, you know, in the world, but none of us are in this alone. We're all fighting every day for this. And, you know, when you feel discouraged, when you feel like giving up, just remember there are so many like-minded people that are absolutely cheering for you and your efforts and what you're doing. We're all fighting our own struggles. And I think we can all win this together because we're all fighting together. And I believe in us very strong.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you all for joining me today. I know it's late for you, Amanda. Thank you. You're going to sleep so well tonight. Thanks, Ace. Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you to the audience for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed that. And Careful will be back tomorrow, same time, discussing nicotine. So make a note of it, and I will see you all then. So until then, stay safe, stay well, be good. Thank you.
Bye.
คนไทยเจอกันบ่าย 3ครับบ่าย 3เจอกัน
Meanwhile, in Thailand, consumers and advocates run the risk of heavy fines and possible jail time for using safer nicotine products instead of the deadly alternative.
Smoking is bad, but shouldn't we have the right to choose less harmful products? But our rights are stripped away. We are harassed physically, financially, and brutally. Visitors, you are forced to smoke again. Why can't we choose? We have the right to know the truth. Isn't it the government's job to provide the facts to help us make the right decision? But look at what we have.
คำแนะนำของทางการแพทย์นะครับ เขาว่าไม่ได้แนะนำว่าให้ไปสูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้านะแล้วอเมริกาหรือในออสเตรเลียเขาก็บอกว่าไม่ต้องไปสูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าออสเตรเลียเขาก็ผิดกฎหมายเขาบอกว่าคุณเลิกไปเลยแล้วเราก็มีวิธีช่วยให้คุณเลิก
Hoax after hoax, lies over and over again.
แม้แต่ในอังกฤษก็ดีในอเมริกาเขาแนะนำให้เลิกเขาไม่ได้แนะนำบอกคุณไปติดบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าแทนนะเพราะว่าบุหรี่ไฟฟ้ามันก็มีอันตรายอยู่มันมีสารนิโคตินนะครับซึ่งเสพติดนะฮะทีนี้เนื่องจากบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าเนี่ยมันใช้มาไม่ถึง10 ปีมันค่อยๆมีรายงานออกมาว่ามีสารก่อมะเร็งพบมากขึ้นผลกระทบเราก็ยังไม่รู้เนื่องจากการใช้ยังไม่นานที่อเมริกาเนี่ยสิ่งที่เขาพบและก็กังวลมากก็คือว่าเด็กนักเรียนที่ยังไม่ได้สูบบุหรี่นะครับเข้าไปสูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าและเด็กที่สูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าเนี่ยนะครับที่ไม่ได้สูบบุหรี่ธรรมดาเนี่ยมีพฤติกรรมเสี่ยงอื่นๆนะฮะกินเหล้าแบบเมาจำเปเลยนะครับแล้วมีพฤติกรรมเสี่ยงเรื่องเพศมีพฤติกรรมไปสูบกัญชานะฮะแล้วก็ยาเสพติดอย่างอื่นตามต่อมาไม่กี่ปีเนี่ยกลายเป็นเด็กที่สูบบุหรี่นะฮะทำไมคุณไม่เปิดโอกาสให้ผมเอาผลิตภัณฑ์หนึ่งของอเมริกาเขาทำที่บอกนิโคติน1 หยดฆ่าหนูได้ที่ความเข้มข้นเท่าไหร่ครับไม่ต้องถาม
Why do we have to keep our mouths shut just because we think differently? Maybe this is why. Can I choose my way?
Estamos haciendo este video porque en el mundo están siendo total y absolutamente injustos con quienes utilizamos el cigarro electrónico.
En Chile hemos visto cómo el ministro sale por cadena nacional desinformando a la población. Actualmente en Chile mueren 45 chilenos al día por culpa del cigarrillo tradicional. Es decir, perdemos a 12.000 chilenos al año solo por la combustión del tabaco.
Es por esto que en este video queremos desmentir los 3 errores más grandes que ha dicho el ministro.
Los vaporizadores no tienen nada que ver con el tabaco tradicional. En primer lugar, los vaporizadores no tienen ningún componente del tabaco. En segundo lugar, al ser una vaporización y no una combustión, se reducen los riesgos de manera muy importante, ya que desaparecen de la ecuación el monóxido de carbono y el alquitrán, que son los principales componentes que dañan y están matando a los chilenos.
El Colegio Médico del Reino Unido ha demostrado que el cigarrillo electrónico es al menos un 95% menos dañino que el tabaco. En Inglaterra, el sistema de salud pública usa el cigarrillo electrónico como medio para salvar la vida de las personas, haciendo que pasen de un cigarro común a un vaporizador.
Otra de las cosas que se han repetido es que el vapeador pasivo podría recibir algún tipo de daño y eso no es así. Existen muchos estudios a nivel mundial que demuestran que aquellos que están cerca de quienes vapean no reciben daños como si lo reciben las personas que están cerca de aquellos que fuman tabaco tradicional.
Todos los casos de enfermedades vinculados supuestamente al uso de cigarrillo electrónico son falsos.
Estos casos fueron generados por personas que compraron líquidos de marihuana en el mercado negro, es decir, a narcotraficantes que no debiesen ser utilizados en dispositivos para la vaporización.
Por eso es importante estar informados sobre este y otros temas que tengan que ver con la salud y entender y dar la posibilidad de que el ministerio y el ministro en sí se pueden equivocar al momento de dar información.
Después de 15 años ayudando a más de 40 millones de personas, no se ha detectado ni un solo caso de una persona que haya contraído una enfermedad por culpa de los vaporizadores. Todos los casos mostrados últimamente en la prensa han sido desmentidos en su totalidad. Por eso es tan importante estar informado. tú podrías ser el próximo en salvar tu vida.
Compartiendo este video podrías estar ayudando a una persona que fuma cigarro convencional a cambiarse a un vaporizador y así salvar su vida y la de la gente que lo rodea.
Michael Bloomberg, ¿el peor enemigo para la salud de los fumadores? El tabaquismo es una adicción que se cobra millones de vidas todos los años y arruina la calidad de otras tantas. Afortunadamente, desde hace unos años, existe una alternativa más segura como reemplazo del cigarrillo que permite al fumador eliminar los elementos dañinos para su salud. En efecto, son la combustión, el alquitrán y demás compuestos los que son nocivos para la salud de los fumadores al punto de que pueden enfermarlos y llevarlos a la muerte. En cambio, existe gran evidencia científica respecto de que el vapeo es al menos un 95% menos dañino que el cigarrillo común, constituyendo el mecanismo más efectivo para dejar de fumar, especialmente cuando contiene nicotina y saborizantes, permitiendo mantener las costumbres y rituales difíciles de abandonar sin consumir los elementos nocivos. Además, es casi inocuo para quienes se encuentran alrededor. Lamentablemente, hace unos años la paranoia le hizo mucha mala fama a los cigarrillos electrónicos debido a un aditivo de vitamina E en los líquidos de vapeo con THC proveniente de marihuana que se encontraba relacionado a algunas internaciones y fallecimientos. El vapeo salva miles de vidas y podría salvar aún más si los gobiernos eliminasen las campañas del miedo, prohibiciones, impuestos y regulaciones excesivas que mantienen a esta tecnología muchas veces en el mercado negro, sin controles de calidad ni buena información o acceso para los usuarios. Uno de los mayores promotores del movimiento antivapeo es el magnate Michael Bloomberg, quien donó más de $1.000 millones a nivel global para prohibir, restringir y combatir el vapeo y los cigarrillos electrónicos. Bloomberg controla un imperio mediático, fundaciones, empresas e incluso fue alcalde de la ciudad de Nueva York y precandidato presidencial en las primarias demócratas del 2020. Por medio de iniciativas como Bloomberg Philanthropies, otras organizaciones y donaciones coordinadas junto a la Organización Mundial de la Salud, Michael Bloomberg promueve acciones represivas y paternalistas respecto de las decisiones de los adultos sobre sus cuerpos, como qué tomar, comer, fumar o vapear. Este accionar ha generado numerosos escándalos y ha provocado que lo acusen de imperialismo. En México y Armenia se lo ha cuestionado por inmiscuirse en asuntos internos. En Filipinas hay investigaciones por corrupción y denuncias internacionales por fomentar la represión. Sin embargo, el lobby de Bloomberg continúa extendiéndose por más de una decena de países en vías de desarrollo y abarca una compleja red de organizaciones y mecanismos internacionales. Recientemente se ha descubierto que Bloomberg es uno de los principales miembros.
Estamos haciendo este video porque en el mundo están siendo total y absolutamente injustos con quienes utilizamos el cigarro electrónico.
En Chile hemos visto cómo el ministro sale por cadena nacional desinformando a la población. Actualmente en Chile mueren 45 chilenos al día por culpa del cigarrillo tradicional. Es decir, perdemos a 12.000 chilenos al año solo por la combustión del tabaco.
Es por esto que en este video queremos desmentir los 3 errores más grandes que ha dicho el ministro.
Los vaporizadores no tienen nada que ver con el tabaco tradicional. En primer lugar, los vaporizadores no tienen ningún componente del tabaco. En segundo lugar, al ser una vaporización y no una combustión, se reducen los riesgos de manera muy importante, ya que desaparecen de la ecuación el monóxido de carbono y el alquitrán, que son los principales componentes que dañan y están matando a los chilenos.
El Colegio Médico del Reino Unido ha demostrado que el cigarrillo electrónico es al menos un 95% menos dañino que el tabaco. En Inglaterra, el sistema de salud pública usa el cigarrillo electrónico como medio para salvar la vida de las personas, haciendo que pasen de un cigarro común a un vaporizador.
Otra de las cosas que se han repetido es que el vapeador pasivo podría recibir algún tipo de daño y eso no es así. Existen muchos estudios a nivel mundial que demuestran que aquellos que están cerca de quienes vapean no reciben daños como si lo reciben las personas que están cerca de aquellos que fuman tabaco tradicional.
Todos los casos de enfermedades vinculados supuestamente al uso de cigarrillo electrónico son falsos.
Estos casos fueron generados por personas que compraron líquidos de marihuana en el mercado negro, es decir, a narcotraficantes que no debiesen ser utilizados en dispositivos para la vaporización.
Por eso es importante estar informados sobre este y otros temas que tengan que ver con la salud y entender y dar la posibilidad de que el ministerio y el ministro en sí se pueden equivocar al momento de dar información.
Después de 15 años ayudando a más de 40 millones de personas, no se ha detectado ni un solo caso de una persona que haya contraído una enfermedad por culpa de los vaporizadores. Todos los casos mostrados últimamente en la prensa han sido desmentidos en su totalidad. Por eso es tan importante estar informado. Tú podrías ser el próximo en salvar tu vida.
Compartiendo este video podrías estar ayudando a una persona que fuma cigarro convencional a cambiarse a un vaporizador y así salvar su vida y la de la gente que lo rodea.
Bienvenidos todos a este especial de Vapearnos y Fumar para la Semana de la COP. Estamos transmitiendo a través de Scope, una transmisión internacional organizada por CAFRA. Queremos agradecer la invitación. Y aquí estamos con la directiva de ARDT. Tenemos a Francisco de Colombia, el presidente de ARDT y además presidente de ASOVAPE Colombia. ¿Cómo estás, Pancho?
Muy buenas tardes, noches o otros días para todos los que nos están viendo. De verdad muy felices de estar acá y pues firmes, atentos a todo lo que está pasando este año en el COP9.
Tenemos también con nosotros a Juan Facundo, nuestro amigo de Argentina, presidente de ASOVAPE Argentina. Saluda a la gente, Facundo. ¿Cómo estás tú?
Buenas tardes, noches. Muy bien, muy halagado por la invitación a participar de este evento internacional. Y bueno, y para contar un poco de lo que pasa en la región. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias, Facundo. Seguro que vamos a tener mucho que comentar sobre la situación argentina. Otro de los que está en situación compleja en Latinoamérica es nuestro amigo Claudio Teixeira, de Brasil. ¿Cómo estás tú, Claudio?
Hola a todos, muy bien. Muchas gracias por la invitación.
Por otro lado, tenemos a Jorge, de Perú, quien también ha tenido una semana bien movida. Ahí, entre la COP y sus problemas internos, supongo que esta semana va a estar movida. ¿Cómo estás, Jorge?
Muy buenas tardes, gracias de hecho por la invitación. Ahí vamos avanzando a ver qué se puede lograr.
Y por último tenemos a Jeffrey Zamora, la enciclopedia del vapeo de habla hispana, nuestro amigo de Costa Rica, pero lo tenemos en Inglaterra. Y de hecho vamos a partir conversando con Jeffrey para que nos cuente qué está haciendo en Inglaterra y qué pasó hoy día en Inglaterra, porque él lo vivió ahí in situ.
Hola, un gran saludo a todos, espero estén pasando un excelente día. Un saludo a todo el panel, genial como siempre, y amigos, de verdad. Más que todo de amigos, también además compañeros de pelea. Creo que estamos viendo en la COP9 lo que se esperaba. Se esperaba que nos atacaran fuertemente a los que estaban partidarios de la reducción de daños por tabaquismo, a los que estamos partidarios de salvar vidas a través de métodos alternativos y de disminuir la cantidad de fumadores que tiene 20 años de estar arriba de los 1.000 millones de personas en el mundo. Ha sido un día súper interesante aquí en Londres. Tuvimos un rally que fue como una manifestación a favor de lo que está haciendo el Reino Unido alrededor del mundo, lo que por lo menos lo que es la presencia de ellos alrededor del mundo con la reducción de daños por tabaquismo y su apoyo, por ejemplo, a los cigarros electrónicos, que es muy importante lo que ellos hacen. Creo que todos sabemos que a partir del 2016 salió la posición del Colegio Real de Médicos, cual es una entidad increíblemente prestigiosa, con más de 35,000 médicos y más de 500 años de excelencia. Ellos fueron los que dijeron que el daño ocurrido por los cigarros electrónicos no iba a exceder el 5% de los ocasionados por el tabaco combustible. Un año antes de ello salió lo que es Salud Pública en Inglaterra, que fueron los que dijeron la grandiosa y muy recordada suma de que los cigarros electrónicos son 95% menos nocivos que el cigarro convencional. Entonces, nosotros nos sabemos un grupo representativo de toda Latinoamérica, de toda Asia, de toda Europa. Nos hemos reunido debido a las condiciones del COVID-19. No fue fácil. Mucha gente lastimosamente no pudo venir, como es el caso de nuestros amigos que son Francisco, Ignacio, Jorge, Claudio, Juan Facundo, que no pudieron sumarse aquí en Londres por restricciones de que lo que era Latinoamérica con el COVID-19 y la inmigración a lo que era el Reino Unido. Lastimosamente no se pudieron reunir, pero los tuvimos aquí en presencia de cariño, de espíritu y sumados a la lucha. Lastimosamente no pudieron estar acá, pero sí nos manifestamos en nombre de ellos, en nombre de todo el mundo, para decir al Reino Unido que muchas gracias, que se les agradece un montón por lo que están haciendo a favor de reducir las muertes por tabaquismo alrededor del mundo, dando su apoyo no solo a las personas, sino a la ciencia que son datos, o sea, es que no hay quite, o sea, no hay de dónde escaparse. La ciencia es la ciencia dice lo que le dice la ciencia, y son hechos claros que la reducción de daños por tabaquismo es la única forma de acabar con el tabaquismo dentro de nuestro tiempo de vida. Así que nos hemos sumado en una manifestación que fue hoy en la mañana, a las 10 de la mañana en Londres, donde nos sumamos activistas que pudieron asistir, como fue gente de Noruega, gente de Francia, gente de Suiza, gente de Holanda, gente de Reino Unido, gente de Estados Unidos. En fin, estuvimos varias personas de varias organizaciones diciendo esto. Esto es la primera de las actividades, de 3 actividades que se dieron el día de hoy. Además, se dio una conferencia a través de Scope, también de este mismo canal, donde hicimos un panel de discusión, y después se dio otro panel de discusión, bueno, tal vez una conferencia, más tipo conferencia, con lo que es una doctora muy famosa de aquí, de BBC, la cual apoya la reducción de daños por tabaquismo, al igual que muchísimos médicos en lo que es salud pública de Inglaterra. Y mañana también hay otra actividad. Mañana INCO hace el release, o ¿cómo se puede decir release en español?
Lanzamiento.
El lanzamiento de un documento muy importante que lo que hace es descubrir ciertas influencias que está teniendo la OMS con lo que es Bloomberg Philanthropies, y que es una relación tan corrosiva, es una relación que está causando muchas muertes, muy honestamente. O sea, eso, al final y al cabo es lo que está causando, donde desincentiva a las personas que fuman de optar por métodos de reducción de daños, a de las muertes, de las 8 millones de muertes que pasan alrededor del mundo. Entonces, son muchas cosas muy interesantes aquí en Reino Unido. Mañana pasarán muchas cosas importantes también. Estamos viendo en la COP9 cómo están pasando discursos.
Sobre eso te quería preguntar, no nos adelantemos a lo de mañana, porque mañana te vamos a tener de nuevo en el programa para que nos cuentes qué pasó ayer. Pero cuéntanos un poco cuál ha sido tu visión o qué ha salido de este primer día de la COP. Y si alguien más quiere comentar algo de lo que ha salido en la COP, obviamente está abierto a hacerlo, pero cuéntanos un poco para que la gente sepa. No todo el mundo está tan atento a la COP, así que es importante entregar eso antes.
Bueno, hemos visto en estos últimos días, 2-3 días, creo que si no me equivoco, estaban saliendo los statements, las declaraciones de varios países que están sumando ya poner en forma pública sus declaraciones. Estamos viendo el Reino Unido, obviamente diciendo y mencionando que, por ejemplo, ellos apoyan la reducción de daños y el uso de cigarros electrónicos. Estamos viendo Nueva Zelanda, que también ya hizo su declaración, y estamos viendo otros países que están manifestando, creo, si no me equivoco, y disculpen que tenga como 3 copas de vino encima, entonces tal vez la memoria no es la mejor del mundo, pero sí estamos viendo países como Irán, que se están manifestando en contra, que están alertando, haciendo un alarmismo innecesario en cuanto a lo que es el uso de China, que es lo que están intentando implementar una restricción o prohibición a medida obligada, a pesar de que los datos científicos no la convaliden, esa prohibición. Entonces estamos viendo el push de lo que son las organizaciones antivapeo, de lo que es el lobby político y que se está dando dentro de la COP9, lastimosamente, igual que en años pasados hay una censura a lo que son los consumidores, no se les quiere tomar en cuenta, no se les quiere dejar entrar, han prohibido la entrada de toda organización que esté a favor de la reducción de daños, a favor del vapeo, a favor de los cigarrillos electrónicos, a favor del snus, a favor de los pouches de nicotina. Se les impide asistir, y las personas que son adecuadas según sus requerimientos para asistir como observadores son personas que en realidad tienen un gran conflicto de interés con lo que son las donaciones o financiamiento de Bloomberg Philanthropies y otros, las cuales tienen una posición negativa en contra al uso de productos de reducción de daños. Entonces estamos viendo un discurso específicamente parcializado para poder convalidar su posición prohibicionista. Entonces es muy lamentable lo que estamos viendo una vez más, de lo que ya hemos visto antes, de lo que ya se había vivido antes en la COP8, donde han pateado a la Interpol, han pateado a los periodistas, han pateado a toda organización de consumidores, y se sigue manejando en completo secretismo todo lo que es decidido entre la COP8.
Es terrible en realidad. Yo lo que sí me gustaría comentar sobre los statements de las naciones, obviamente todos los vimos. A mi parecer, a mí me pareció bastante tibio el statement de Inglaterra, e incluso frío, llegaría a decir el de Nueva Zelanda. No sé cómo lo sintieron ustedes, pero por lo menos esa fue mi sensación. Esperaba muchísimo más del Reino Unido, pero también esperaba muchísimo más de Nueva Zelanda, dadas los cambios en sus políticas. Fue como un comentario muy solapado, muy... No sé cómo esperar su participación en la COP cuando todas las esperanzas estaban puestas en ella.
Fue demasiado tibia ambas declaraciones de Nueva Zelanda e Inglaterra, pero yo creo que puede quedar una esperanza con Francia. No sé cómo se ha vivido la posición francesa, Jeffrey, desde Londres.
Desde Londres, lastimosamente, no he podido ver las declaraciones. Lastimosamente, igual que todo el mundo, no tiene el acceso a la COP9 y no podemos saber qué está pasando en vivo. Vivimos a través de lo que son información filtrada o información que sale o posteada de alguna forma en red social, pero vivimos un sesgo, una carencia de acceso a lo que está pasando dentro, lastimosamente. Nos gustaría que Francia tomara una posición muy a favor de la reducción de daños según sus políticas internas, igual que Nueva Zelanda, que acaba de aprobar lo que es la regulación, igual que el Reino Unido, que acaba de aprobar lo que es la prescripción médica de cigarros electrónicos, pero lastimosamente es que no podemos ver. La OMS se ha encargado de mantener todo en un secretismo, casi que cae en un oscurantismo prácticamente de lo que está pasando dentro de la COP. Igual que en años pasados, sabemos que es una violación del derecho de las personas que están realmente interesadas en estas situaciones y en estos movimientos, y esperamos tener más información. Tal vez ustedes, no sé si han podido accesar a más información, no sé si Pancho, no sé si Claudio o Jorge han podido accesar más información.
No, y aprovechando la pausa del no, le queremos recordar a todos los que nos están viendo, ya sea por la transmisión internacional de Scope, ya sea por los canales de Vapear No Fumar, que estamos transmitiendo a la vez por Facebook y YouTube. Pueden hacer todos los comentarios o todas las preguntas que quieran. Estamos para y por ustedes aquí, así que no duden. Yo por eso de repente parece que pierdo interés, pero no es que pierdo interés, sino que voy a ver si es que en el chat hay algo. Queremos agradecer a quienes nos están viendo y obviamente queremos escucharlo y transmitir sus visiones o sus posturas a través de las pantallas. Pero bueno, estamos aquí en una transmisión internacional Y para muchos es una incógnita saber qué es lo que está pasando en los países de Latinoamérica con respecto a las regulaciones, prohibiciones, etcétera, que tenemos. Hoy día, como tenemos al directorio de ARDT, nos vamos a enfocar en los países en que estamos. El día de mañana van a agregarse las otras agrupaciones de ARDT, vamos a tener a Ecuador, a México, Panamá, Paraguay, vamos a tener a España, la gran Ángeles Montada, que sin duda es pilar del activismo, así que los dejamos invitados para mañana también. Y partamos por lo peor, por Claudio, no, mentira, no es por Claudio, es por Brasil, que tiene la peor situación y con, no sé si decirla con menor futuro, porque estamos todos muy esperanzados, uno nunca sabe cómo se pueden dar vuelta las cosas, pero cuéntale un poco a la gente que no sabe qué es lo que pasa en Brasil, Claudio, cómo es el tema de la regulación, a qué están expuestos.
Bueno, primero, la declaración de Brasil ha sido un desastre. Está en YouTube para quienes quieran ver. Y claro que es una declaración oficial y siempre tiene tintes diplomáticos. No significa exactamente una síntesis de lo que va a ocurrir en reuniones a puertas cerradas, pero sí que deja entrever un poco el ambiente político del país y sus posicionamientos dentro de la COP9, ¿no? Bueno, Brasil. A ver. Es evidente que hay que reconocer cierto éxito en los programas de control de tabaco en Brasil. La prevalencia del tabaquismo en el país ha ido disminuyendo muchísimo desde la década de los 80, si no me equivoco, de los 35, 36% en 89 para el 17 o 10% en 18, según la fuente. Pero independiente de estas inconsistencias numéricas, y aunque todavía hay un número significativo de muertes y enfermedades relacionadas al tabaquismo, son 165.000 muertos al año, los logros son innegables, hay logros. Ahora bien, la tasa de disminución pierde intensidad con el tiempo, eso es natural. Y aunque eso no significa ninguna deficiencia en lo que se ha alcanzado hasta ahora, sí que muestra que el estado actual es un punto de estancamiento o incluso un punto de inflexión. De ahí no va a avanzar más. Y es justamente donde la reducción de daños por tabaquismo podría actuar dando un seguimiento histórico a esses logros ya alcanzados. Actualmente, chicos, la prevalencia de tabaquismo en Brasil alcanza más o menos 26 millones de personas. En una encuesta de 2018 o 2019, no me acuerdo bien, más del 60% de los fumadores dijeron que les gustaría cambiar a dispositivos más seguros. Mientras que 75% afirmó jamás no tener conocimiento de la existencia de productos de bajo riesgo. O sea, en teoría, con políticas públicas adecuadas y una mano del mercado con precios accesibles, alrededor de 16 millones de personas podrían estar consumiendo productos de nicotina más seguros ahora mismo. Y esa es la oportunidad que la OMS manda a la mierda, ¿no?
Cuéntale un poco a la gente que no sabe cuál es la situación actual regulatoria del vapeo, porque hay gente que no sabe que en Brasil...
La situación es la prohibición del comercio, de la publicidad el uso no está prohibido. La prohibición es la misma que ocurrió en muchísimos países de Latinoamérica en 2009, como si fuera algo muy bien orquestado, o sea, prohibiciones con el texto casi idéntico en varios países de la región. O sea, es una prohibición administrativa, es la Agencia de Salud que lo ha prohibido, no hay legislación, no hay nada, desde el 2009, ¿vale? Pero sí que del 2009 hasta hoy hay miles de emprendedores, hay un centenar de inversores interesados en crear este mercado, hay una cadena prácticamente lista y dispuesta a salir de la ilegalidad y desarrollar este mercado. Hay muchos consumidores. Pero lo que vemos de los gobiernos en esta década que se ha pasado ha sido un desprecio a las personas y las manos muy gordas de un grupo de interés muy fuerte. No es necesario esclarecer que Bloomberg es la principal fuente del prohibicionismo y el negacionismo de la ciencia en Brasil.
Es una pena. ¿Cómo se ve el futuro afectado en Brasil?
Mira, yo creo una cosa. Mira, hay un tema que es básico en economía. Si existe una demanda en la sociedad y por alguna razón esta demanda es restringida por medios coercitivos, esto afecta a todo un ecosistema social, aumenta el atractivo del producto y su valor. Eso ha pasado con la ley seca en Estados Unidos, ¿no? Al Capone surgió en este contexto. Entonces, yo creo que el desafío es muy importante y muy complejo en Brasil. Sin embargo, yo creo que por fuerza del mercado, por una presión económica, por mejor decirlo, esta presión económica puede facilitar la derogación de la prohibición del vapeo de 2009, del tabaco calentado, que creo que será el producto que se va a legalizar primero, antes de todos. Sí, yo creo que se va a cancelar esta prohibición en los próximos 2 años, es mi apuesta, pero por una fuerza del mercado.
Dios te escuche. Bueno, Juan, de Argentina, cuéntanos un poco cuál es la situación de ustedes y cómo se ve el futuro.
Bueno, Argentina también presenta un escenario muy complejo por múltiples factores. Para empezar, vivimos una situación muy similar a la de Brasil.
Juan, disculpa que te interrumpa, es que yo como chileno me debería dar vergüenza pedirte esto, pero como estamos en una transmisión internacional y puede que haya gente que no hable muy bien español, un poquitito más lento, porque los chilenos y los argentinos somos como un poquito fast.
Perfecto, no hay ningún problema. Bueno, como contaba, continuar con la presentación, presentamos un escenario complejo, muy similar a Brasil. Si bien la disposición administrativa que prohíbe la comercialización, distribución y promoción de los productos de vapeo y todos sus accesorios no viene directamente del Ministerio de Salud, viene de un ente relacionado que es ADMAT, sumado a la falta de interés que hay por el Estado y que la reducción de daños por tabaquismo no es algo de interés público. Si metemos también en esa ecuación, ¿no?, a que el rubro o los pequeños emprendedores que han sobrevivido a más de una década de prohibiciones se han visto realmente criminalizados porque son allanados por la Policía Federal, procedimientos de aduana y demás, plantea un escenario muy, muy complejo. Hay demasiados proyectos de ley, tanto provinciales como nacionales, en contra del vapeo, que hemos intervenido a su debido tiempo y hemos logrado frenar, pero nunca se llega a un consenso, a decir, bueno, regularicemos, o a llegar aunque sea un punto medio en el debate, es directamente o se aprueba un proyecto o no se aprueba, no hay debates. La Argentina tiene una prevalecencia tabáquica de arriba del 25%, yo creo que si incluimos menores y demás, estamos por arriba del 27%, en un país que viven más de 45 millones de personas, o sea, hay demasiados fumadores en Argentina, hay poco interés por regular, y bueno, la desinformación que nos afecta a todos, se sigue usando ciencia absurda y casi lisérgica, o cuestiones que pasaron hace años y ya se esclarecieron, siguen haciendo hincapié y ruido en los medios argentinos. Se vive con mucho temor, y eso, por lógica, repercute en la accesibilidad a los usuarios y en quién quiere apostar por su salud y usar una herramienta o un producto de riesgo reducido. La verdad que es compleja la situación que se vive, pero el último año y medio hay una apertura, se ha demostrado que hay una resistencia tanto a nivel científico y clínico, y los usuarios empiezan a despertar, a notar de que su voz tiene que ser escuchada, y yo creo que está teniendo su impacto en los tomadores de decisiones. Cada vez son más las reuniones que se pueden dar a nivel parlamentario, y bueno, confiamos en que tenga sus frutos. No creo que este año, que es un año electoral en nuestro país, pero sí en el año finales del año que viene o en el próximo año, que tengamos resultados positivos, o por lo menos estamos esperanzados, ¿no?, con todo esto.
Me quedo en tu palabra, que es estamos esperanzados. La verdad es que todos creemos que finalmente la ciencia va a prevalecer por sobre el dinero de Bloomberg y otros intereses que hay de por medio. Lo veíamos al principio del programa, transmitimos el video sobre Bloomberg. Hay una pregunta en el chat que me parece acorde, el que quiera responderla, Francisco, si tú tienes ganas, si no Jeffrey o Claudio. Dicen que sería bueno que explicáramos qué es la COP9 para ellos, para aquellos que no saben de qué es lo que estamos hablando, que en realidad a veces se nos olvida, nosotros damos por sabido algo que no tiene por qué saber la gente. ¿Quién quiere ir con la explicación de qué es la COP?
Pues miren, la COP9 realmente la COP9 es la reunión de las partes. ¿Y quiénes son las partes? Son los países que firman una cosa que se llama el Convenio Marco para el Control del Tabaco. Esto, Jeff me podrá ayudar con la fecha, es un acuerdo el cual se firma a partir de la iniciativa de la OMS de hacer el control del tabaco alrededor del mundo. Entonces, la OMS llama a todos los países, establece unos criterios, los países están de acuerdo y firman y se agregan a ese convenio. Entonces,
15 años, si no me equivoco, tiene la COP.
Entre 18 y 20 años empezaron las conversaciones.
Entonces,
yo creo que hace 15 firmaron, ¿no?
Sí, entonces gran parte de los países han firmado este acuerdo que propuso la Organización Mundial de la Salud, salvo, por ejemplo, los que están aquí, Argentina, que es particular, que es partícipe de la COP9 cuando no ha firmado el convenio y lance juicios y apreciaciones partiendo como si estuvieran dentro de la COP9, que es muy particular. Eso por un lado, y pues el número indica las veces que se han reunido. Cada 2 años se hacen estas reuniones en las cuales se reúnen todos los países, ¿cierto?, a discutir cómo va el proceso del control del tabaco alrededor del mundo, qué políticas propone la Organización Mundial de la Salud para que se implementen en cada uno de los países, pero ojo, y eso es una cosa que nos han querido meter los dedos a la boca, los países son soberanos de establecer cómo establecen esas políticas. No son obligaciones. Eso no es cierto, ¿sí? Cada uno mira cómo implementa sus regulaciones en cada uno de sus países. Yo pongo un ejemplo. Para todo lo que son los productos de administración de nicotina, lo que conocemos nosotros como vapeo, dentro de los escenarios hay 4 escenarios que propone la Organización Mundial de la Salud a través del COP. Bueno, perdón, a través del convenio marco. 1, prohibición. 2, como producto farmacéutico o médico. 3, como producto de consumo. Y el 4, no sé, se me va, Jeff, de pronto ayuda.
Producto de tabaco.
O como producto de tabaco, correcto. Entonces, el control marco lo que hace es que presenta unas posibilidades y cada país opta por qué ruta se va, ¿sí? Nosotros, digamos, desde el activismo, abogamos para que esa regulación sea a partir de la opción de que sea un producto de consumo, ¿sí? Y bajo los criterios científicos de la reducción de daños y riesgos del tabaquismo. Eso es en términos generales lo que es el COP, la reunión de las partes, y pues obviamente, desafortunadamente, digamos, como lo mencionaba Jeff hace un momento, pues hay un secretismo y hay digamos, unas sesiones a puerta cerrada que son bastante discutibles frente a la transparencia que tiene la Organización Mundial de la Salud frente a estos asuntos. Lo discutíamos en alguna ocasión con Claudio, por ejemplo, de por qué, si miramos las diferencias entre el COP medioambiental, el COP de control de tabaco. En el COP medioambiental invitan a todo el mundo y hay reuniones paralelas a lo que pasa. En cambio, la Organización Mundial de la Salud, a través del COP, no lo hace. Ni invita, ni permite organizar, digamos, sesiones paralelas a lo que está pasando. Y pues obviamente ya lo hemos mencionado, el video al principio que salió, sabemos de las manos de quién está, digamos, ese control. Por ejemplo, este año, como lo mencionaba Jeff, se le negó la entrada, por ejemplo, de nuevo a las organizaciones de consumidores, como es el caso de INCO, pero sí se le dio la entrada a Vital Strategics, que es una organización en la cual fondean, obviamente, el señor Michael Bloomberg, la Fundación Melinda Gates, entre otros. Entonces, al parecer, hay que pagar membresía para poder entrar a las reuniones del COP. Así, tal cual. Eso es lo que está pasando. Y lo mismo, por ejemplo, Tobacco Free Kids también asiste a otra reunión en la cual también se les negó la entrada, por ejemplo, que es otra reunión paralela que tiene que ver también con el control de tabaco, pero Tobacco Free Kids sí tiene entrada. Entonces eso pone en seria credibilidad las decisiones que toma el convenio marco para el control de tabaco. Y por eso, digamos, estamos todos nosotros aquí haciendo la presión y haciendo, digamos, el llamado a todos los usuarios, a todas las personas, e incluso a la misma Organización Mundial de la Salud, al control marco de tabaco, que sean transparentes. ¿Por qué no se transmiten las sesiones? ¿Por qué hay tanto secretismo? ¿Qué es lo que tienen que ocultar? Y no se pueden seguir ocultando bajo la excusa de la interferencia de la industria tabacalera. Eso no es ninguna excusa. En el COP medioambiental participa toda la industria que le genera daño al planeta, por ejemplo, en las sesiones y en los eventos paralelos. ¿Por qué en este caso no se le permite la participación a los usuarios? A los usuarios.
Ahí me gustaría hacer un disclaimer para que no se vaya a malentender. Nosotros no estamos defendiendo las tabacaleras.
No,
eso que está diciendo Francisco tiene que ver porque una de las razones que ellos esgrimen es que los activistas tendríamos algo que ver con las tabacaleras y no hay nada más lejano a eso. Nosotros somos gente que queremos que la gente deje de fumar y se cambie a un sistema mucho menos dañino. Además, se habla de las tabacaleras, pero solo para dar un ejemplo, porque esto se ha tratado de puntualizar como si fuera una lucha en contra de las tabacaleras. En Estados Unidos hay 3 tabacaleras, pero hay 15.000 marcas en la industria del vapeo que no tienen ningún vínculo con las tabacaleras. Por lo tanto, aquí ni siquiera estamos hablando de las tabacaleras, porque esa industria que es la industria del vapeo, que no tiene nada que ver con el tabaco, la tratan de dejar fuera diciendo que son las tabacaleras. Hoy día las tabacaleras representan una parte mínima del vapeo en el mundo. Son nada en el mundo. De hecho, la mayoría de los países de Latinoamérica ni siquiera tienen presencia en el mundo del vapeo. El caso chileno, no hay ningún producto de vapeo en Chile que sea de una tabacalera. Son todos de empresas que son netamente vaporizadores.
Al fin y al cabo, quienes defienden los cigarrillos y el tabaco son ellos.
Exactamente, que es que la COP partió como un convenio marco para atacar el tabaco, pero en algún momento como que se les olvidó cuál era su objetivo y empezaron a atacar al vapeo y a otras formas que sirven para dejar de fumar, que son extremadamente buenas. O sea, acá tenemos a 6 fumadores acérrimos durante muchos años de su vida, que gracias al vapeo logramos dejarlo y llevamos una mucho mejor calidad de vida. Aprovechando que estaba hablando tú, Pancho, pero aquí me voy a poner medio pesado porque la pregunta es para ti, pero la quiero contestar yo. Te hago la pregunta y si quieres me dejas. Si no, dices no, yo la quiero contestar, pero si no, la contesto yo. Dice David Merino, pregunta, consulta para Francisco Ordóñez. ¿Piensa que en los países en los que aún gobierna el socialismo, la política anti-vape es rígida? Por ejemplo, en Argentina el gobierno es de Fernández, es de tendencia socialista.
Ignacio, por favor, yo te complemento.
La respuesta que yo quiero dar, después tú puedes decir no estoy de acuerdo, la respuesta es que esto no tiene nada que ver con la posición política del Estado. De hecho, tenemos Brasil, donde está Bolsonaro, que es mucho más restrictivo incluso que otros países socialistas, y tenemos el caso de Venezuela, que es un gobierno extremadamente socialista, llevado al comunismo, de hecho, y que es el único país donde ha habido una regulación positiva hacia el vapeo, donde se ha logrado legislar, y hoy día ellos tienen una regulación con otra tendencia, tienen una tendencia alejada de la reducción de daños, pero sí tienen una regulación y es el único país de Latinoamérica que hoy día la tiene. En otras partes tenemos en el gobierno chileno a Sebastián Piñera, que es de derecha, y también atacan el vapeo. Y por otro lado tenemos a los mexicanos, que son también un gobierno de izquierda, el que están haciendo bolsa al vapeo desde el punto de vista del gobierno, y esto no tiene que ver con la postura política de un gobierno o de una persona en particular. En el caso mexicano tenemos a 2 diputados del mismo partido enfrentándose a favor de la reducción de daños, defendiendo el vapeo y en contra del vapeo, que es la diputada Medel del partido Morena, quien de hecho ha sido acusada de corrupción porque se detectó que el documento que ella presentó de ley lo había redactado una funcionaria del Bloomberg. Entonces, no tiene que ver con las posturas políticas, sino que con las conexiones que tiene cada persona con Bloomberg. En el caso mexicano, que se han podido ver las conexiones de manera más directa, está López-Gatell, que es el subsecretario de Salud de ese país, que tiene vínculos directos con Bloomberg y también ha atacado terriblemente al vapeo. Pero esa sería mi respuesta, que la respuesta es no necesariamente, no tiene que ver con la postura política, no tiene que ver con el socialismo, con el capitalismo. Acá hay algo que va mucho más allá, que según mi punto de vista, defender los intereses de Michael Bloomberg, Gates y las farmacéuticas, entre otros.
Es una industria filantrópica detrás de todo esto. Para dar un ejemplo muy breve, todos los diputados de cualquier partido en Argentina han sido abiertos, tanto los pro como los anti, pero se notan que sucumben bajo la influencia. Si bien no hay un vínculo directo del Estado argentino con las organizaciones de Bloomberg, pero cada proyecto de ley que nosotros vamos a defender anti-vapeo, o sea, defender nuestra posición, todo proyecto anti-vapeo en Argentina y de los últimos tiempos se ven influenciados por el FIC Argentina, que sabemos que tienen grants, que tienen becas directamente de Michael Bloomberg, y son los pajaritos que le comen la oreja a todos los políticos hoy por hoy en Argentina. Y la idea de ellos es incluir al vapeo en todas las políticas de control de tabaco. Nosotros celebramos cualquier ley y política antitabaco o de control de tabaco para no faltarle el respeto al convenio marco, pero ves que detrás de la inclusión del vapeo o vincularlo con el tabaco o atarlo a una ley propiamente o netamente de tabaco, están detrás todas estas instituciones de índole clínica o pseudocientíficas haciendo la bajada de línea de Bloomberg. A mí me ha tocado hace muy poco en una audiencia en la provincia de La Pampa vivirlo en carne propia y directamente enfrentarme con el FIC y ver las aberraciones que dicen y repiten el discurso que está en todas partes del mundo de parte de ellos, y desgraciadamente para ellos pensé en voz alta y dije que su discurso era totalmente bloombergiano. ¿Y cómo será que les afectó que se fueron de esa audiencia sin siquiera saludar? Porque saben que es la verdad. Disculpen por la intromisión.
Hermanos, antes de que continúen, lastimosamente me tengo que retirar. Les agradezco un montón a todos. Espero que sigan muy bien. Mañana me retomaré las conversaciones con los presentes en la mesa y ojalá con Scope, con las transmisiones en vivo de RDT. Espero no terminen de pasar muchísimo y muy bien, disculpen. Y me retiro. Lastimosamente sí tengo que hacer
Nada que disculpar, Jeff. Te agradecemos haber estado. Para los que nos están viendo y sepan, Jeff está vuelto loco, está con todo lo que tiene que ver con INCO, le ha tocado un día brutal. De hecho, se nos adelantó el programa por un pequeño problema que tuvimos y hizo un esfuerzo gigante para estar igual hoy día. Nosotros creíamos que este programa iba mañana. Tuvimos ahí un problema horario con Hong Kong, pero estuvo aquí de todas maneras. Y además lo vamos a tener mañana, pasado y pasado. O sea, ya lo dejamos enganchado al pobre. No se imaginan cómo se ha quejado el pobre, pero ahí está. A pesar de que se queja, aparece y nos mantiene informados de lo que está pasando en México, en Inglaterra. Un abrazo grande a la distancia, querido amigo, y a seguir con fuerza ahí poniendo atención para mantenernos informados a todos los monitos latinoamericanos.
Bueno, hermanos, un gran saludo a todos, que les esté pasando y feliz vapeo a todos.
Ay, no se tiró su nuevecita de despedida, la primera persona que se va sin una nuevecita. Pero bueno, volvemos al tema. ¿A quién interrumpí? Ya no sé. Ah, no, fue Jeff el que interrumpió.
Estábamos un poco en un debate. ¿Me dejas hacer una pequeña acotación para sumarle una cuota de positivismo a esta charla, Ignacio?
Sí, por supuesto.
Bueno, vemos que el escenario de la COP y todo esto nos plantea algo medio que da pavor o terror en todo. Pero, ¿qué podemos rescatar de positivo o por qué es tan importante incluso para países que no ratifican el convenio marco como Argentina, pero hacen uso y abuso de él? ¿Qué es lo importante y por qué tenemos tanta atención, toda nuestra mirada puesta y expectativa en la COP9? En la posición de las naciones, tanto de Inglaterra, sea Francia, sea Nueva Zelanda o algún país que nos pueda sorprender. Porque hay mucho hermetismo y yo ya lo llamaría censura. Pero si rescatamos una posición positiva de un Estado, vamos a poner el ejemplo de Inglaterra. Nos pueden desmentir a los usuarios, a las asociaciones, organizaciones, comunidad. Pueden plantear todo el conflicto de interés que quieran, pero no pueden desmentir a otro Estado. Si bien todo lo que venga del convenio marco es una sugerencia, no es una regulación, no es algo que vaya a impactar directamente, pero para poner un ejemplo y en un futuro regulatorio, un Estado no puede desmentir a otro, no podés desmentir la estadística de un país, el impacto sobre la salud pública que tienen los productos de daño reducido. Entonces, ahí es donde viene ese hermetismo y la mentira de ellos. No quieren que observemos los ejemplos positivos y que nos podamos defender a tiempo de esos ataques. Yo creo que es crucial.
Ahí está la importancia de tener información acerca del tema, tener información acerca del tema. porque hay que hacer presión interna en los delegados, los diputados, senadores y tal.
Así es. Bueno, y volviendo un poco al tema de quienes nos están viendo desde otros países y para que puedan conocer la realidad latinoamericana, Jorge, cuéntanos un poco de cuál es la situación que vive Perú. Tu ministerio tiene algunos, por lo menos, no sé cómo llamarlo, algunos eventos anecdóticos. Yo, como he
Sí,
dicho antes, ustedes tienen el récord mundial de
realmente sí, creo que acá en
el
Perú
ministerio
tenemos el récord
diciendo
mundial de la
más brutalidades.
estupidez. Es decir, cosas más locas, más tontas. De hecho, Ignacio se ríe mucho porque a nosotros nos hicieron incluso exámenes de SIDA, supuestamente, porque podía ser contagiado por medio del vapeo, según el Ministerio de Salud peruano. Pero fuera de
Sorry,
todo
no puedo
eso,
evitarlo, pero me sigue cabiendo la duda de por dónde están vapeando los peruanos.
Bueno, ¿saben cuántos litros de saliva, por ejemplo, si se lo adjudicaran a contagiar por boca, 7 litros de saliva tenemos que ingerir de golpe para contagiarnos? Es decir, digamos que si queda alguna duda de lo que dijo el Estado peruano, eso lo aclara.
sí, claro, acá dicen cosas bastante, yo les digo interesantes, por no decirle graciosas o estúpidas, y mienten de unas maneras terribles, ¿no? Siguen mucho los diálogos, o sea, todo lo que le pide la OMS que diga, pero siempre le agregan, pues, ¿no? Su cuota de, como yo le digo, peruanismo, ¿no? Que es, por ejemplo, esto. Con todo y eso tenemos la suerte de no tener ninguna prohibición. Lamentablemente tampoco contamos con una regulación, pero no quiere decir que no se esté haciendo nada en contra del vapeo. Acá se le ataca muchísimo. Hay presupuestos de millones de dólares dedicados únicamente a publicidad en contra del vapeo. Y el tema es que no es solamente atacado por el Ministerio de Salud. De hecho, el último proyecto de ley que se presentó hace no más de una semana fue presentado por el Ministerio de Economía. Y es un proyecto de ley muy peligroso porque no contento con ser comparado con el tabaco, no ponen ni siquiera un valor, lo que le da el poder al gobierno de poner el valor que le da la gana. O sea, si es que a ellos se les ocurre ponerle 500% de impuesto, pueden hacerlo sin que nadie les pueda decir nada al respecto, que es lo más peligroso, ¿no? No es la primera pelea, gracias a Dios, no es la primera que hemos tenido, hemos ganado varias, gracias a eso todavía nosotros estamos como estamos. Se hace mucho trabajo para ganarlas, pero lamentablemente los ataques cada vez son más graves, las mentiras cada vez son mayores y de hecho cada vez los intentos son mucho más difíciles de rebatir, como este, por ejemplo, ¿no? Es muy probable que yo no tenga acceso al Ministerio de Economía de ninguna manera, por lo menos no de ninguna manera tradicional, ¿no? Entonces ahí viene lo difícil de esta. Gracias a Dios, como les digo, estamos bien, pero por ahora tenemos que seguir peleando. No podemos quedarnos callados, no podemos dormirnos en los que estamos, porque si no vamos a terminar peor que la mayoría de los países. Ya sabemos, nuestros políticos son súper graciosos, por decirlo de una manera, y son súper propensos a aceptar todo lo que venga con un auspicio de otro lado. Eso está más que comprobado en Perú. Y esto sabemos que tiene auspicios bastante grandes. Así que si no nos defendemos, no vamos a llegar a ningún lado jamás.
Bueno, toda la fuerza a los amigos peruanos y a levantarse porque es necesario hacer escuchar su voz. Es importante que apoyen, que se sumen a la causa y vayan haciendo ruido. Pancho, Colombia, donde la cosa pinta un poco mejor.
Bueno, nosotros, bueno, digamos en términos generales, no es que pinte mejor, sino que hay dos fuerzas ahí haciendo presión. Tenemos dos proyectos de ley en este momento que son uno que quiere regular los productos de administración de nicotina, en especial los de vapeo, dentro de la ley antitabaco, que es la ley 1335, y por otro lado hay un proyecto que quiere regular los productos de nicotina de menor riesgo y teniendo en cuenta la reducción de daños como el principio fundamental para regularlas de esta manera, que está por aparte. Los dos ahorita van 1-1. Digamos que son 4 rounds y de esos 4 rounds cada uno ya lleva 1 y 1. ¿Por qué digo que 1 y 1? Porque aquí en Colombia funciona de la siguiente manera. Aquí hay Cámara de Representantes y Senado. Entonces, los proyectos pueden arrancar por cualquiera de esas dos pistas. Puede ser por Cámara de Representantes o por Senado. El que quiere regular dentro de la ley antitabaco arrancó por Senado y el que quiere regular independientemente es por la Cámara de Representantes. Entonces, en este momento van 1-1. Hace poco tuvimos una audiencia pública en la cual participaron, digamos, varios expertos científicos, por ejemplo, médicos de RELDAD estuvieron apoyando precisamente, y pues ahí está Juan, que conoce muy bien al doctor Diego, que estuvo presente en esta audiencia pública. También estuvo el doctor Terán, también estuvo el doctor Caballero. Bueno, hubo varias posiciones y estuvo realmente en un principio balanceado, y creo que, ojo, porque aquí en Colombia no estamos exentos de los dineros de Bloomberg, ¿no? Aquí también hay organizaciones que también son financiadas por Bloomberg, pero lo particular de todo esto es que cuando nos invitaron a nosotros, yo participé a nombre de la Asociación Colombiana de Vapeadores de ASOVAPE, y nos enviaron una lista de los participantes, quiénes iban a participar. Y, oh sorpresa, resultaron creo que 3 o 4 que no estaban dentro de la lista. Una señora de la Universidad de San Francisco, un mexicano que realmente no es poco apreciado en su país.
Y poco apreciado en Chile también desde ahora, hombre. Bueno, ese mexicano era como del ministerio peruano. Ese no hubo nada que no dijera que no fuera una aberración. Lo que sí es importante hacer un comentario sobre ese momento, que a mí me parece muy importante resaltar en el Congreso colombiano, porque muestra cómo debiesen actuar los parlamentos, pero también cómo las mentiras llegan a su punto final en algún momento, que fue la nueva intentona por parte de este mexicano, porque en el Congreso colombiano, sí permitieron que hablara gente de la industria, incluyendo a las tabacaleras. Y este mexicano trató de tomarse el convenio marco y decir que Colombia no podía conversar con la industria. Pero, muy bien ahí, el moderador estaba muy bien informado y le dijo, a ver, momentito, lo que usted acaba de decir no es así. El convenio marco establece exactamente cuáles son las formas para hablar con las tabacaleras, pero en ninguna parte dice que no se puede hablar con ellos. Y de nuevo, no es que esté defendiendo las tabacaleras, pero en el caso de Chile, el senador Girardi intentó a través de esa falacia eliminarnos a nosotros, a los usuarios, diciendo que no se podía hablar con los usuarios porque compartíamos algunos de los puntos en favor del cigarrillo electrónico, por lo tanto, terminábamos representando los intereses de la tabacalera. O sea, una brutalidad del porte de un buque que en el caso del Congreso de Colombia lo intentó hacer un mexicano, pero le pararon los carros y le dijeron, señor, infórmese, no mienta, no en esas palabras, me hubiese encantado que le hubiese dicho, cállate, mentiroso, pero sí le pararon los carros, y es importante ir viendo cómo de a poco ya no les funciona esta seguidilla de mentiras. Sabemos que mienten en la ciencia, mienten en lo que dice el convenio marco. Como decía Facundo, usan y abusan lo poco que tienen permanentemente. Perdona, Pancho, por la interrupción.
No te preocupes.
Era necesario hacer la pausa. Y saludo a ti, mexicanote.
No, miren, y bueno, y otro de los invitados fue la Johns Hopkins, que es una organización médica que tiene una universidad y es financiada por Michael Bloomberg, y esos fueron de último minuto porque no estaban allí. Entonces, eso habla que, digamos, la defensa en ese momento estuvo bien, que creo que al punto que se asustaron y tuvieron que llamar a los refuerzos. Pero obviamente se ve claramente la mano oscura de Bloomberg, precisamente en todo esto, y como mencionaba hace un momento, hay organizaciones aquí en el país que reciben dinero, grandes cantidades de dinero del señor Michael Bloomberg, y que obviamente le han hecho oposición a todo lo que son los productos de vapeo. Ojo, amparándose en el discurso que se volvió prácticamente universal, y es protejamos a los niños. Cuando todas las organizaciones de usuarios estamos en sintonía de que estos productos no tienen que llegar a manos de menores de edad. Todos, o sea, no hay ninguna organización que promueva el uso de este tipo de dispositivos en menores de edad y siguen recalcando y acudiendo a lo mismo. ¿Y qué es lo que pasa? Bueno, aquí en Colombia las posibilidades de que se prohíba son casi nulas. ¿Por qué? Porque la Constitución colombiana tiene dentro de sus principios el desarrollo de la libre personalidad. Entonces, no puede haber una prohibición como pasa, por ejemplo, en el caso de Brasil o en el caso de Argentina, que es una prohibición comercial realmente, porque en Argentina y en Brasil tú no puedes vender, pero sí lo puedes utilizar. Pero la pregunta es, ¿de dónde carajos consigues el dispositivo si te permiten utilizarlo, pero no te permiten venderlo? Ojo, o sea, esas son las cosas, las ambigüedades. Este es, como dice nuestro premio Nobel Gabriel García Márquez, esto es el Macondo, pero suramericano, en donde todo lo absurdo pasa es aquí, ¿sí? O sea, listo, te permitimos usarlo, pero no te permitimos que otras personas te lo vendan. Entonces, esos son los absurdos de Latinoamérica. Y por fortuna, pues, para los que no saben, pues Asodeo existe hace un poco más de 6 años y creo que ya nos hemos ido ganando ese espacio aquí, digamos, de representatividad de los usuarios y tuvimos la posibilidad de participar en la mesa intersectorial que organizó la Cancillería, que era la organizadora y es la que está presente en la mesa del COP9 en este momento, en la cual nos permitió participar y dar nuestros puntos de vista frente al COP, lo que queríamos que la COP supiera de parte de los usuarios. Ojalá que nuestras intervenciones lleguen a la mesa del COP. Una de ellas fue que no se cambie la agenda, porque en la agenda, en teoría, no se va a discutir nada sobre lo que son los productos de administración de nicotina bajo riesgo. Pero conociendo la dinámica de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, lo que la historia ya nos ha mostrado, es que es mejor ser reiterativos en eso del respeto a la agenda, ¿no? Vamos a ver qué termina de pasar en todos estos días, pero pues digamos, esa es la situación, digamos, general de Colombia. Tenemos la fortuna que el representante Mauricio Toro, que es el que está liderando el proyecto de regulación independiente de la ley antitabaco, nos ha escuchado, hemos podido darle nuestros puntos, asesorarlos con la información científica, entiende muy claramente que la reducción de riesgos y daños y que se debe aplicar también al tabaco. Y lo mencionaba ahorita Jorge y se me venía a la cabeza, no se imaginan, y una de las quejas recurrentes de los estados es que nosotros gastamos no sé cuántos miles de millones de pesos o de dólares, lo que sea, en el gasto de las atenciones médicas generadas por el tabaquismo, pero no se han puesto a mirar qué pasaría si se implementaran esas políticas como las que están en Inglaterra y cómo se reduce el gasto precisamente sanitario de atención a esas personas que enfermaron por consumo de tabaco. Entonces se reduce y obviamente el gasto gubernamental baja en ese sentido. Entonces, ojo, porque es que el discurso que siempre nos han querido vender, o sea, que manejan, digamos, los antivapeo, porque ya no les digo antitabaco, son antivapeo porque realmente son pro tabaco al oponerse precisamente a dispositivos de menor riesgo, lo que están haciendo es que manipulan la opinión pública con desinformación. Por ejemplo, lo que dicen de la Organización Mundial de la Salud, del control marco del tabaco, son interpretaciones de ellos y sacan lo que a ellos les conviene para decir. Un ejemplo, lo que decía, y reitero también lo que decía Ignacio, nosotros no estamos defendiendo a las tabacaleras, incluso estamos en contra de ellos porque nosotros somos anti-tabaco. Estamos diciendo a la gente, deje de fumar, hay una alternativa que le permite a usted dejar de fumar y reducir el riesgo que usted está tomando cuando fuma, ¿sí? Entonces, ¿qué es lo que están haciendo estas organizaciones? Manipulan y dicen cosas como el apreciado mexicanito, de cosas que la gente desconoce, ¿sí? Y parte de nuestra labor como activistas es desvirtuar eso, dar la información clara como debe ser, como está consignada, y no dejarnos meter la boca a nosotros ni a los usuarios. Yo creo que esa es la función más importante que nosotros cumplimos. Por eso se crea también ARDT, que es una unión de fuerzas de todas las organizaciones de usuarios alrededor de Iberoamérica, y es precisamente brindar información a los usuarios que es certera. Utilizamos, como decía Juan, la ciencia, es nuestro punto de referente para poder defender esto. Esto no lo defendemos nosotros, no lo decimos nosotros, lo dice la ciencia, ¿sí? Lo dice y la ciencia tiene una virtud, ya para cerrar, increíble. Cuando dicen, es que ese estudio es financiado por, o ese estudio no sé qué, mire, la ciencia la ciencia se basa sobre el método positivista. Yo puedo corroborar si eso es cierto o no volviendo a aplicar el estudio. Listo, si es cierto y tienen tanto dinero para hacerlo, háganlo de verdad. Entonces, vuelvo a decir.
De hecho, lo que dices tú, tienes toda la razón. Y a la inversa sí se ha hecho, que todos estos estudios basura que presenta la OMS, que se han demostrado como falsos, porque se han rehecho los estudios para demostrar que no es así, y ellos lo siguen mostrando a pesar de que ya fueron desmentidos, y con respecto a eso les recordamos que el miércoles vamos a tener en este mismo horario al doctor Sussman hablando exactamente de eso, de las mentiras de la OMS, y desde el punto de vista científico, cómo esas mentiras, pero mirándolo exactamente desde el punto de vista científico. O sea, este es el estudio que hicieron, lo hicieron mal por esto y por esto, y esto fue demostrado como falso, sin embargo ellos lo siguen usando. Le quiero dar la palabra a Juan, que estaba ahí como que no se podía esperar, lo veía ahí cuando se agarra los bigotes, que ya no aguanta.
No me puedo contener por una simple razón, para complementar la intervención de Francisco. Es muy fácil de entender esta ecuación. ¿Por qué no están a favor de las herramientas de reducción de daños que bajarían la tasa de tabaquismo? Porque si no hay tabaquismo, no hay control de tabaco. Y el control de tabaco tiene una posición muy cómoda, una posición que no ha evolucionado, podríamos decir, en las últimas por lo menos 2 décadas, es deja de fumar o muere en el intento, prácticamente, y se ha transformado en una posición muy cómoda, que recibe su financiamiento, que no es poco, y por eso no intervienen. ¿Y por qué los estados también recaen? ¿Cómo se paga el costo de la salud pública relacionada al tabaquismo? Con los impuestos al tabaco. Entonces, no solo que hay una industria de control de tabaco, sino que los estados, y más los estados latinoamericanos, que están bastante fundidos, se transforman en rehenes de este círculo vicioso. Y ahí te cierra todo, la industria del control de tabaco y cómo financiar los daños del tabaquismo y con impuestos al tabaco. Y en medio de eso nos venimos nosotros, la revolución porque tanto la industria como todo lo que gira en torno a la demanda de los usuarios, venimos a plantear esta revolución, esta solución aparentemente mucho más simple que la que plantean ellos, menos tortuosa, y no quieren perder las riendas. Y también de parte de la industria filantrópica, porque no son altruistas para nada, porque es no perder el control que tienen sobre el pueblo. Eso tampoco hay que estudiarlo, porque lo único que quiere Gates, Bloomberg and the others, agregados culturales que tienen, es no perder el control. A ellos no les importa el beneficio o el daño que puedan hacer. Lo que les importa es tener el control sobre la población. Es ese su hobby. Y lo ejercen a través del poder económico que tienen.
En el chat tenemos un par de comentarios que me gustaría leer. Uno es de la organización de Scope Livestream, que dice, todos ustedes están inspirados, su pasión y su impulso. Muchas gracias por ser parte de Scope. Al contrario, queremos agradecerle a ustedes el espacio, estamos encantados de participar. Y el otro comentario es de Luis Felipe Gamboa. Si la OMS Si la OMS nombra embajador mundial de enfermedades no transmisibles a Bloomberg, ¿qué más podemos esperar?
¿Verdad?
Bueno, y es así, para quienes no saben, Michael Bloomberg donó $1.000 millones.
Creo que más. O sea, es que son donaciones no solamente a la Organización Mundial de la Salud, sino es todo el financiamiento que da a las organizaciones de control de tabaco, que eso es independiente de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Además, independiente del dinero que aporta a través de Vital Strategics. O sea, el dinero
Bueno,
es
y la OMS, que no se rinde ante intereses económicos, lo nombró embajador. A él.
No,
Pero
y
bueno,
este año ha sido muy particular porque no solo lo nombra, pero ya directamente no se gasta en esconderlo. O sea, OMS y Bloomberg Philanthropies van de la mano públicamente, en textos, en videos, en todo. Y es muy gracioso porque los que estuvimos siguiendo todo el tema de la PRECOP, hasta prácticamente bastardearon el convenio marco y imponían las normas Empower. Y eso fue, yo lo digo, pareció algo gracioso, realmente da lástima, porque ha sucumbido de tal forma la OMS que ha puesto en primera plana las normas Empower, que son redactadas prácticamente de la mano de Bloomberg, menospreciando
bueno, de hecho,
su convenio marco.
peor, el último informe de la OMS está firmado por Bloomberg.
Sí.
O sea, ya llegamos a tal nivel de descaro que va su firma, no su firma personal, pero va firmado por The Foundation, que es de Bloomberg.
Pero a mí me gustaría, por ejemplo, que Claudio lo ha estudiado más a fondo.
Antes de que Claudio entre, lo que sí tengo que decirle a la gente que nos está viendo es que nos quedan 15 minutos de programa. Es una transmisión especial, por lo tanto tenemos un tiempo súper centrado. Así que tienen que hacer las preguntas ahora, porque además el chat llega con delay para nosotros. Así que si tienen preguntas, vayan haciéndolas ahora. Mientras Claudio está hablando, yo voy a poner atención. Así que ahora sí, Frank.
Es que yo quería que Claudio nos explicara un poquito más, porque él ha estudiado un poquito más, por ejemplo, nosotros siempre hablamos de Bloomberg, pero por ejemplo de Vital Strategics y de Melinda Gates. Entonces, Claudio, yo creo que nos puede ampliar un poquito más, porque obviamente la figura más resaltada es ahí el señor Michael Bloomberg, pero resulta que hay más gente detrás de esto.
Bloomberg es como un octopus, o sea, tiene sus, ¿cómo se dice? Tentáculos por todos los lados, y uno de ellos es Vital Strategies. Pero me gustaría recordar, además de Vital Strategies, hay The Union, Tobacco Free Kids, y hay montones, un centenar de organizaciones en todos los países, que son financiadas por Bloomberg. Pero antes de ayer, yo estaba buscando aquí, só un minuto, antes de ayer ha salido una noticia que se está creando déjame ver aquí, un consorcio de la OMS para la cesación del tabaco, el WHO Tobacco Cessation Consortium, que ellos llaman de el consorcio. Yo he enviado una pregunta para la prensa de la OMS para saber documentos de formación de este consorcio, no me han enviado nada, pero sí que me han enviado quiénes son las organizaciones que van a ser, que podrán hacer parte de ese consorcio. Voy a leer aquí. Podrán ser entidades miembros del consorcio, organizaciones intergubernamentales, ONGs, entidades del sector privado organizadas a través de distritos electorales o asociaciones comerciales internacionales, entidades filantrópicas y entidades académicas. O sea, eso se está...
Eso le encanta, Facundo.
Podemos aplicamos todo.
Aplicamos todo.
Esto se está generando en estos momentos. Se está gestionando esto. Seguro, muy seguro, teniendo mucho los países de ingresos bajos y medianos.
Bueno, vamos a tener que aplicar y después le contaremos a la gente cómo nos fue con la aplicación, pero no perdemos nada con probar, ¿cómo sabes?
¿Qué tan feo nos dicen que no,
una
básicamente?
ventana, Bloomberg está mirando para el techo,
No, eso es como Facebook, que se tienen que reinventar para poder atacar.
Para pasar a hacer
Entonces,
metas.
sí, entonces eso yo creo, para mí, o sea, mi opinión personal es una reinvención del control de tabaco a través de un nuevo órgano que genere presión. ¿Y eso qué significa? Para mí es una opinión muy personal, y es que la presión que han venido haciendo las organizaciones de usuarios a través del mundo les ha generado mella. O sea,
Ya, eso súmale todo lo que
ay,
pasó
ay,
con el
pues,
COVID-19.
Una nueva
¿no?
entidad significa un nuevo presupuesto.
exacto,
¿Y cómo,
más
es, y
dinero.
cómo hacer un consorcio va a aglutinar actores? Entonces, aquí públicamente yo digo, tenemos que hacer un consorcio entre nosotros todos también. Hay que hacer un consorcio. Hay que empezar a trabajar con sinergia, porque ellos están haciendo esto.
Totalmente de acuerdo.
¿Y
Vamos
cuánto
a hacer un
consideran que es una
consorcio.
campaña de marketing para algún producto bloombergiano, como el Try Hell? Yo estoy seguro que Bloomberg va a terminar cayendo en generar un producto de vapeo y va a ser como la carrera por quién llega primero a la luna. Si bien había antecedentes anteriores, pero va a querer plantar bandera él con el vapeador de grado farmacéutico, con toda la calidad y demás. Es uno de mis grandes miedos. Y Hale es, digamos, el protagonista de todo esto.
Claro, es que yo siempre he dicho que aquí la guerra, y lo he dicho públicamente y en privado, y es que aquí la guerra no es por la salud. Aquí es la guerra es por la torta, porque es una torta muy grande, muy jugosa, y ellos no piensan a 1, 2, 3, 5, ellos piensan a 50, 100 años y lo que les significa económicamente eso. Y obviamente la industria farmacéutica está ahí detrás. Les recuerdo que cuando Michael Bloomberg fue alcalde de Nueva York, invitó a toda la industria farmacéutica a que fuera a Nueva York para que Nueva York fuera la sede mundial de la industria farmacéutica. Entonces, blanco es, allí no lo pone.
Mira, la guerra a las drogas es una industria, ya sabemos, desde hace 50 años. Y las prohibiciones y restricciones que es la bandera de Bloomberg son piezas de una guerra, ¿no? Y de esta misma guerra. Y por supuesto, toda guerra genera ganancia. ¿Hay provecho o es de utilidad para un grupo, para alguien? Tiene que ser beneficiosa a alguien.
Y no dejemos de
Claramente para nosotros no. Nosotros seguimos igual de pobres. Mientras Bloomberg le reparte a todos los otros.
Exacto.
Ojalá tuviéramos estos informes que salen de toda la plata que recibe el activismo. Tuviéramos un 20avo, un millonavo de la plata que reciben los antivapeos y ya hubiésemos ganado la pelea hace rato. Así que de esos supuestos multimillonarios que les donan a los pro vapeos, estamos aquí, ¿ah?
No, lo mejor de todo, Ignacio, petroleros, imagínate.
Petroleros.
Si nos patrocinaran los petroleros, o sea, a ver, o sea, lo que haríamos es maravillas, pero es parte precisamente de las mentiras, ¿no?
Si de verdad hay un petrolero dándole plata a los activistas en alguna parte del mundo, no se olviden de Latinoamérica, nosotros somos pobres como ratas.
O que nos diga por último a quién para preguntarle.
Eso demuestra que nuestra lucha es válida y que estamos cobrando fuerzas, porque si tienen que recurrir con todos los recursos que tienen a ese tipo de bajezas y mentiras, calumnias e injurias, es porque algo bien estamos haciendo.
Sí, total.
Diseñamos y mandamos a hacer las poleras nosotros con nuestra plata y dicen que un petrolero, por favor, me manda a hacer un Ferrari que diga vapearnos. Pero bueno, son de las cosas anecdóticas y chistosas. Como verán, seguimos igual de pobres, igual de todo, pero con la misma fuerza de siempre. Estamos a 4 minutos ya del cierre. Les doy micrófono para que, por si
de
hay
hecho,
algo
a mí sí me
que
gustaría
quieran...
decir algo, Ignacio, perdón que te corte. Aprovechando
No,
que queda poquito tiempo, que nos han visto algunas personas, lo que me interesa que sepan es, peleen, no se queden callados, no están solos. Mucha gente piensa que sí lo están. De hecho, yo comencé así. Yo comencé pensando que era el único acá en Perú dispuesto a poner su cara para defender al vapeo, a arriesgarse a todos los ataques y todas las cosas que muchos de nosotros sabemos que nos pasan y nos pasan bien seguido. Sean valientes, salgan, busquen a sus asociaciones, no están solos, somos muchos más de lo que ustedes creen. De hecho, acá teníamos 6 hasta hace un segundo, pero así como nosotros, hay personas en todo el mundo y hay asociaciones que están dispuestos a ayudarlos y que necesitan de su ayuda, que es más importante todavía. Hablando del tema de presupuestos, todas las asociaciones no tenemos presupuestos, pero necesitamos gente. Con la gente se logra más que con mucho, mucho dinero. Infórmense, lean todo lo que presentamos nosotros. Todo es ciencia, no son palabras nuestras. Todas son verdades demostradas. Y esta pelea se puede ganar si es que todos nos unimos.
Y esta transmisión es la muestra de eso. Hoy, de este lado de la cámara y en este momento, está toda Latinoamérica transmitiendo en un evento de Asia y Pacífico, donde han participado toda Europa, seguramente los Estados Unidos, está el mundo entero unido hoy en la transmisión de Scope. Y todos tienen una interrelación, todos tienen un vínculo. Hoy hay un consorcio informal que ojalá en algún momento lo pudiéramos formalizar como lo hace Bloomberg con sus aliados o sus mercenarios, pero esta transmisión, miren todos los países latinos transmitiendo en un vivo de Asia y Pacífico, con la participación de Europa, Norteamérica y demás. Hoy el mundo está reunido y todos somos usuarios. Todos podemos llegar al mismo nivel y todos vamos a ayudar a todo el mundo, porque en esta lucha, si no vamos todos juntos, no vamos a conseguir buenos resultados.
Sí, nosotros somos realmente la cara que ponemos, pero detrás de nosotros hay miles de usuarios que quieren que se les permita seguir utilizando sus dispositivos, que los puedan adquirir legalmente, que sea regulado de manera adecuada, porque contrario a lo que dicen muchos, que es que no queremos la regulación, que eso es totalmente falso. Nosotros sí queremos una regulación diferenciada y justa y que se tenga en cuenta la evidencia científica, toda la evidencia científica para poder tomar decisiones políticas. No bajo la influencia de la maquinaria filantrópica, de la industria filantrópica, como dijo alguna vez Juan, ¿sí? Sino...
Frase del doctor Berrastro, no como él que me roba frases y no me aclara, yo sí voy a admitir que es de él.
Entonces, eso, yo creo que aquí hay muchas personas, y para que también digan que es que, que somos asociaciones de papel, que realmente las organizaciones de papel son las que apoya a Bloomberg, por ejemplo, que de un momento a otro brotan así.
Lo siento, el tema iba súper bien, pero se nos acabó el programa. Se nos acabó el programa, no dependemos de nosotros mismos esta vez, tenemos que respetar el tiempo de los que vienen. Vamos a despedir el programa ahora ya, pero le recordamos a la gente que se quede. Vienen más programas en Scope, pero además les vamos a mostrar unos videos de la campaña, de lo que se está haciendo con Vapeo No Fumar, luego un video de un maratonista vapero, y cerramos también y los dejamos invitados a visitar thevapingtoday.com, el lugar con las mejores noticias y mantenerse actualizados sobre lo que pasa en Latinoamérica y el mundo con respecto al vapeo y todo el contenido en español. Así que nos vamos ahora, nos despedimos como siempre, a tomar sus vapos. Gracias a todos por haber estado aquí, gracias Juan, gracias Pancho, gracias Jorge, gracias Claudio, gracias Jeff, que ya no está con nosotros, y nos vemos mañana en la misma hora con un nuevo programa. Vamos a tener a más asociaciones y eso. Vamos, a la 1, a las 2 y a las... Chao, chao. Este fue un capítulo especial de Vapear No Fumar y ART por Scope Internacional. Nos vemos mañana en el mismo horario. Cariños a todos.
Gracias a todos por estar.
Chao, chao.
taking their time right behind my back. And I'm talking to myself out loud because I can't forget. Back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And a message coming from my eyes. Hear about it. Every single one's got a story to tell. Everyone knows about it. From the Queen of England to the House of Hell. And it's like cleaning right before the Lord. Words are gonna bleed from me, and I will think no more. And the steam's coming from my blood.
Hola, soy Víctor, soy vapeador. Voy ahora a correr el Maratón de Santiago, ya tercera vez que la corro. El año pasado corrí 42, el primer año que la corrí 21 y ahora voy a correr 21 de nuevo. Vapeo hace 5 años. Puedes hacer una vida completamente normal, hacer deporte y sin ningún problema. Aquí estamos terminando la carrera ya de 21 kilómetros. Llegamos a la meta, llegamos vapeando, le demostramos a la gente que esto no nos impide hacer deporte. Los invitamos a que sigan la página, a que firmen, sigan en redes sociales. Esto fue parte de la campaña Vapear no es fumar.
All right, so welcome to London in the United Kingdom with Inco, and we're very happy to join CAFRA and our friends in Asia and around the world, because I know people are watching this in many countries, including Norway, and all over the world. So we're all excited to be here. We're going to have a conversation using an open conference concept that I've used in the past. We have a table. I'm the facilitator, so I'm Charles Gardner with Inco. and we have 5 people at the table and 1 empty seat. So we'll start a conversation. I will randomly think of some question and see if we can get a conversation going. In my experience, this crowd has no problems speaking, and it's hard to shut them up. And but speak, and then at any point in time, anyone in the audience can come up and sit in the empty chair. When that happens, someone who's been at the table before needs to politely and respectfully get up and leave. And it's amazing how well that works, because we're all polite. And you know, inevitably somebody says, "Well, okay, I've said enough," and off we go. So so we can start. We can start. Frank, why did you make this journey all the way to London?
I make this journey all the way to London because my biggest concern is all the people who smoke today, and that makes me worry. It's even take my sleep away when I think about what the WHO are doing. My experience so far is that WHO is Philip Morris' best friend. They help Philip Morris sell more cigarettes to kill more people. And I would try to avoid that. That's why we had taken a trip from Norway to London to speak to WHO, to speak to the delegates at COP9. As you all know, we try to speak to the delegates from Norway that is participating at COP9. They listened to what we told them, but they didn't believe us. They were very polite. We had an hour conversation with them. We said our arguments, and they answered, "We don't believe you." And that scares me. That take my sleep away, actually. And yeah, that's why I'm here.
Okay, and tell us your full name and your organization, just so everyone knows.
My name is Frank. I stick to my first name because my second name is so crazy that no one would believe what it is. So I'm Frank, and I represent NDS, the consumer group from Norway. And we came down to London with 6 persons from our board and one of our members. So yeah, that's us.
Okay, great. Anybody want to jump in?
Yeah, sure. Okay, Richard Proen, and I represent Safer Nicotine Wiki. The reason I came here was basically to try and get the message across to the COP9 delegates that they need to take tobacco harm reduction seriously, and tobacco is killing 8 million people a year, and it doesn't need to be that way. We've got some pretty good solutions now with tobacco harm reduction, vaping, snus, heat not burn, and I just believe that we can make a real difference to people all around the world, even in low and middle income countries where the WHO are saying they should be banning tobacco harm reduction. That's just ridiculous. It's like has been said before, it's literally killing people. It's unbelievable. You wouldn't think that in the modern age such a thing could happen. Anyone else?
You're here.
Yeah, well, I'm here just because I think.
Your name and your organization.
Yeah, of course, Nina, and from Norway and representing NDS. I think the work that INCO is doing is very fine. So I wanted to come to support the stuff that you're doing here now. Yeah, just that.
Good.
And Claude Bamberger, I represent French vapors. And I came to London first to say how grateful we are to England, because a lot of people from the administrations, from the research here, have done a great work. The other thing is, when you watch the Eurobarometer, you've got two countries in Europe, extended Europe, that have twice the number of new ex-smokers, twice the success against tobacco smoking than the rest of Europe. And those two countries are the most tolerant around vaping. They work on
Tolerant.
that.
To-
Tolerant.
Is that-
Yeah, because, for example, in France, vaping is accepted. We've got a lot of vape shops. We've got a lot of vapors and ex-vapors as well. We now have far more ex-smokers, ex-vapors than vapors. It's a continuum, and often people forget to count those who quit smoking, then quit vaping. And that's the aim, just to help people quit
Have you
smoking.
seen a ranking of countries by their rates of smoking decline or increase? I've found that's very difficult to find.
Well, those figures I have to
I mean, we-
calculate them
We
by
think-
myself, because
we think smoking is plummeting in Norway.
it is.
Yeah, right. And we know it has gone down. in
Yeah,
Sweden.
yeah.
So you're saying it's falling faster than average in France?
Oh yeah, it's falling like it didn't for the last 20 years.
It's accelerated.
Yeah, it's huge. Of course, we have the example, the grandparents of Sweden. We have the success of Norway. We have some other countries that are doing great. But we don't take indicators. We don't take figures correctly in the common use the papers around how to reduce smoking. It's like how to reduce the number of cigarettes bought in shops. That's not an indicator. That's a relative proxy, not very interesting. The important thing is to see how people stop smoking.
And the other country where smoking rates in Europe are falling fastest is the UK.
Yeah,
This is what you're saying,
it's
right?
even in. It's difficult to calculate exactly, but it's going down faster than France, at least, because other efforts already took place before.
The World Health Organization gives out awards for the countries that are most compliant with their recommendations. So Empower recommendations, FCTC recommendations. How different would it look if they gave out awards for countries that had the fastest rates of smoking decline?
That's a tricky question.
And why don't they?
Why don't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Japan would be there.
Of
because
course,
of heat
of
not
course.
burn or HTPs. Korea, and yeah. So I think we'd see a very
UK
different.
would probably be right up there as well.
Mhm, mhm.
Just from the amount of people I've seen myself. I'm not
Anecdotes.
on the mic,
Anecdotes. Oh, yeah.
just because of the amount of people I've seen myself switch from smoking to vaping. Most smokers out there, given the chance of a safer alternative, will switch. There are some hardened smokers who just like smoking, and
Right.
that's that. But given the opportunity of something 95% safer, or 95% at least safer, then most smokers will actually take the opportunity to give it a try at least. And the number of people I've seen switch from smoking to vaping is quite astounding. And we've not seen the uptick in youth vaping. There hasn't been any real uptake in vaping of non-smokers either. So all of this panic that seems to be going on at the moment it seems to be completely unfounded. It's just FUD. Fear, uncertainty, doubt.
Yes.
Anyone else?
Did you want to name and?
My name is Trond Meyer. I'm chairman of NDS, Norwegian Union of Vapers. We are here to show COP9 and the WHO that vaping works with examples from UK. We also want to show our Norwegian Health Department that the proposed ban on flavors and the age limit, 25 years, is wrong. And yeah, that's why we pulled 6 people here to join you.
Okay, great, thank you. Claude, I interrupted you. Did you want to complete a thought? We'd have yes? Okay, so we have a question from Skip Murray. Now, who the heck is that? My dear Skip, we are so happy you're watching. And the question is simply, what was the turnout in London? I would, if anybody wants to correct me, but I'd say that by the time we had additional people coming through the day, probably at 25 or 30. So, and many of them are here in the room today. So it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon here in London. This evening we have an event with a member of Parliament coming, a BBC commentator, and a reception. And Skip, an award will be given to the Safer Nicotine Wiki team for their contributions to the field of tobacco harm reduction. And I'll give it to this guy.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to say hi, Skip.
Hi, Skip.
Hi, Skip. Nice seeing you.
Hi, Skip. We love you.
Skip's our hero.
Jeez, that's great. So Atakan has joined. And okay, Trond goes. Thank you for your contributions. What
Right.
do you want to say?
Well, I just wanted to chip in on the notion of the indicators that Claude was talking about. And I'm Atakan Befritz. I'm from NNA Sweden and also have the honor to serve on the Secretariat for INCO, Global INCO. I think we've seen that for quite a long time. And I would argue that a lot of the blame for this actually is to be blamed on my country to begin with, because the indicators for what is effective and what isn't effective in terms of outcomes is something that we have studiously avoided doing at all for the past 35 years in Sweden. So there's no culture of what kind of questions should we be asking in our surveys. What are good proxies, indicators for outcomes? And we don't have that. We don't have any practice in doing it. So none of the other countries that are going about this now actually have anything to stand on, anything to go by in terms of an easy copy paste.
So you're saying that, for example, the Karolinska Institute has never sat down and tried to figure out what is the relative risk of snus versus smoking a cigarette?
No, I would say that's probably one of the worst problems that we have and that can be attributed to this, is that there is no real calculation or estimation of the relative risk of smoking and using snus.
There are some, right? There's the Australian study. Anyway, where we have these graphs where they're relative risks, but
Sure, there are, and if you use them, we sort of also end up with snus at 3.6%, something like that, of the risk of smoking, which then would mean we have 30-odd thousand zombies in Sweden, people that are actually dead, but just who aren't dead because they aren't dead.
somebody should tell them.
Yes, roll over and go away. Exactly, but that's a real issue, and not having that pinpointed as well as possible is egregiously bad, according to me, because we started in the UK in 2015. I think the first one came, and they are fine-tuning where the needle goes for vaping. And it hasn't changed outside the range of at least 95%, likely much more is what I've gotten since then. That needle we should have had in Sweden from circa 1985, and we should have fine-tuned that to perfection by now. And the only thing we say is we don't have enough science.
Public health is very, very conservative, especially when it comes to harms. And so one of the things that occurs to me is that if you just go back in history 30 years or so, you get back into the 1990s, and HIV/AIDS activists, in some ways, I mean, nicotine is a lot more benign than HIV/AIDS, right? Let's just state that. And they're different, but there are a lot of similarities. But I want to point out that one of the top items on the agenda for HIV/AIDS activists was changing the research priorities.
Yes.
We don't think very much about that. So there are research questions that actually we would like to know about the relative risks that aren't not being really asked, or about benefits as well that aren't being asked. They're just ignored.
Absolutely, and that is part and parcel of the problem, that we are also not really questioned, we that are experts as consumer laymen, experts in how to quit, what happened to us and what happened to our friends. We are not asked by scientists to join in, weigh in, and we have probably the best material in the world from mainly Claude and some other notables did a fantastic job. We have 37,000 replies from consumers, of which 35,000 are in the EU. And that is material that is free to use. And I don't think we've had very many questions from science asking, can we use your raw data?
No, and we proposed them.
So what we think, how we feel, what we do, and what works just seems to be of absolutely no consequence whatsoever, except for here in the UK.
I will point out that HIV/AIDS activists actually succeeded in getting a voice in the setting of research priorities, having a seat at the table on research decision-making in actually many high-income countries. One drug harm reduction person pointed out to me at the first GFN I went to that, your problem is nicotine just isn't harmful enough to capture that much attention, which I always go back and think about. But they succeeded. I think that needs to be part of our priorities.
Agreed.
Changing research
priorities
is our priority.
Agreed.
But the problem is when we talk to politicians and civil servants, and what we always meet as an argue against us it's the nicotine. We don't want to talk to you. We don't want anything to do with you. And you ask why? It's the nicotine. And they always compare the nicotine that's in their eyes tobacco.
Definitely.
We find that's the bigger problem we have, at least. They can't see the difference.
Take the thingy.
I'm not speaking.
I'm giving it to Frank. Oh,
yeah. As I said, the biggest problem is that politicians don't see the difference between nicotine and tobacco. They when we try to say safer nicotine, they almost laugh at you and ask, what is safer nicotine? What are you talking about? Nicotine is tobacco, period.
Yes.
I found that very difficult and very problematic.
and you explain there are nicotine patches and
Yeah. I mean,
nicotine gum.
yeah.
those don't
Let me say one thing about Norway and nicotine pouches. A company, I won't name the name, tried to start selling nicotine pouches in Norway a few years ago. And our government said, no, that's not allowed to sell. But if you put tobacco in it, then you are allowed to sell it. Because we have a law, I don't remember the exact year, but it was in the 70s. They said that in 1972, there is not allowed to get a new nicotine product into the market in Norway. So when they tried to start selling nicotine pouches, they said, no, but put nicotine in it, then you will be allowed to
Make-
sell it.
make
Tobacco in it.
but make it a homeopathic level of nicotine, diluted
Yeah.
10,000 times. That
Yeah.
would work.
Yeah, that would work. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
Yeah.
Again, on that note, I think that has been a strategy working in different ways all around Europe and all around the world. So you have had most of the current producers of nicotine pouches have had versions of them that are mainly tobacco, a little bit of something else, mainly something else, and a little bit of tobacco, or then as now going all pure, extracting from tobacco fiber and injecting into wheat fiber or whatever else kind of plant fiber that you like, and then suddenly, you know, simsalabim, you've created something new. And I mean, we talked about that at GFN in 2016, and I think I referred to it as loophole surfing. And that is good for public health in terms of getting it into the market and allowing people, those who know, to switch, but not so very useful in terms of easing concerns from the regulators, from the nations, from the governments. And that's understandable. And that's a goal conflict that we have all the time. Trying to get the product in because that's what companies do. And you have to have them in for people to be able to use them. But at the same time, if you then cut corners when you're doing that, that in itself creates a new set of problems that we also really don't need to have.
Everyone sitting at the table here is from a high-income country.
Yes.
What are the, I mean, just reflect on the possibilities of nicotine pouches and snus for low-income countries to help, you know, displace smoking.
I suppose that one.
I mean, I've spoken to several people from low and middle income countries. Joseph Mangaro, for one, Mogero, sorry, for one, and for them, e-cigs aren't really an option because they're too expensive. The cost of actually buying the gear out front is too much. But nicotine pouches are cheap to produce. They're easy to produce. They can be made locally. That could be a game changer.
That is one of the problems that I see with them. So just a minor addition, and I really hope there's a way for industry to come up with a solution to this problem, because that would be good. I would applaud that. To my knowledge, and I did this a few years ago with Carl Phillips from the US, looked at what could actually be made financially possible for every single person in the world who today can afford to use some form of toxic tobacco, right? And that would actually be basically cottage industry-sized production of snus made from real tobacco, which you could have cottage-sized, local, in the different, you know, perfectly adapted to the different palates and tastes all over the world, and that can be produced to price points that anyone who can afford to smoke can afford to use, and that's the only one. The pouches, the plants you need to, when you get up to scale, fine, then they are dirt cheap, but then you only have a few producers that are up to scale, and then they own or control that market, and there isn't very much budget pouches around the world as of yet. It's all pretty much premium, and I would imagine shareholders demanding of larger corporations that they should concentrate on those markets first in the LMIC. So, you know, Lahore, the bigger cities where you have huge populations of middle income people.
Yes.
But we're not going to see it trickle down to the poorest of the poor unless we make it dirt cheap and dirt simple, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, I can see, and we've tried at Safer Nicotine Wiki to kind of take the benefits of nicotine and separate them from the harms of smoking. And we've got pages of information there on the possible benefits that nicotine. I mean, as somebody who's neurodiverse myself, I use nicotine to treat my symptoms, and there are lots of people who do the same thing. It's important that we kind of get away from the conflation of tobacco with nicotine. We need to separate the two somehow, and I don't know how we go about doing that. As others have said, it's really difficult to kind of get people to talk about nicotine without them thinking tobacco, and we need to do something about that. I don't know how we do.
Well, Judy Gibson from the INCO Secretariat. Hi, Skip. Richard, you're absolutely right. And actually, it's exactly what Frank said, is this idea. And yet, actually, it's the idea of any form of addiction at all that's a problem. It's the word addiction as opposed to dependency. And so when you look at the people who are particularly anti-e-cigarettes, what they're saying is, we are literally letting young people be a slave and an addict to nicotine. So in that sense, the problem isn't whether you call it tobacco or nicotine. In that sense, it is the idea that it's so heinous that you would actually keep enjoying something in a reasonable quantity that is relatively harmless. That's not the point. The fact that you enjoy it and keep wanting to do it is the problem. Coffee is fine. Alcohol in moderation is absolutely fine.
Do you have any thoughts on the issue that Richard raised on neurodiversity and the argument that many smokers are self-medicating?
Well, I mean, I'm neurodiverse as well. I mean, I've had ADHD, well, presumably all my life, but, I wasn't aware of it at the age of 1. But I think I've just got a little note here from Atagan. Not fun enough.
Nicotine.
It's not fun?
It's not fun enough.
Oh, no, you mean as opposed to like all going out to the pub and having a drink and saying, getting slashed.
Unfortunately, nicotine doesn't intoxicate.
No.
Right? It's a really lousy drug. Yeah.
In fact, you don't actually change. People.
Nicotine in and of itself is just as dangerous as smoking, and it's not even fun. So
no.
Poo on you for being such a bad person and costing the world lots of money. And
But
that's
okay,
the logic.
coming back to this point, are we talking enough about the kind of this concept of therapeutic nicotine?
No.
No, and I think no, we're not. And
Violent agreement
the fact that there are so many. I mean, people say, there's a real problem and it is a problem, but that in psychiatric hospitals and mental health places, in prisons, where, as we know, at least 50% of the community, if not more, actually suffer from some form of neurodiversity. It could well be 70. And it's not that because they have a gene to be bad, or in fact they happen to have it. It's actually they smoke because it helps in some way. And nobody's put the two together because they say, well, no, that's just because of their sort of bad living or the fact that they have mental health problems, so they don't know the difference. I mean, it's scandalous.
It actually just occurred to me that many people watching English may not be their first language, and this concept neurodiversity is relatively new for some English speakers too. So we're talking about adults who are living with attention deficit disorder, autism, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, Tourette's syndrome, a variety of mental health conditions that people can be very high functioning.
Perfectly high functioning and on a spectrum.
And even sitting at this table and all of these conditions, people are smoking at much higher rates than the general population. This has been known for decades, and it's much harder for them to quit because nicotine helps them. Okay. And the idea that it just turns nicotine on its head. It's a demon drug because it's addictive or it's a therapeutic. with a nicotine patch, for example, because most of the studies that show this are anyway. So
Yeah. I'm just agreeing with you, really. You know, I sometimes do not, but on this occasion, I agree 100%. I would actually just like to say, because I was listening to the introductions as to why people came here and everything else, and the wonderful Norwegians, and I think I must say it isn't. I mean, we had 25, but to say we had 25 people when we're in a COVID situation with things rising all the time, there are a lot of people that didn't come simply because they couldn't, because they were with elderly relatives, or they had elderly relatives living, or because, frankly, or because the government, the UK government, didn't recognise the vaccine they had had, or there was a visa problem. We would have had somebody from Thailand come. Asa would have come. We would have had people from Africa. And I'd just like to say thank you, as the member director for INCO. Thank you so much for the people that did come, because I think it was a big give. And all those vaccinations, the second day tests and the filling in forms, they don't make it easy. I know. So I'd like to say thank you. That's my bit.
Yeah, agreed. And there were many, I don't need it actually, I have a clippy thing.
Okay.
There were many more people who wanted to come and either couldn't get the COVID test or the visa or the whatever. So if it wasn't for the pandemic, we would be a larger crowd. But I think we've done pretty well with the conditions. We all had to come in and get tested immediately after entry, and a lot of documentation because of the pandemic.
Just like to go back to the point about nicotine not being all bad. There's a couple of hundred studies, I think, on Safer Nicotine Wiki, our page on nicotine benefits, and somehow we need to hammer that home, that nicotine isn't all bad, that outside of tobacco smoking, it helps people, it makes people better, it makes them feel better, it makes them able to interact better. It certainly helps me to interact better with other people when I've got some nicotine in my system, because it treats the symptoms of my autism and ADHD, and it makes me able to focus and concentrate and actually lead a better life. Somehow we need to make that point more clearly.
I've been to that page. Which of you would like to go? I've been to that page of the Safer Nicotine Wiki, and I can recommend it highly to anyone who wants to take a look at and just do the search for nicotine benefits. And it's really quite astonishing. And it's not just the ADHD and autism and so on. It's also for Parkinson's disease. It's for rheumatoid arthritis, and it's like, it's a kind of a, in a way, it starts to look like a wonder drug the same way people claim cannabis is a wonder drug, right?
Yeah, but perhaps depending on the countries and the tobacco consumption background, we have different ideas of the benefits, because, of course, in countries where very few people smoke, especially the young population, perhaps it's difficult to understand that new people could use nicotine. But for example, in France, basically vaping also reduced smoking in teens, and basically smoking in teens is so common. We are 25% of daily smokers at the end of high school, 25%, 50% of teens have smoked. So basically, talking about we must protect them from nicotine is we must protect tobacco, because half of them will use tobacco. And perhaps we could, that's basic logic, that if they just know that there is something else, if they know that there are condoms before the first time, if they know there are safer nicotine products, of course, there is vaping, but not only. This could avoid the first 100 cigarettes. After 100 cigarettes, the statistics in the past, because there weren't a lot of alternatives, but people were going to smoke for the rest of their lives, in majority. Saying we can cut this 100 is also and should be one of the major targets in reducing smoking. Reducing from the start and then reducing the rest, because it won't work for everybody. And we see that in all solutions. It does not work for everybody. Let's add a new door out of smoking. The first one is not entering anyway, but there is also not entering smoking, which changes a lot of things. And we observe that in which make the story, because that's a story of a plan to addict young people. What we see in the stats, it will be the worst marketing ever when you see how many teens try and how many continue. Basically, we are at less than 1% non-smokers in France, and after 10 years, and a general availability of vaping. And it's the same for the youth. There is no more, there is even less young people vaping, and 99.x% are ex-smokers already, because we forget that we have ex-smokers that are 15. It's huge.
Your point on the condoms, actually, maybe Rob wants to speak first. I think he had a hand up first. But your point on the condoms is interesting, because making them available to school children in the United States was a subject of a previous moral panic, because that would obviously cause teen sex. And it didn't. Yeah, it didn't. I mean, there is teen sex. I mean, that happens, but it didn't increase it. But the same arguments were made there. I think about in traditional tobacco control, there's this assumption that if a new product comes into the market, even if it's a safer product, that will just increase overall nicotine use and tobacco use. Whereas that's a failure to understand the product substitution. It's more like a zero-sum game, right? Like the assumption is, we have more variety of products, that's going to lead to more use, and it's not the case. Anyway, sorry, Rob.
Clinging to the gateway effect.
Oh my God, how long is that one going to hang on? How long is that going to hang on, Rob?
I will introduce myself. Rob de Lange from ACVODA, the Dutch consumer organization. I hold the chair there, and I also have the distinct honor of serving as vice president for the governing board of INCO. The problem, I think, stems from the fact that tobacco control has always come from sort of a moral high ground. They weren't about facts, they were about morals. And nicotine has been their scapegoat forever. And it worked for them. It really worked. And everyone, well, almost everyone in the general public thinks that nicotine is bad for you. Now we know, and we've known for a long time, that it isn't the case, because nicotine was prescribed in patches and gums and Longines, and somehow it magically became safe, except when used in tobacco. And now we've got an alternative, not based on tobacco, and now they've got a problem. Because now they've got to admit that, well, actually, maybe they choose the wrong scapegoat. And tell people who want control and who are in power that they should come out and say, well, sorry, we got it wrong. It ain't never going to happen. So eventually, maybe they will look at it a bit different. But they never, in my opinion, will never own up to the fact that, well, maybe they got it a bit wrong.
In early 2018, the Food and Drug Administration in the United States was they announced that they were developing a public service announcement campaign that would inform the public that nicotine does not cause cancer, heart, or lung disease. It was part of Gottlieb's plan to shift to a zero or nearly zero nicotine combustible deadly cigarette, and then still have the e-cigarettes, and people would shift. Then the data came in from the National Youth Tobacco Survey, which by June of 2018, they knew the data and they decided that there was a teen vaping epidemic. So they canceled that plan. So it was a plan to correct gross misperceptions in the public and physicians, and they decided not to implement the plan. So think of the logic of that. Just ethically, how is that working out?
On a smaller scale in the Netherlands, we've got exactly the same problem. We've got a flavor ban hanging above our heads, and all the signs are on green that it will go through. We even now got the list of the 31 supposedly permitted chemicals, flavoring chemicals that can be used, and all the others can't be used. And that will come into legislation somewhere, probably before the end of this year. And what we...
Wait a moment. Let me ask a question about flavor. They say that they're going to ban flavors.
Yeah.
You're going to only have tobacco.
Yeah.
What is tobacco taste made of?
They actually...
Flavors?
They identified 31 flavor compounds. So the individual compounds that had something to do that were associated with the flavor of tobacco. And those 31 are the supposedly allowed flavorings. And they had 4 criteria to select. And I'll tell you, it's insane when you hear it, but it's true, and I can show you the documents. The flavoring compound had to be used in at least 0.5% of all liquids sold in the Netherlands, which were claimed to be a tobacco flavor. That was one of the criteria. And I see everybody shaking their, but yes, it's just insane. And there were a few other...
Can you produce a liquid with just one of those flavors or 3 of them and call it a tobacco flavor? I mean, you can call it anything, right? But whether it tastes actually like a stinky cigarette or not is a different matter, right?
And the compounds they now have on the list, and you can create liquids with them, and they would be considered tasting like tobacco liquids. There's no guideline on how much of each can be used and how many you can mix and match and whatever.
Yeah.
If I gave you guys sitting around the table, I put a bottle of tobacco flavor on the table, and I ask each one of you to smell it. I can guarantee you that you will tell me 5 different flavors. Some of you would say chocolate. I smell chocolate. I smell vanilla. So I ask, what is tobacco flavor?
Beats me. The strange thing is with this is that what it really boils down to, and I think we all as vapers and ex-smokers made that journey. The first thing we did when we switched to vaping, well, at least let's talk for myself. I searched for a tobacco flavor. I wanted something that tasted exactly like the cigarettes I was smoking.
Yes,
Yeah. Did any of you find that one? Nobody did, because you're searching for the taste of burning tobacco, of the smoke out of burning tobacco. You're not after the taste of tobacco, because no one is chewing their cigarettes or well, doing other nasty things with them. They're lighting them and they're inhaling the smoke. So the taste of tobacco. And what is it? You've got Virginia tobacco, Latakia tobacco. There are so many forms of tobacco. And a lot of tobaccos have flavors added to them.
Yeah,
of course.
Right.
To make it more palatable or
Now, one of the myths that used to be out there was that flavors, and that's, I always put it in quotation marks. So what they really mean by flavors is fruit or dessert or candy flavor, but the flavors are added to mask the harsh taste of nicotine.
Yeah.
That's rubbish. Nicotine doesn't taste of anything.
No.
Okay. But so there's an assumption there that the molecule nicotine itself has a tobacco flavor. And I wonder how, I haven't seen that argument made recently, except in one place a couple of weeks ago, but specifically because I was searching for that particularly stupid statement. And so it's not so common anymore, but I wonder if it's still in the back of people's minds that nicotine must taste like tobacco.
Doesn't taste of anything. I will share the list. It's public now, so it can be shared. And the danger we see, and that's why I came here, representing the Dutch customers. If the Netherlands adopts the flavor ban, all the other European countries will follow suit, just like a game of dominoes.
Mm-hmm.
Spain is waiting, and some other countries are just waiting for us to come out and try it out. And if it succeeds, then they will do it. And the only narrative they've got, because we've fought them as hard as we could on every argument they had against nicotine and against vaping, and all the arguments were dead. And there's the one thing you know when they're up against the wall is when they begin complaining about the risk for children. It's always been the same with every campaign. It's the children. Oh my God, it's the children. In the Netherlands, 0.04% of the smokers who are 18 years younger are vaping, 0.4%. So we're protecting 0.04% of youth vaping, and we throw 20,000 deaths yearly of smokers under the bus. It's insane.
Smokers, but I insist also youth that will smoke. The thing we that is insane for me is when you have public health experts that you take in front of you lying, saying science is false when you've got decades of science. I talk to experts, nicotine from multiple continents. All of them told some elements. Some say that science as well. There are doubts on this effect or that effect or that positive or negative effect. But there are consensual things about nicotine that are certain, especially that it doesn't cause cancer. And when you get public health experts telling all the delegates of the COP that it causes cancer or it causes heart disease, which is totally false on scene, like a hard science, what do you think of their role in the global field of public health? What else is wrong? And when they say, let's protect the kids, at least in countries like France, where we've got a lot of teens smoking, and not only tobacco, because in France we have a gateway effect, but from cannabis with tobacco to smoking cigarettes. Basically, we are throwing those teens under the bus.
Yes, we are.
Those teens that didn't smoke, if we let time, 25% of them will become daily smokers, and that's an issue. And what's proposed for the moment won't get to a level where 5% or 2% or whatever smoke. It's just not conceivable with the vectors, the data, the real indicators we have.
Quick word about the young and the children. We had a woman asking young kids about vaping, and she found out that the kids at 7 and 8 class degree, what you call it? Grade. They try vaping, and she asked them why, and they said it's cool. It's cool to make clouds. It's cool to make circle on the table. She asked them 2 years later, "Are you still vaping?" They said no. That's stupid. And it's expensive.
Hmm.
But did you use nicotine? No, 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 no. No, no, we don't want nicotine. That's dangerous. We just want to like to have fun with it. But 2 years later, they all quit. At the same time, they checked how many young people in Norway are smoking. And it's 1.4% of the population between 16 and 24 are smoking. So let the young and the children smoke, but they have to stay away from the vape. That's dangerous. What's the sense?
There's an interesting comparison from a study a couple of years old now that compares the US and the UK and Canada, I believe. But just looking at the US and UK numbers, total teen nicotine use is almost identical.
Yeah.
And obviously the vaping rate at that time, this is two years ago, was higher. So in the US, the vaping rate was much higher and much lower in the UK. But the smoking rate among teens in the UK was 3 times higher than in the United States. And
Yes.
so you look at that picture, the same amount of nicotine. By the way, there is new data now that shows that, at least in the United States, the amount of nicotine consumed by teens is now less than half what it was 20 years ago. We're all in a panic about this new generation addicted to nicotine, and it's dropped by 55% actually.
Yeah.
But the smoking rate among teens in the UK is really
That's one of the things I wanted to say was I'm really disappointed that more teens haven't tried vaping.
That would be illegal.
That
Richard.
would be illegal, of course, but
Yeah.
rather than smoking, because I live,
which is also illegal.
Yes, yeah, that's illegal too. But when's that stop teens? If they want to get hold of something, they will. I mean, I live not too far from school, and it's on the route that the kids walk past, and I see far more of them smoking
cigarettes.
Yeah, actual cigarettes.
Wow.
Than I do vaping. You see the occasional one or two with an e-cig, but the vast majority of them are actually smoking. And if they're going to do something, it's much better off if they could pick up vaping without nicotine, so much the better, because they then wouldn't potentially become, I mean, I won't call it an addiction anymore, because vaping, you're not addicted. It's at worst a dependence like caffeine, because there isn't really any harm outside of inhaling burning plant material.
And some potential benefit that never gets
counted. Yes.
I have one solution. If you're going to stop the young and the children from vaping, we can do like to do in Burma or in Tibet, close down the internet. Then it will stop the young and the children from vaping.
No, even that won't work.
Oh, yes, it will when you look at it from the outside.
Yeah.
But there's one thing I want to add, and then want to pass the mic to Stefan next to me. The flavor ban is there to protect the kids because the flavors attract the children. That's the narrative, at least. Like adults don't like flavors or something like that.
Flavors attract adults.
Yeah, too. Yeah. And the strange thing is, the teens that will pick up vaping, because teens try everything. And the more it's forbidden, the more it's interesting to do it.
Of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
and to
You can pick up cherry flavored small cigars in any tobacconist and in most supermarkets in the UK, and those are probably the worst thing you could possibly ever smoke.
The logic of that is bizarre in so many ways. It's like people have not thought this through, right? So 8 in 10 teens vape flavors in the United States. Okay, but 8 in 10 liquids are flavored.
Yeah.
Right. So if manufacturers made bicycles and only 8 in 10 bicycles are red, and it turns out that 8 in 10 teens are riding red bicycles, would that imply that the color red causes bicycle riding? But no. So it's a convoluted thing. Stefan, you wanted to speak, and thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you. Am I holding this right? Yeah. Well, I'm Stefan Matheson. I'm from Sweden. I run a paper called vapecolon.se, and I'm really here to just meet people, I think, within the tobacco harm reduction movement, and to ask a lot of questions, because I try to write things. So, yeah, I do have some questions. I wanted to
I have to warn you that we seem to have we can continue the conversation, but we're going to lose our Ethra feed in 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
In 2 minutes.
So quickly then. I think what I hear when it comes to nicotine and youth use and everything with nicotine, some people say this is a moral issue for a lot of people within tobacco control and stuff like that. But I do think that there's something else going on.
Do you think?
And I think it's rarely addressed within the tobacco harm reduction movements as much as it should be. Is that who benefits from this narrative? Really, who benefits? If it's not a moral question, a moral issue, really, because that could be the case. But is there any industry or anything that actually benefits from this discussion? Like when it comes to nicotine, safety, and all that? Is it the tobacco industry? Is it the pharmaceutical industry? Who's benefiting from this? Because I think that's a real important issue.
Okay.
Follow the money. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just say we're going to continue this conversation because it's interesting, and others may want to join. And we're just at the end of the feed into SCORE with our friends around the world, and we're happy that you joined us, and we're happy to join you. And we thank you for your contributions and your activism and your advocacy toward saving lives. And these are, we can joke, we can laugh, but these are very serious topics on the other hand, and we have a lot of work ahead of us, and we will win, but it's going to take time. And so thanks again for joining us.
So for those of you that are on Twitter, you will recognize Kevin is at Vaping It. He is a prolific Twitterer, so prolific that in several academic studies, they have outed him as being a bot. So if he doesn't make robotic sounds when he moves, we apologize. We apologize. Kevin, have you been watching the
No.
footage from today? You haven't seen a lot of stuff?
I've seen very little, embarrassingly very little today. So far.
I'm so ashamed for you because there was some amazing stuff. There was even a bunch of fellows from Central and South America. We will be having some of them on day 3 of our coverage. We're blocking this exact hour out for the next 4 nights. Tonight is Kevin and I. We're going to have a little discussion about what is harm reduction and how does harm reduction and tobacco harm reduction intersect, and just various other stuff about harm reduction in our daily life. Tomorrow, we will have a conversation about nicotine and neurodiversity, and we will have several wonderful vaping advocates who are neurodiverse, like myself, and we will talk about the benefits of nicotine in their conditions, in their lives. The next day, we will have a conversation with our friend from Costa Rica, Jeffrey Zamora, and our new friend from Chile, Ignacio. And H will probably be in that conversation because H has a plethora of information about philanthrocolonialism and Bloomberg. And then the last night, we were going to close our part of the coverage of Scope with having some friends from here in the States on, and we will have Demetrius Agrafiotis and Filbert Bissardo, and we're going to talk about smoking and interfacing with smoking. They do a little show called The Smokers Show, where they try to engage directly with smokers from a vaping point of view, but trying to help people quit smoking and talking about our technology and how it helps them. So down to the brass tacks, Kevin, we're going to talk about harm reduction. But first, I think we should start out with World Health Organization chit chat. So I'm going to share my screen here. And since I'm not in control, the wonderful producer will throw it up there as soon as they get a moment. But we should talk about the World Health Organization and their own website and their own words and human rights. So according to the World Health Organization, one of the main pillars of their whole house of cards is human rights, and they have a declaration, a universal declaration of human rights signed in 1948. And what this does is it's supposed to enshrine health as a fundamental human right to every human being on the planet. And there are several little aspects of their of their little declaration that's supposed to be forever in perpetuity. We're going to skip through a lot of this because there's a lot of stuff about human rights laws and how their policies are typically adopted into international law. But we're going to scroll down here. There's a couple things that are important. And it's not even on this tab. It's on this tab. So human rights and health. So again, their constitution signed in 1946. It does give basic stuff. Understanding health as a human right creates a legal obligation on states to ensure access to timely, acceptable, and affordable health care of appropriate quality. And that's talking about medical care. That's not really talking about quality of life. But then it does go down to determining such as safe and potable water, sanitation, food, housing, health-related information, which is important. No misinformation. And education. And then goes on to say about gender equality. There's some stuff in here that is very important because these are human rights, right? This is a basic understanding of what the World Health Organization is supposed to do. They're supposed to protect those that can't protect themselves. So if you keep going, it says a rights-based approach to health requires that health policy programs must prioritize the needs of the furthest behind first, which means that you need to go into the low to middle income countries and foster programs that are humane in helping them get to the same quality of life of other people. And they should do this without discrimination, race, age, ethnicity, and other status, blah, blah, blah. And then the last one, this one here, I think is very important. Another feature of rights-based approaches is meaningful participation. And participation means ensuring that national stakeholders bring in all of these other groups, including us, right? Non-governmental organizations, it says right there. And we as a organization, we as a group of people should be part of that conversation. And then it's important because it says the right to health is one of a set of internationally agreed human rights standards and is inseparable or indivisible from those other rights. So again, they can't take them away from you. They can't revoke them. Then we talk about autonomy. This is, the right to decide what happens to your own body without interference, which is, there's some overlap. I mean, this is specifically talking about reproductive and sexual rights, but also being able to decide what happens inside of your own body. That's important. So, free from torture and non-consensual medical treatment and experimentation. So this basically means that they are acknowledging that human health is a human right. So now we're going to talk about FCTC, Kevin. You and I have had this conversation multiple times, but for other people, we're going to bring up that there's a thing. And if you listened to the recorded content that was played earlier, you'll see that it was brought up that there's 2 framework convention treaties. One is on climate and the other one is on tobacco. That's it. Those are the only 2 World Health Organization treaties. So if we go to this is an actual printout. This is an actual, PDF file of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. There's a lot of information up here. I invite everyone who has not already read this to go and get it and read it. There's no harm in knowing what your enemies have on their mind. So we go down here and we're going to go right into the introduction. And it starts with Article 1, and it talks about the illicit trade of tobacco. Then it talks about Regional Economic Integration Organization. Again, that's not the point I'm drawing your attention to. Then it speaks about tobacco advertising and promotion, which is C. But then Article D says tobacco control means a range of supply, demand, and harm reduction strategies that aim to improve the health of a population by eliminating or reducing their consumption of tobacco products and exposure to tobacco smoke. So clearly, they understand that there's such a thing as harm reduction. They've defined it down here as reducing exposure to harmful tobacco products. So it's right in their treaty that they should actually be promoting, pushing, and pushing for harm reduction strategies.
Any harm reduction strategy.
Right. So now we get to talk about what is harm reduction, Kevin.
Good.
So in your mind, on a very elementary level, what is harm reduction?
To lessen the cause of death or disease or injury in some cases. Elementary being my grandson will run through and I'll say, slow down, or I will grab him from falling when he does. That's his bottom line.
That is as primal, as basic of an understanding of what harm reduction is. It's basically strategies or things that you do, behaviors or products that you use that reduce the harm of your choices, of your behaviors. So, on a basic level, when you were a kid back in old timey days, Kevin and I are old, automobiles did not have seat belts. And if they did, nobody used them. And you're riding in the car with your mother and she slams on the brakes. The first thing mom does is slam that arm out to protect you from flying through the windshield. That is harm reduction.
They were part of the brakes.
Yes. Harm reduction would be don't run with scissors.
That's right.
That is a form of harm reduction. It is something that you do to prevent harm. That is very much the definition of the basics of harm reduction. Now, in literally, just opening your eyes before you start walking. That's harm reduction. It could be as basic as that is.
Helmets.
Kevin.
Oh, looky there. Helmets, safety goggles, PPE.
Yes, we're gonna get into the fine tuning of that in a moment. We have a tweet, Kevin.
No, we do not. Do we?
We have a very awesome tweet that we discussed on our, Kevin and I. We did a sort of a warm up show last week. That allowed us to test if we could finish this topic in an hour. And I apologize to whoever comes after, because we're going to try to get it done, but I don't know. They may just end up pulling the feed out from under us, Kevin.
Yep.
But I did this tweet a good while ago. I can't remember. This is from February of this year. So I'm going to again throw it up on screen for the producer to add to the screen. But the gist of it is, I asked the question, what if we lived in a world without harm reduction?
Mm-hmm.
It's a frightening thing to discuss and to imagine all of the different things that we embrace on a daily basis that are harm reduction. And it could be a lot of different things. So we're going to talk about some of the most basic stuff. And then, we'll scroll through this. And if the producer, I think it's Paul, if Paul is backstage and throws it up on screen, there it is. He heard my name, or he heard me say his name. Ta-da! So, you mentioned, life jackets and stuff like that. So yes, if we lived in a world without harm reduction, thousands of kids would drown that didn't have to, because there were no life jackets.
Mm-hmm.
There would be millions of more vehicular accidents and deaths, because we talked about seatbelts a while ago, because there's no seatbelts.
Yep.
And obviously something that a lot of people don't want to talk about, and it was actually mentioned in one of the live streams earlier today, condoms.
Yep.
We would have a huge overpopulation problem. Well, depends on how many accidents we had, but there would be a lot more unwanted children because there's no condoms. And I can't remember who brought up teen sex in one of the earlier panels. But yeah, all of these things people tend to, obviously condom distribution was problematic here in the States, at least for years. And I think in certain communities, it's still a problem, but they felt like if you handed out condoms to teenagers, it would just promote promiscuous sex. I don't think the numbers bear that out. I think pretty much the same number of kids that were doing it are still doing it.
They were still doing it.
But this time, they're not having unwanted children.
It's safer.
And less disease, AIDS, hepatitis, all sorts of really nasty things, herpes, crabs, gonorrhea. I'm sure Kevin has an experience with some of those things, but
drip. So I think into the mid '80s, it became more acceptable for condoms. But
you didn't want to be that
death.
You didn't want to be that teenager, that boy. Boys get embarrassed about stuff like that. You don't want to be the guy running into the drugstore to try to buy them.
Yeah.
But yeah, so those things are all beneficial and mostly embraced.
Mm-hmm.
But then we talk about other things. So, guns here in the States, at least, in some other countries, people have the right to bear arms. And there would be a lot more people die from firearms related deaths, and people are freaking out about the number we have now. But we have in place safety locks and different things that we use that are harm reduction strategies to prevent people that shouldn't have them and kids from playing with them, so that they don't harm each other or themselves. I went to high school. There was a couple kids got out of their dad's gun from the nightstand and were playing with them and hurt themselves. It is possible. And that was in a long time ago in the 70s, when it wasn't really promoted that you should have a gun lock on your gun.
Right.
But think of a world without air traffic controllers, Kevin. These are the important people that sit in the control rooms of airports and tell airplanes where to go so that they don't run into each other. In that vastness of the sky, planes still have close calls.
Yes, they
because
do.
The people that navigate the planes are trying to find the most fuel efficient route, and a lot of times they overlap. So if it wasn't for those guys sitting in those rooms pushing 10, that's the phrase, pushing 10, are the air traffic controllers. That's the action that they do. They're pushing 10. We would have lots more plane crashes and lots more death. Then we have fire extinguishers. In a world without fire extinguishers, how many more millions, if not billions, of people would die in fire accidents because there was nothing to put out those fires? Kitchen fire, here in the States, we have multiple kinds of fire extinguishers. We have chemical fire extinguishers. We have wood fire extinguishers for chemical fires. We have fire extinguishers for oil. We have fire extinguishers for wood. And each one of those, and
we have smoke detectors and heat detectors and carbon monoxide detectors before the fires and the bad things happen. Yeah.
All of those things are important. Yeah. And how many people would die? I mean, carbon monoxide poisoning is a silent killer. Like there could be no fire in your home, and if there's a carbon monoxide buildup or a carbon monoxide leak, your whole family could die.
Yep.
In their sleep.
And never know it.
And nobody would ever know that anything was wrong. So that is harm reduction, the ability to reduce harm based on an early warning that something bad is happening. I see Addie's in the chat room talking pull, aim, squeeze, sweep. That is how to use a fire extinguisher.
Yes.
And then obviously if there's no food regulations, FDA does some decent things. And, one of the panelists earlier was talking about how the US FDA is the gold standard when it comes to food protections, and
quality,
the rules that they pass to regulate how food is distributed and processed and
handled,
manufactured and handled in the United States has saved billions of people. So if there were no food regulations, how many people would get salmonella and all sorts of other nasty foodborne illnesses because no one is there to protect them?
Yep.
That is harm reduction. And far be it from me to say something nice about the FDA, but that is a part of their mission that protects society. And they do a great job because we are the gold standard. The Americas, we actually do one thing right. So what about no safety protocols in nuclear power plants, Kevin?
3 Mile Island.
I mean, we've had some close calls here in the States when it comes to nuclear accidents. I mean, Chernobyl was huge, and that's not here, but we had 3 Mile Island. We've had lots of other close calls, and there would be even more disastrous outcomes if we didn't have safety protocols in place in those nuclear power plants, and those other types of facilities that do all sorts of crazy stuff. And, just think of America being a nuclear wasteland because some janitor in a nuclear power plant in the breadbasket of the United States, right in the center of the United States, or to trip the wrong alert or to push the wrong button and cause a meltdown. And that would cause disease, pestilence, food shortages, all sorts of awful things. Awful things, Kevin.
Yeah.
I mean, we wouldn't be able to have bread. We wouldn't be able to have all of the wonderful things that we get from the crops of America. So yeah. I mean, hey, you used to run a business, right, Kevin? You had like a taxi company or something like that.
Yep.
And there was there is in the United States an organization that governs the safety of workplaces. I think it's called OSHA, OSHA, and they have regulations in place in different work settings to prevent accidents at work.
Yep.
So if there were no OSHA, if there were no agency establishing safety rules for how workplace environments are maintained and different rules for safety, how many people, in the States, I don't know, you see this in a lot of movies, you'll see like people working in a factory and you'll see a sign, no accident in X days,
Yep.
I mean, that's a thing to, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, if you work at the Amazon distribution center, and God bless Amazon, I give them a lot of money. I'm actually using a new monitor. I had to replace my monitor, Kevin. The monitor number 2 fried out on me, and I had to order a new one. And it came on Sunday. God bless Amazon for being the ability to order something and it arrive in your house, and you don't have to go to the store. But Amazon is one of those places that has not a really great work accident record. They've had some pretty awful accidents in Amazon facilities over the years. But it would be way worse if employers were able to demand their employees work in unsafe conditions. And that there would be no government overreach, or not overreach, because this is actually something that we need, but oversight. That's the word. Oversight on how to maintain their work environment, and how many hours can your employees work before they have to have a break or be fatigued, things like that. So those labor safety regulations are very important, and again, a type of harm reduction, and embraced by most people except for the billionaire employers. There is that. But what about a world where we talked about FDA being awesome with food? What about a world where FDA didn't have oversight of pharmaceuticals, and drug companies could manufacture whatever they wanted and sell whatever they wanted without testing it, without making sure that it was safe? I mean, there are certain things that a market will absorb.
Right.
Certain number of losses before the market will correct in a system like ours. But in other countries, governments pay for those meds. Governments buy those meds. What if there was nobody overseeing the safety of those meds? How many people would die of drug problems because there is no FDA to oversee that? And as we heard in one of the earlier presentations, FDA is the gold standard when it comes to pharmaceutical stuff too. So a lot of companies get their stuff passed in the United States, and then when they try to sell it in other countries, all they have to do is say it's been tested by FDA and approved for the market in the United States, and other countries will just blank check that shit.
Without
So
question.
think about how many billions of people would die if nobody was there to call the drug manufacturers out on their nonsense.
And drug interactions too.
I mean, that even happens now with the FDA.
Right. Drug interactions are pretty standard knowledge. When a pharmacist gets the prescription, hey, you're on this, hey, you're on that, you can't take this, you're gonna have to take something else, call your doctor back. That's
take this and that together.
Don't do this, don't do that. Right.
Those sort of things happen all the time. Drug interactions. But sometimes people just have an allergic reaction to a new drug that they didn't even know, that nobody knew. That's unpredictable stuff. I mean, I know what I'm allergic to because I've lived in the world and have participated in life. However, if I take a new pharmaceutical that is not something that was tested, then God forbid I could have an allergic reaction and die. With no warning, because this is a new drug.
That's what happened with Janice. Yeah.
So I work in healthcare, Kevin. You know that. But we have rules. We have rules that we have to follow even before the COVID.
You have personal protective equipment, PPE?
I have a truckload of PPE in my truck.
Good for you.
But even before COVID, I used to do wound care, for example. So during wound care, I have to have sterile fields. I have to have sterile equipment. I have to have sealed steel debridement kits and things that are all sealed. They're sterile, sterile gloves. Now, I don't know if you know this, Kevin, but those gloves that you buy in a box at the grocery store, at Sam's, at whatever, at Harbor Freight here in the United States, at Harbor Freight, those gloves are not sterile.
No, no, I did know that.
I'm sure some people may not know that. I mean, when you go for a procedure, for example, if you're having surgery, the gloves that the surgeon wears are prepared individually and they are sterile, and they're packaged in such a way that you can put them on by only touching the inside of the glove. And then you have to, you know, the wrist is folded up. You can touch the inside of the glove to put it on, and you fold that flap down. Those are sterile gloves. But think of a world where there is no PPE, there is no infection control procedures. Think about in the past in the United States, we had a huge, and I'm sure it's everywhere, but we had a huge tuberculosis problem in the late 1800s in the United States. I'm sure Skip Murray in the chat room will remember this. You know, there was a huge problem with the consumption or with tuberculosis, and this was because we did not understand the disease process. We did not understand infections and how they work. But we do now. But think about a world with no infection control, no basic hygiene. I mean, all of these are parts of infection control. Basic sanitation. All of those things are important to preventing a worldwide epidemic of dirtiness. I mean,
washing hands. A surgeon decided to start washing his hands and found the infections went down or something in the teens or 20s, if I remember right.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, if you know your history, you know this is going to be very esoteric, Kevin. But no, it's fine. We can go down this rabbit hole real quick. So you've heard of Nostradamus?
Yes.
He's the guy that read the future. But he was also a doctor.
Okay, I did not know that.
And he actually was during the Black Plague. He was one of the first people to start pushing basic hygiene and hand washing in plague zones to try to reduce the infection. He figured it out.
Maybe that was him.
He thought it was tiny evil spirits or something, probably, but he had figured out that there was a microbial thing, whether that was a spirit or whatever. I mean, I'm not trying, you know, I love reading, you know, his predictions and things, but he was a doctor, and his patients survived. They had a much higher survival rate than other doctors because he pushed basic hand washing techniques.
Imagine how simple that was.
Yes. Crazy. Yeah. But I mean, just going into the doctor to have surgery, even today, Kevin, we have a huge MRSA, VRE, all sorts of nasty things that live in the surgery theaters, and in the hospitals, the recovery areas, staff. In fact, well, that's MRS, staff.
Is that okay? Mercy.
Yeah. So, yeah, those are still there.
Yep.
But think how bad it would be without sanitation, without all these things.
Legionnaire's disease is still around once in a while.
Well, Legionnaire's dirty water, man. That's you know, stagnant water, bad, unclean water systems, unclean filtration systems. All those things are pretty bad. Yeah. So, you know, then we talk about we live in a world where if I'm building a house, I have to go and I have to have an architect and people build plans and you know, everything has to be detailed, and then you have to go to the building planner and get a permit to do all of this. But you know, think of a world where anybody could just build anything without any sort of engineering. You know, basically, you know, and I've been I've been in some really poor countries. Where you're looking at the construction of some of these homes, and it looks like, you know, a good stiff wind would knock them over.
Yep.
Now think about that on a grand scale, and every country in the world there was no safety standards when it comes to you know, building stuff. No structural regulations.
As long as it stays up long enough for us to go.
Yep. What is that called?
Hillbilly engineering.
No refunds. No refunds.
Yeah.
My work is guaranteed until the moment I step off the property.
2 tail lights or 30 seconds. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, this next one is very important to me, Kevin.
I know.
This next one is very important to me.
I know we should have a moment of silence.
What if we lived in a world where there were no alcohol regulations, no safety regulations for alcohol.
It'd be anarchy.
This would not be good while I take a drink.
No, it would be no good at all to almost everyone.
This is an interesting beverage. Peach and pecan ale.
Adults don't like flavors.
No. I am a 50-year-old child, Kevin.
That's right.
And I don't like things that taste good. I think we've covered that in depth on Son of Liberty Radio.
Yep. So if it's unsafe alcohol products, that's a huge encompassment across the world.
We actually have a historical precedent for this. That's one of the reasons why it's included in the list, because here in the States, there was a period of time called Prohibition. And this is when the government, in their infinite wisdom, decided to ban all alcohol in the United States.
This was Bloomberg's parents.
Well, this is probably one of his predecessors, but in their infinite wisdom, they decided that everybody had to live a puritanical life and could not have fun. And obviously, our human nature is that we're going to do the things that we enjoy. So people tried to figure out ways to circumvent the system by illegally producing alcohol. And one of the byproducts of that is that people didn't have the expertise or the wherewithal to do it properly and safely. And we had large numbers of people hospitalized and dead because of impure alcohol.
That's where bathtub gin came from.
The phrase bathtub gin came from that. The phrase blind drunk came from that, because people would drink poorly filtered alcohol and lose their gift of sight. So, there is that. My wife is here. Hello, wife. I'm on the air right now. Oh, I'm sorry. Say hello to thousands of people. I thought, bye. She just came home from the hospital where she was saving hundreds of people's lives.
See? Yes. She saves yours every night.
Bye, she says.
She saves you every night from hurting you. Or yourself.
She does save me from myself many times. She is a saint.
She's an angel. Yes.
So now we have live proof that I actually do have a wife, Kevin.
She won't admit it in public, I'm sure.
No. Okay. She holds my hand. She adores me because
my
God. No. Anyway.
All right.
So yeah, the alcohol thing is very important, and we do know for a fact that when you tell people not to do something, oh my God, Kevin, this could be this could be one of those moments where we actually branch off. I'm going to try not to, because we do have a video of the child of a prohibitionist saying, when you tell a child not to do something, there is every motivation and incentive for them to do the thing that you told them not to do. So I will, if you go to my Twitter, you will have seen that tweet. So anyway, there is that. So what about just product safety standards in general?
Oh my God.
I mean, every product that's electrical has what they call a UL.
Yep.
Most, they have a UL medallion on the back that basically says that this item has been tested for safety. This design has been tested for safety. They don't test every one, but they do test the actual design to make sure it is safe.
Automobiles.
Thousands and thousands of components in automobiles are tested for safety, and they have to follow certain regulations for the gauge of the wire, to the type of steel in the frame, to all of these
Safety
things.
glass.
Yeah, so back in the old-timey days when glass was just glass in cars, and people would get like sliced to ribbons because their windshield cracked or broke. Yeah. Those are all important. What about a world, and actually in my lifetime, and I know in your lifetime, Kevin, you have existed in a world where there was no such thing as 911.
I don't remember it, but I'm sure you're right.
you know, there's a thing like right now, if there's an accident or an incident in my home, I can call 911 and paramedics will rush to my home to prevent me from dying, or protect people from dying in my home.
My mom was an EMT. Yeah.
I have made 911 calls from home, from workplace, from the side of the street, because, you know, it's there. That's the whole purpose, is to send aid when needed. But think of the idea of a world with no first responders.
Yep.
Think about this, Kevin. How many more people could have died on September 11th if FDNY and FDPD did not run towards the accident?
Yep.
No
Many,
first
many more.
responders. I mean, the definition of hero is somebody that doesn't run away from the disaster, but runs to the disaster.
Yeah.
So that is, you know, the in my definition of hero, that is, you know, the people that run towards trouble, not the people that run away from it.
Yeah.
And if they didn't exist, billions of people would die.
Yeah.
There's
Easily.
no doubt in my mind, billions, over time. How about, you know, and we talked about waste disposal and sanitation earlier, but think about it. Back in old timey days, again, in your lifetime, Kevin, you know, if you watch movies like The Gangs of New York.
Yeah.
So there's a wonderful scene there in, you know, New York City and the turn of the century, and people are waking up from the night. They're getting up in the morning, and they go to their window. They lift up their window and they pick up the night jar. Some of you may not know what that is, but it is a vessel. It is a chamber pot. That's exactly what it is, and just threw it out the window into the street.
Mm-hmm.
There were no sewers. There were just ditches.
That's
And
why you
people-
had those screens over the first floor.
And people on the sidewalk sometimes got little gifts. And we had horrible diseases. We had dysentery and all sorts of nasty stuff because of that. Because, I mean, cholera existed in Kevin's lifetime.
Harm reduction is being far enough away that you can't be touched.
Harm reduction is saying mean things about Kevin when he's 1,100 miles away.
That's right. That's right. Man. Ugh. People's lives every single day. They turn on a light switch, it's grounded. They
I just
get in their
noticed.
car.
I just noticed. Mark, the wonderful Skip Murray, has been, and she's been in this chat room all day, pretty much.
And we put her to sleep.
and Mark, her husband, says, "Skip is passed out." And how do I turn off her phone?
Yeah. See.
Mark is one of my lovely friends who takes pictures of Skip with her phone and posts them on Twitter for me.
I hope he did.
I hope the battery wasn't dead. So what if we lived in a world where there were no traffic lights and no traffic signs?
You'd be in New York City. Oh, no.
No.
that's right.
They actually do have traffic lights and traffic signs, and some people just choose not to obey them. But think of a world where people chose, and that would be every person, because no one is voluntarily going to yield the right of way. They're just gonna keep going, and you're gonna have to slam on the brakes because they're not stopping.
Slow caution. Yeah. Slow caution, yield. Nope.
Yeah. So think of that. I mean, how many car accidents would happen every second of every day if there were no traffic lights? Again,
Lights and
all of
patterns,
these
yeah.
things, Kevin, all of these things are in some way, shape, or form a definition of harm reduction.
Yep.
And by most accounts, a benefit to society,
Just like there's a spot over here where I live. If you are unfamiliar with it, you're gonna sail through a stop sign into oncoming traffic, cross traffic. It looks as if it's just a road, and they changed the stop sign from just a plain old stop sign to a flashing, which you've seen on the highways, I'm sure everywhere, but it's a flashing stop sign. During the day, even, it's a significant difference. That just them little lights are just a little bit safer, you know.
Just a blinking yellow light to say, "Hey, pay attention."
Yep.
All of those things are important and save billions over time, billions of lives.
Yep.
And now let's talk about one of the topics of our time.
Oh yeah.
Vaccines.
Yep.
So in Kevin and my lifetime, we've had viral outbreaks of basic childhood diseases that have been harmful to the population.
Yep.
Now, nobody's died from the measles in the States, at least, for decades.
All right.
But measles used to wipe out entire cities back in villages.
Yep.
We talked about cholera. There's no vaccine for that, but we've defeated it with hygiene. Smallpox.
Yep.
We've defeated that with a vaccine. Defeated it so much that my brother had to get the smallpox vaccine when he was a kid, but I didn't, because it was no longer mandatory, and my parents never got it. So I don't have the little dimple on my arm that my wife has one, because she's from the Philippines, and they're mandatory in the Philippines even now. But in the United States, it stopped being mandated. So I'm 49 years old. My brother's only 5 years older than me, and he has one.
Yep.
And I don't.
Yep.
So sometime between his childhood and my childhood, which, I mean, we were both children at the same time, but his birth and my birth, it became not required.
Yep.
But all of the diseases that we have destroyed or wiped out or controlled via vaccine would come back with a passion, with a rampage, if we had entire populations that were not vaccinated for measles, mumps, rubella, diphtheria. All those things are childhood vaccinations in America that are required for kids to go to public school. That's right. We do have vaccine mandates, kids. Just saying. And we don't complain about those. I mean, there are a small population of people that are stupid and do push back on those vaccines because they read a study that said that they cause autism. And the scientists that produced that study actually had to revoke or what's the word, Kevin? Retract his science. He retracted his studies because they were bullshit. But anyway, they have. I'm sorry, I used a bad word. I know that Nancy's gonna get mad at me, but H was quite impassioned earlier, so I feel like we're okay, Kevin.
H knows. He knows.
He knows. H knows.
I know he knows, and he knows he knows.
And then again, we talked about fire extinguishers a while ago, but what about how many people, you remember this because you're old. People fell asleep in their bed with flammable pajamas and flammable mattresses. Back in old timey days, they were feather mattresses.
Yep.
And what's a main component of fowl feathers? Oil. That's one of the things. Waterfowl.
Yep.
Feathers are made out of down, which is a fowl. I'm not
Halloween
saying bad things.
Halloween costumes to jackets to all kinds of things.
And they had to,
including cigarettes.
Mallory says, "Call it like it is. BS is BS."
Even cigarettes, they added the flame retardant to it.
People would, especially people that lived in environments where there was smoke. Cigarette smokers would die in their beds.
Yep.
in the middle of the night burned themselves to death because their pajamas and their mattresses were both flammable, highly flammable. I mean, like I said, duck feathers have oil. They have their own, duck to help the water run off.
Yeah.
And it, they save people's lives when they when they made, fire retardant materials and fire retardant beds, mattresses. So those are important. And again, with fire extinguishers, with fire alarms, everything works together to make it even more safe.
Yep.
So now we get to talk about drug policy stuff. And these guys in drug policy reform, guys like Ethan Nadelman and, Dr. Mark Tyndall, who's been on our show, have been fighting for drug policy reform and a compassionate approach to, treatment for people that are addicted to drugs, in general, a wide range of drugs. And one of the things that is quite acceptable today is naloxone or Suboxone for people to not die when they overdose. And Kevin, again, you're an ex-cabbie.
Yep.
I'm sure that you've had close calls.
Yep. I've had him in the cab. I had my wife. She almost died.
Did you have a Suboxone or a naloxone thing back in?
No, not in. No, hell no, not in the 80s. No. When Janice took, she had taken some leave and she was on other meds for her Alzheimer's.
Ooh.
And she took it the second time. She had the reaction. She fell on the floor.
Oh, yeah.
That was it. And I called 911, which was the other side of that statement you made earlier.
Yeah. So this is weird. I mean, obviously, people OD from either too much. I mean, overdose could be many things. I mean, we use that term pretty blanketly from either too much, too pure, or bad quality.
Mm-hmm.
Not cut with the right thing.
Yep.
And if you've ever seen somebody get this, it's like seeing somebody get an adrenaline shot when they're having a heart attack.
Yeah. Okay.
Or they're in VTAC or whatever. To see the immediate effectiveness of naloxone is amazing. I mean, you got a guy laying on the gurney or laying on the ground, essentially, crusty mucus like flowing out of the side of their mouth,
ready to go. Yeah.
Eyes rolled back into the back of their head, non-responsive pupils, and you stab them in the chest with this stuff. It's like you put a battery cable on them. They jump right out of it. It is. I've seen people ODing on the ground, foaming at the mouth, get this, and in a minute, 2 minutes, they're standing up and walking away.
Yeah.
At Hell's Gate, at Death's Gate, at the knocking at the door of the Grim Reaper one moment, and walking away. I mean, obviously looking a little fucked up, but still walking away alive. And this, I mean, again, in most of society, at least here, nobody thinks twice.
Nope.
This is important. This is harm reduction. Obviously, needle exchanges. We talk a lot about nothing about us without us, but we didn't invent that.
No, hell no.
That is not ours. We might use it, but we're just borrowing it because the HIV/AIDS people, they're the ones that created that. It's their fight that they use that for. And God bless them for not complaining that we're borrowing it, because they fought, and there were
God bless them for fighting.
Millions of people that didn't need to died because of blind stupidity from governments across the world, ours included.
Yep.
Think about decriminalization and talk about for-profit prison systems here in the States.
Mm-hmm.
If we had a better prison system, we had better methods of reform, instead of a turnstile door going into and out of the jail, revolving door, Kevin. We could save many lives, because you're stuck in that just, that hamster wheel. You're not getting anywhere. You're just running and running and running, and you're in the same place because the system is not designed to make you better.
No help.
A lot of people in prison are people like me that, we're neurodiverse. We, one bad turn in my life, and I could be I could be behind bars. I could be that guy, because bad temper, poor impulse control, obsessive compulsive, bipolar, OCD, all of those things are mine. And if I didn't have the right person steering the road for me, or giving me options that were not dangerous, I could be in that bad place. Billion and people die in that prison system. And just think about, we live in a society where science is supposed to be embraced, but it's not. And there are billions of people dying or dead because of ignorance of science. Science in itself is harm reduction. And we live in a world where it's looked down upon by certain groups. So, I mean, it's important to realize that all of these things, we're only up to W. There's still X, Y, and Z left. And we only have 5 minutes, Kevin. So in 1964, 2 years after the Royal College of Physicians report on smoking, the U.S. Surgeon General came out with his report. Actually, I do like your X, Mowgli, but that would be Z+1. But we'll get to that later. So billions of dead because they couldn't breathe. And that would be even more. I mean, since the Surgeon General's report in 1964, clearly there's been a billion people die of smoking. Since 1964. Doesn't even have to be 100 years, because more people smoked back then. But if the Surgeon General's report hadn't come out,
or it was ignored,
or just think about it, the people at the time that were doing all of the science, and the people that are today doing the best science on tobacco, are the same assholes. But now they've got a different mission statement. Now they're actually doing science. It's not some sort of weird religious thing for them. They're actually providing science. So that's important. The 1964 Surgeon General's report is basically where we got our tobacco start. And I think that the Surgeon General at the time really did want to save billions of lives. What about a world with no smoke or with no vaping, Kevin? I can say clearly with a clear conscience and an eye towards realism that 50 million people in this world are not dead and won't die early because of vaping. I mean, there are some really crazy estimates out there. I can, with a clear conscience, say that 50 million is a reasonable number. But 50 million people alive is way better than 50 million people dead, Kevin.
I would be one.
Yeah. Hey, what if we lived in a world where people were not accepted for being different? Oh shit, we actually do live in a world where people are not accepted for being different.
Some places they still do.
So we need to push more on this that part of the human experience. We need to kind of embrace the idea that we're not all the same, but we're all equal. Because at the end of the day, especially in our circles, the people that are in the trenches with us, they don't look like us. They don't talk like us.
No.
They come from a different place. And that's the important thing that we're doing with this show. We're doing with Son of Liberty Radio is to invite people that don't look like us, that don't talk like us, into the conversation. Because at the end of the day, their diversity their differences make us stronger.
All inclusive.
So, you know, we should accept harm reduction in every aspect of our lives, and we should allow people of every background, every story is the same. We've done that, Kevin, on our show. We've had vapors
Global.
from all over the world come and tell their personal stories, and if you just wrote it down, if they wrote their story down and Kevin wrote his story down and I wrote my story down, and Pippa and Raj and Mowgli and Shannon and Paul and Addie and Mallory and all the people that are watching the show right now, and that's not everybody, that's just the ones that are in this window that I'm looking at right now. They wrote their stories down. You could translate their stories into any language and they would still be the same as the people that live in other countries. So this is the end of the first night of our participation in Scope, and we don't want to go long because there are actually people waiting, Kevin. It's 9 o'clock. We actually made it on time. So appreciate it. Love everybody. And we'll see you in 24 or 23 hours now, tomorrow night. Thanks, Paul.